Many people say that airplanes are the safest means of transportation in the world, and I once believed it. However, fate played a cruel joke on me. My first flight ended in a plane crash. In the freezing cold sea water, I struggled to wake up from my coma. Suddenly, I saw Bai Yueer. She was hanging weakly on a big tree, with a helpless look on her face. This woman, who has always been so high and mighty in the company and made me feel ashamed, could only ask me for help helplessly at this moment. The former arrogance and the current humble struggle for survival formed a sharp contrast, and I couldn't help but sneer. Who could have thought that on this deserted island, someone as ordinary as me would become their only support? However, they don't know that this time, I am no longer the little person who can be manipulated by others. Chapter 1. The cold sea water hit my body wave after wave, and I opened my eyes weakly. The gloomy sky seemed to be pressing down on me, making me feel suffocated. Where am I? I rubbed the back of my wet and numb head, forced myself to sit up, and found myself on a golden beach. Before my eyes was the endless sea. On the distant sea, a huge black whirlwind accompanied by lightning and thunder was rushing towards the shore madly. I jumped up in fright. My lumbar spine made a crisp sound, and the pain made me cry. Just then, I faintly heard a cry for help from behind me, and the voice sounded familiar. I turned around and saw a wrecked plane hanging diagonally on a tree not far away. The right wing was broken. The left wing was embedded in the beach. The tail was broken horribly. There was a big hole in the cabin, and thick smoke was billowing. Oh my God, isn't this the same plane I was on? My name is Xiao Fei. Not long ago, I participated in the company's new software design competition and won a prize. Logically, I should have received a bonus. As a result, the sales department exceeded its target. The company organized a team-building trip abroad, but the bonuses were confiscated. To make matters worse, my female boss Bai Yueer, who I didn't get along with, suggested taking me along as well. Although I was so angry that I vomited blood, I had no choice but to bite the bullet and go with her. Unexpectedly, even more unfortunate things were yet to come. The plane crashed. I cursed inwardly as the cries for help became more and more urgent. I looked closely and saw a woman lying at the hatch, waving at me weakly. She was disheveled, but still had a beautiful face. It was Bai Yueer, the vice president who was incompatible with me. Bai Yueer, 30 this year, is still a virgin, but her skin is as white as snow, her figure is plump, and she walks with a trembling and twisting look, blinding the eyes of all the male employees in the company. Unfortunately, Bai Yueer has a bad temper and gets angry at the slightest inconvenience. As a programmer, I usually concentrate on my work, but she always makes things difficult for me. When sales performance was poor or clients refused to sign contracts, Bai Yueer always put the blame on me. My monthly bonus was deducted to almost nothing, and I could only be angry but not say anything. Now seeing Bai Yueer asking me for help, I felt so happy that I almost wanted to laugh out loud. But I still decided to go and have a look. After all, I am a broad-minded person and never hold grudges. Enduring the pain all over my body, I climbed onto the plane. Seeing me coming up, Bai Yueer instantly showed an excited look. Xiao, you're okay, that's great. I was stunned, and suddenly felt a little ashamed for my previous thoughts. I didn't expect that she still cared about my life or death. But the next second, Bai Yueer raised her eyebrows. Humph, you're lucky. What are you still standing there for? Hurry and save me. I took a look and found that Bai Yueer's long legs were tightly bound by the seatbelt, tied into a knot. I tried to pull it twice, but Bai Yueer screamed in pain. She was only wearing a pair of leather shorts on her lower body, and her smooth legs were injured in many places due to bumps, but she was still so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off her. Idiot, what are you doing? It hurts so much. Bai Yueer frowned and scolded in disgust. You are such a loser. Can't you use your brain? She is still lecturing me? Do you really think that a higher-ranking official can crush people to death? I sneered and said, if you're in a hurry, find a way yourself. Then I went straight into the cabin. You. Bai Yueer was so angry that she couldn't speak. The cabin was in a mess, with debris and blood scattered on the ground. I tried to suppress the nausea in my heart and continued to look for survivors. Suddenly, I heard a few coughs from under my seat, and a familiar face came into view. Wen Xiaoqian, the company's sales champion. I'll get you out. I quickly helped Wen Xiaoqian up. Although Wen Xiaoqian was in a dishevel, her figure under her professional attire was still charming. Suddenly, there was a loud noise from the direction of the nose of the plane. Sparks flew from the broken wires, and the plane seemed to be about to explode. Wen Xiaoqian was so scared that she suddenly shrank into my arms, and I felt a softness, But I had no time to enjoy it because a scream came from the lounge. There was someone there. Can you walk? I asked Wen Xiaoqian anxiously. Wen Xiaoqian grabbed my waist tightly and shook her head. I gasped in pain. It seems that I hurt my waist when I fell out. But even so, I couldn't suppress the joy in my heart. I didn't die, and I saved the sales champion who usually showed off her power. Now seeing her timid look, I felt a sense of conquest. Rescuing Wen Xiaoqian, I rushed to the lounge. There, a stewardess in black stockings was sitting in a corner, holding onto the collapsed steel plate with both hands. I hurried forward. Quick, come out. The stewardess was so frightened that after she climbed out, she hugged my thighs directly, with her charming face pressed against my legs, which almost made me lose the breath. I asked awkwardly, "Are you feeling better?" The flight attendant quickly let go and lowered her head with a blushing face. I helped her up, but found that the stewardess couldn't stand steadily at all. Looking at her straight black silk legs, I couldn't help but worry. It would be a pity if they were ruined. I gritted my teeth and hugged the stewardess. Her fragrance filled my nose and made me feel trance-like. Suddenly, the flight attendant pointed to the lounge and reminded, "There is a food box there." I nodded, secretly admiring her. She is indeed a flight attendant, and she knows the rules of survival very well. But saving people is the most important thing now. Just as I reached the hatch, there was another explosion from the nose of the plane, and billowing black smoke spread out, choking me so much that I couldn't open my eyes. I shouted, "Slide down the wing. Quick!" When Xiaoqian slid down first, followed closely by the flight attendant, who also reminded me to be careful. After everyone evacuated, Bai Yueer turned pale, tears welled up in her eyes, and she broke down emotionally. "Xiaofei, are you fucking blind? What should I do? Why am I slipping? Let me go." Bai Yueer shouted at the top of her lungs. Before he could finish his words, the nose of the plane suddenly exploded, and a blast of hot air hit him in the face. Chapter 2. Thick smoke billowed out of the hatch and instantly engulfed us. My heart tightened. This is the end. Am I going to die here? At this moment, I vaguely heard the footsteps of Wen Xiaoqian running away, while the seriously injured stewardess hid helplessly behind a big tree, watching the burning plane with her eyes wide open, and sighed softly. The young man who saved me, he's gone? Suddenly, there was a violent coughing sound on the plane. The stewardess suddenly widened her eyes and shouted excitedly, "Are you still alive?" It's okay. I'm not dead yet." I wiped my tears and snot while coughing, and wiped my body casually, and felt something soft. Before she could react, Bai Yueer was already shouting in exasperation, "Xiaofei, are you looking for death? How dare you take advantage of me? Believe it or not, I will fire you when I get back." I smiled awkwardly, but before I could explain, the flames on the nose of the plane grew stronger and stronger. The dancing tongues of flame and the billowing black smoke made the air unbearably hot. "Let's survive first." I covered my mouth and nose, ignored Bai Yueer, and turned around to rush into the cabin again. I had to grab the food box that the flight attendant mentioned before the explosion. The cabin was filled with smoke, and my vision was blurred. I bent over and groped in the aisle. After I came to the lounge, I quickly grabbed the food box and picked up a broken piece of steel. As soon as we evacuated, the ceiling of the lounge suddenly collapsed. Sparks flew everywhere. I was still terrified. Suddenly, a bloody hand stretched out from the thick fog and grabbed the corner of my clothes. I was so scared that I ran to the hatch desperately and ended up dragging the owner of the bloody hand out directly. At first glance, it turned out to be a big-eyed girl dressed like a kawaii. As soon as she got out of the cabin, she slid down the wing. I also quickly threw away the food box, cut the safety belt on Bai Yueer's legs with a piece of steel, and rolled off the wing while holding her. As soon as we landed, the plane exploded completely. The continuous explosions made my ears ring and my eyes dizzy. It was not until the surroundings finally quieted down that I shook my head and let go of Bai Yueer. "That was close, luckily I..." Before he could finish his words, he was suddenly slapped in the face. I was stunned. "Why did you hit me? You bastard! Why didn't you save me first? You almost killed me. Do you know that?" Bai Yueer cried and wanted to attack again in frustration. I grabbed her wrist, shaking with anger. "Damn it, I saved you. But you bite me back. You are such an ungrateful person." But I knew that it would be troublesome to reason with a woman at this time, especially a woman like Bai Yueer who could explode at any time. I was too lazy to argue with her, so I shook her hand off and turned to pick up the food box. When Xiaoqian picked up the food box first and ran towards Bai Yueer excitedly as if she had found a treasure. I could only laugh in silence and turn to help the stewardess up. Thank you. My name is Suro. The flight attendant smiled and extended her hand gracefully. My name is Xiao Fei. Xiao for the Chinese zodiac, Fei for airplane. I held her hand and couldn't help but glance at the wreckage of the plane that had been burned into scrap metal. Hey, do you still want to be killed by the big tree? The big-eyed girl shouted. I looked up and found that the fire had already burned the big tree, and the shaky trunk was about to fall down. I quickly supported Su Ro and walked towards the open space on the beach, and when Xiaoqian followed closely behind, supporting Bai Yueer. Mr. Bai, there are food and water here. Would you like to eat something first? When Xiaoqian diligently brushed the dust off Bai Yueer's clothes, Bai Yueer nodded and said, drink some water. When Xiaoqian squatted down and opened the food box, which contained bread, ham, cream cheese, and 4 bottles of mineral water. I want a drink too. The big-eyed girl was so thirsty from the smoke that her eyes widened when she saw the water. But when Xiaoqian immediately protected the food box and said coldly, I picked this up, there's no share for you. The big-eyed girl was anxious. I'll pay 10 times the price. When Xiaoqian laughed so hard that her chest trembled. Do you think this is a canteen? How much can a bottle of water cost 10 times as much? The big-eyed girl blinked and suddenly said proudly, Zhangfang Group is owned by my family. When I go back, I will definitely get some benefits from you. Zhangfang Group. When Xiaoqian was stunned, and Bai Yueer also became serious, your name is Song Shiyu? Do you know me? Asked the big-eyed girl. Bai Yueer smiled faintly. I know your father, Song Tianjia. Xiaoqian, get Miss Song a bottle of water. When Xiaoqian hurriedly offered it with both hands, excuse me, Miss Song. It turns out you are an old acquaintance. Song Shiyu snorted coldly, took the water, and gulped it down. Bai Yueer looked at Su Ro again. This is the food box on the plane. Give her a bottle too. Now that the 4 bottles of water were divided up, I was left alone. I felt unhappy. Boss Bai, where is mine? This is not fair. Bai Yueer's face turned cold and she looked at me arrogantly. Are you questioning me? When Xiaoqian quickly added, Xiao Fei, how can you talk to Mr. Bai like that? Apologize to Mr. Bai now. Apologize? Oh my gosh. I saved people and snatched food boxes. Now I can't drink water and I'm still apologizing? You bitch. I'm not going to play with you anymore, okay? I was so angry that I turned around and walked to the other end of the beach, where there was a coconut grove, just right for quenching my thirst with coconut juice. You're a good-for-nothing. When Xiaoqian sneered as she watched me leave. Su Ro looked at the half-full bottle of water in her hand and quickly caught up with me. Xiao Fei, the water is for you. I was so angry that I said, without even turning my head, I don't want to drink. Su Ro smiled and said softly, you are so childish, aren't you thirsty? I paused and turned around abruptly, scaring Su Ro so much that she stepped back repeatedly. Hey, are your legs okay? Looking at her pair of straight black silk legs, my indignation disappeared. Thanks to you, I've recovered. Su Ro smiled brightly. I nodded, and suddenly felt that this stewardess was not only beautiful, but also pleasant to listen to, and it was not tiring at all to get along with her. Come on, I'll treat you to coconut juice. I went under the coconut tree, took off my shirt and twisted it into a rope, looped it around the trunk, grabbed both ends of the rope with both hands, and climbed up. In the blink of an eye, I picked a big coconut. Su Ro was stunned and shouted with joy, Xiao Fei, are you born in the year of the monkey? That's great. I smiled on the tree. Fortunately, I was born in the countryside and have been a tree-climbing expert since I was a child. Otherwise, I would have been cheated by that bitch. Suddenly, there was a noise coming from the beach. That there was a strange man in the open space where there were originally 3 women. The man snatched the food box and seemed to want to strip Bai Yueer's clothes. Chapter 3. Su Ro suddenly heard a quarrel not far away. Her face changed, and she said to Xiao Fei anxiously, there are other survivors. They seem to have had a conflict. Xiao Fei slid down from the coconut tree and hesitated a little. People's hearts are not as good as they used to be. It's not uncommon to take advantage of others' misfortunes. Su Ro looked in the direction of the conflict and asked anxiously, what should we do? Should we go and help? Xiao Fei was silent for a moment. Although he was hesitant, he couldn't bear to let his colleague suffer. He sighed secretly, thinking that this might be a test destined by fate. At the same time, on the beach, Suhu showed a ferocious smile and approached Bai Yueer and the other 3 women. His eyes were filled with evil desires, and he reached out to grab Bai Yueer. Hey, little girl, have fun with me. Bai Yueer resisted, but was hit hard and fell on the beach. When Xiaoqian rushed forward to stop him, but was also knocked to the ground. Suhu continued to press forward. At the critical moment, Xiao Fei jumped out from behind the tree like a cheetah, grabbed Su Hu, and pushed him to the ground. Su Hu was stunned for a moment, then he smiled evilly. Oh, another living person has come, and a stewardess too. I'm going to enjoy myself today. Su Ro quickly helped Bai Yueer and when Xiao Qian up, staring at Su Hu firmly. Don't hurt them again. Su Hu sneered, boy, if you don't want to die, get out of here now, or don't blame me for being rude. As he said that, he pulled out a sword from his waist that was flashing with cold light. Xiao Fei stepped back slightly, his inner tension gradually increasing. But he knew that on this deserted island, letting the villains do whatever they wanted would only make survival more difficult. He took a deep breath and decided to face the challenge head-on. Su Hu approached step by step. Xiao Fei looked at him calmly, thinking quickly about countermeasures in his mind. At this time, Su Ro approached quietly from behind, and at the critical moment, she kicked Su Hu in the waist. Su Hu was in so much pain that the knife in his hand almost fell out of his hand. Xiao Fei took the opportunity to pounce on him, pinned Su Hu to the ground, and snatched his saber. Su Hu began to beg for mercy, his face full of fear. Brother, please don't kill me. I will listen to you from now on. Please let me live. Xiao Fei's eyes flashed with hesitation. He had never killed anyone before. Although Su Hu's behavior was outrageous, he decided to show mercy at this moment. Get out of here. If you dare to do evil again, I will never let you go. Xiao Fei's low voice was threatening. Su Hu fled the scene as if he had been pardoned. The air was filled with tension. Bai Yueer panted, looking at Xiao Fei with complicated eyes. Bai Yueer came over and was about to speak, but Xiao Fei pretended to walk away to the beach. Su Ro quickly followed, with an indescribable emotion in her eyes. She said softly, Xiao Fei, you are really brave. Xiao Fei felt her gaze and felt a little embarrassed. He quickly lowered his head, scooped up the cold sea water, and washed his face violently, trying to hide his embarrassment. At this time, Su Ro looked at the sea in the distance and suddenly pointed at a shadow that was gradually approaching, with a bit of doubt in her tone. Look, that tornado. When we were in trouble on the plane, we suddenly encountered a strong airflow, and it was not shown on the radar at all. Xiao Fei looked in the direction of her finger, and sure enough, the rotating tornado was slowly but firmly approaching them. His heart sank, and although he had temporarily gotten rid of Su Hu's threat, the natural disaster in front of him made him extremely anxious. Yes, I saw it after I woke up. It was getting closer and closer to us, but the speed didn't seem to be fast. Xiao Fei said in a deep voice. Just as Xiao Fei was thinking about countermeasures, Su Ro suddenly let out a cry of pain. Her body went limp, and she fell directly onto the beach. Xiao Fei was startled and turned around quickly, only to find a thumb-sized red spider crawling out from Su Ro's skirt and quickly disappearing into the sand. Xiao Fei immediately recognized that it was a highly poisonous sea red spider. His expression instantly became serious. That's a sea red spider. It's extremely poisonous. Look where you were bitten. Su Ro did not hesitate at all and quickly lifted up her skirt, revealing the bitten part. Chapter 4. Xiao Fei leaned over to check and found the bite marks of a poisonous spider, with blood oozing from the wound. Su Ro's face turned pale, and she was terrified. Without any hesitation, Xiao Fei immediately tied Su Ro's scarf above her thigh to stop the blood flow, and then tore off her black stockings. Hold on. I'll help you suck out the poison, Xiao Fei said in a deep voice. Then he lowered his head and pressed his lips on Su Ro's wound, sucking out the venom with force. The pain in Su Ro's thigh gradually eased, but a strange feeling spread throughout her body. Her cheeks flushed, her breathing became faster, and her eyes became blurry. Xiao Fei suddenly raised his head and met her emotional eyes, and his heart couldn't help but feel warm. However, before the two could react, an angry scream suddenly broke the delicate atmosphere. Xiao Fei, you beast. Bai Yueer rushed over angrily and kicked Xiao Fei hard. Xiao Fei felt so much pain that he almost fell down. Don't be afraid, I'm here. He won't dare to do anything to you. Bai Yueer quickly protected Su Ro, staring at Xiao Fei with anger on her face. When Xiao Qian also rushed over, when she saw Su Ro's lifted skirt and torn black stockings, her face instantly turned angry. Xiao Fei, you are so despicable. You actually took advantage of us not paying attention and did such a dirty thing. You really brought shame to the company. Xiao Fei quickly explained, you misunderstood. Things are not what you think. But Bai Yueer didn't listen at all. She was so angry that her chest was heaving. I saw it with my own eyes. You still dare to quibble? It's a disgrace to the company. When Xiao Qian echoed from the side, that's right. He thinks he can do whatever he wants to us just because he beat the bad guys away? We are not easy to bully. Xiao Fei shook his head helplessly. I didn't bully you at all. Su Rou can testify for herself. However, Bai Yueer didn't even give him a chance to explain. Shut up. I've seen everything. Don't try to quibble. At this time, Su Rou finally stood up and explained with a red face. No, you misunderstood him. He was helping me. When Xiao Qian curled her lips unwillingly, are you still speaking for him? Let's go, ignore him. Su Rou wanted to continue explaining, but was forcibly pulled away by Wen Xiaoqian. Bai Yueer finally left a warning. Xiao Fei, stay away from us. Looking at the backs of the people walking away, Xiao Fei could only shake his head helplessly. He was too lazy to explain this misunderstanding anymore, so he just let them go. At this moment, the current survival issue was more urgent. Xiao Fei turned and walked towards the burnt wreckage of the plane. There were scattered plane parts and suitcases, as well as body parts and severed limbs, all around. At this time, finding some useful supplies is crucial for the subsequent survival. Xiao Fei opened several suitcases and was lucky enough to find some men's shirts and t-shirts, and even a small bag of concentrated shower gel. Xiao Fei even more was that he found a good Zippo lighter. Xiao Fei was overjoyed and immediately put it in his pocket. On this deserted island, fire is almost the key to survival. At the same time, several women in the distance obviously kept their distance from Xiao Fei, as if he would violate them again. When Xiao Qian opened the food box and began to distribute food. After this series of thrilling experiences, they were already hungry and thirsty. But the food was quickly distributed, leaving only a few pieces of cream cheese. Su Rou couldn't help but look at Xiao Fei in the distance and whispered, should we leave some for Xiao Fei? Why are you still thinking about him? Have you forgotten what he did to you just now? When Xiao Qian shouted dissatisfiedly. Bai Yueer drank a sip of water without caring, don't worry about him, as long as we are full. At this time, Song Shiyu asked curiously, Su Rou, what happened to you just now? Did he do anything to you? Su Rou blushed when asked and stammered, unable to speak. She couldn't help but recall the scene when Xiao Fei rescued her. That kind of intimate contact made her heart beat faster. Song Shiyu smiled cleverly and said, I see. It seems that you two have a strong sense of imagery. You little brat, what do you know? When Xiao Qian joked, Bai Yueer couldn't help laughing and patted Su Rou on the shoulder. Don't think too much, let's do something. It's getting dark, we have to make a fire quickly, so that we can send out a rescue signal. Her words were recognized by everyone, but the question was, where to find the fire? After the plane exploded, they were only concerned with escaping and were unable to take any remaining fire with them. Now, all around them were nothing but sea water and beaches and bottomless jungles. For a moment, everyone was confused. We can try to make fire by rubbing two sticks together, Song Shiyu suddenly suggested. When Xiao Qian frowned and shook her head, that's what primitive people do. Who would do that? Despite this, Bai Yueer and Su Rou decided to give it a try. They picked up dead wood and branches in the woods and began to try to make fire by drilling them together. However, the result was not ideal. Su Rou's palms were rubbed red, and Bai Yueer was so angry that she broke the branches directly. If this goes on, we'll never be able to make a fire. Song Shiyu sighed. Just when everyone was at a loss, Su Rou suddenly exclaimed, oh no, that person is back again. They looked up and saw that Su Hu had sneaked back and took the opportunity to grab the food box and ran away. When Xiao Qian saw this and yelled angrily, put down the box, it's ours. Su Hu was running while stuffing food into his mouth in a panic, and when Xiao Qian was so angry that she impulsively chased after him. Chapter 5. Su Hu disappeared into the rocks, and his movement was so fast that when Xiao Qian was left with a rage that she had nowhere to vent. She stamped her feet fiercely and looked angrily at Xiao Fei, who was concentrating on picking up supplies. Xiao Fei, what's the point of looking for these junk? The food boxes have been snatched away, and you didn't even say a word. When Xiao Qian rushed over angrily and questioned loudly. Xiao Fei ignored her complaints and continued to focus on searching for supplies in the wreckage. His calmness made Wen Xiaoqian even angrier. Bai Yueer came over and tried to ease the atmosphere. Forget it, Xiaoqian. Let's go back first. Xiao Fei responded calmly. It was your Mr. Bai who asked me to stay away just now. This sentence undoubtedly ignited Wen Xiaoqian's emotions. She glared at him and said aggressively, what do you mean by this? Who told you to be a hooligan? Now the food is gone. It's all your fault. Facing Wen Xiaoqian's accusation, Xiao Fei could no longer bear it. He stood up suddenly and glared back at her coldly. What? You still want to hit me? Beat me to death if you dare. Bai Yueer held when Xiao Qian and unexpectedly calmed down. Xiao Qian, forget it, let's not bother with him. Xiao Fei glanced at Bai Yueer, and his anger subsided a lot. He turned and went to the coconut grove, where he skillfully picked a few coconuts. Afterwards, Xiao Fei picked up some dry firewood, found some scallops and oysters on the beach, started a fire with a lighter, and started grilling the seafood. At this moment, Song Shiyu on the other side of the beach suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, look!" Everyone turned around and was stunned. They saw Xiao Fei leisurely enjoying grilled seafood and coconut milk, as if everything had nothing to do with him. When Xiao Qian rolled her eyes in anger and said indignantly, "How can he just eat by himself?" When Xiao Qian wanted to go forward to argue, but was stopped by Bai Yueer, "Xiao Qian, don't go. We must have backbone." But Su Rou said worriedly, "We can't stay hungry all the time. Besides, there's no fire at night. What if there are wild animals on the island?" When Song Shiyu heard the word beast, she jumped up in fear. "Beast? No, I have to go over and borrow a fire." When Xiao Qian said disdainfully, "Miss Song, you are the daughter of a wealthy family, but you don't have any ambition at all?" Song Shiyu fought back unyieldingly. "Who said I have no ambition? I just went to borrow a fire." By Yueer's side, everyone has their own aspirations. "Miss Song, please do as you please." Song Shiyu patted the sand on her legs, rolled her eyes, and said with a smile, "I'll go over and borrow a fire. You guys help me keep an eye on it." At this time, Xiao Fei was leisurely drinking coconut juice and eating roasted oysters. When he saw Song Shiyu approaching, he deliberately slowed down the rhythm and made a smacking sound, teasing Song Shiyu to the point of drooling. "Brother Xiao Fei, can I discuss something with you?" Song Shiyu looked at him eagerly, her face full of anticipation. Xiao Fei responded slowly, "What's the matter? Can I borrow a light?" Song Shiyu asked cautiously. "Did they ask you to come?" Xiao Fei asked deliberately. No, I came here by myself." Song Shiyu quickly shook her head to deny it. Xiao Fei showed a hint of disappointment and continued to gnaw on the scallop meat in his hand. "Then I can't lend it to you." "Why?" Song Shiyu was anxious and was about to cry. "No reason, I just don't want to borrow it." Xiao Fei pretended to be cold, but seeing her aggrieved look, he couldn't help but soften his heart. "But you can stay and eat with me." Song Shiyu's eyes lit up. "Really? Including these foods?" Xiao Fei nodded and said with a smile, "Of course." Song Shiyu was overjoyed and immediately sat down to eat. While eating, she praised, "Brother Xiao Fei, you are such a nice person. I don't think you are like what they say." Xiao Fei smiled calmly, "I'm not money. It's normal that I'm not liked." Song Shiyu's eyes rolled, and she suddenly said, "I have money. As long as you can guarantee my safety, I will give you 1 million when I return." Xiao Fei almost choked on his coconut juice. 1 million? This was worthless on a deserted island, but he was still stunned by the number. Seeing Xiao Fei didn't react, Song Shiyu continued, "You think it's too little? How about 2 million? Xiao Fei's heart was beating wildly. This little girl was really rich and willful. He couldn't help but tease her. "It's great to be rich. This is a deserted island. Money is worthless." Just then, several other women came over and saw Song Shiyu eating with gusto. When Xiao Qian rolled her eyes in anger, Song Shiyu was not to be outdone and retorted, "Are you people who work hard for money every day cheaper?" When Xiao Qian was enraged and was about to fight back when Su Rou interrupted their argument, she looked at Xiao Fei and said gently, "Xiao Fei, let's unite. We finally escaped and now we are stranded on a deserted island. We should face it together and wait for rescue." Xiao Fei nodded. "I have always done this." Su Rou smiled gratefully. "Thank you, Xiao Fei." Hearing these words, Xiao Fei's mood suddenly improved a lot. He generously invited, "Everyone come over to eat together. Don't argue about these things anymore." When Xiao Qian took the lead in grabbing a roasted scallop, although she was still muttering, she finally gave in. Bai Yueer hesitated for a moment and also picked up the coconut and drank it. Seeing this, Xiao Fei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that only unity could help them survive on this deserted island. However, just as Xiao Fei was about to say something else, Song Shiyu suddenly screamed in fear. "What is that? It's coming towards us." Reptile with scales all over its body and a red head approaching. The monster seemed very cunning and bypassed Xiao Fei and rushed straight towards the 4 women. Chapter 6. Song Shiyu was the first to discover the monster. Now it was approaching rapidly, and her screams became more shrill. The other 3 women also threw the shells in their hands at the monster in fear, but these insignificant attacks could not stop the ferocious beast. At this critical moment, when Xiao Qian pushed Song Shiyu towards the monster, trying to use her to delay time. Ah! Song Shiyu stumbled and fell in front of the monster. The red-headed monster stopped, spitting out scarlet tongue, and raised its long and thin tail high, as if ready to attack at any time. Go away! Go away! I don't want to die! Song Shiyu cried desperately, her voice full of fear and helplessness. The monster was enraged by Song Shiyu's cry, showing its sharp fangs, and suddenly pounced on her. Several women closed their eyes in fear. Song Shiyu's cry stopped abruptly, and only suffocating silence remained in the air. After a moment, Su-ro opened her eyes cautiously and was about to blame when Xiao Qian, but the scene before her stunned her. Bai Yueer also opened her eyes, and when she saw the scene in front of her, she couldn't help but open her mouth wide, completely unable to believe her eyes. Tsk, this guy has grown so big and has scales. Xiao Fei squatted beside the monster and studied it nonchalantly. The sharp saber was deeply inserted into the monster's head. It was obvious that Xiao Fei killed it with one blow at the last moment. When Xiao Qian finally reacted and burst into tears of joy, "Xiao Fei, you finally did something decent." But Song Shiyu was still in shock and glared at when Xiao Qian resentfully, "You just pushed me over. You almost killed me." When Xiao Qian hid behind Bai Yueer with a guilty conscience and whispered in defense, "I didn't mean to do that, it's just that my hands and feet didn't obey me." "Nonsense. You are committing murder." Song Shiyu was so angry that she was shaking all over and her face turned pale. Su-ro also stood up to defend Song Shiyu. When Xiao Qian, "You really went too far just now." Being accused by everyone. When Xiao Qian became angry and glared at Su-ro, "Shut up, what does this have to do with you?" Song Shiyu was even more angry. She rushed to Wen Xiao Qian and said angrily, "You dare not take responsibility for what you did? I won't let you go when I go back." When Xiao Qian was a little scared when she heard this, and quickly hid behind Bai Yueer. "Boss Bai, she is threatening me, please help me." Bai Yueer was also a little embarrassed. Although she knew that when Xiao Qian's behavior was excessive, she was her own after all. She smiled and said to Song Shiyu, "Miss Song, since I am familiar with your father, let Xiao Qian go this time. I promise she won't do it again." Song Shiyu snorted coldly, "Once is enough, okay? If it weren't for Xiao Fei, I would be dead now." Bai Yueer smiled awkwardly. "It's indeed thanks to Xiao Fei, but he is also from our company. We are all acquaintances, so don't make a fuss about it." Song Shiyu sneered. As expected of the general manager, she is really good at making connections. But will my dad let her go? Bai Yueer was speechless, and when Xiao Qian suddenly appeared and said angrily, "Is it great to be rich? If you have the guts, call your dad right now." What a hypocritical bitch. Seeing that the two were about to fight, Xiao Fei walked over coldly and shouted, "All right, shut up. Get out if you keep arguing." After the crisis just now, Xiao Fei's words seemed particularly weighty and no one dared to refute them. Seeing that they were all quiet, Xiao Fei felt a sense of accomplishment. He pointed at the dead monster on the beach and said seriously, "Look carefully. This is a mutant giant lizard. This island is not as peaceful as it looks. We must hurry up and prepare." After a pause, Xiao Fei continued, "No matter what happens, we must unite as one. Only in this way can we survive." Su-ro nodded in agreement, and even Bai Yueer expressed her support. When Xiao Qian asked in a low voice, "So what should we do now?" Xiao Fei pointed to the suitcases in the distance and said, "There is still some luggage that has not been picked up over there. You and Mr. Bai can go and see if there is anything useful." Bai Yueer didn't say anything, just nodded, and walked towards the suitcase with Wen Xiao Qian. Xiao Fei then said to Su-ro, "You go and help as well. Remember, all the things found must be managed centrally." Su-ro nodded in agreement and turned to leave. Song Shiyu said coquettishly, "What about me? What can I do?" "Go and pick up some more firewood for use at night." Xiao Fei replied. Song Shiyu winked playfully, "I can listen to you, but I have a condition." "What conditions?" Xiao Fei frowned. Song Shiyu smiled slightly, "You must promise me what I said before. I will add another 1,000,000 when I go back." Xiao Fei's heart moved. The temptation of 3,000,000 made him a little dizzy, but he remained calm on the surface. "We can discuss it, but you have to follow my command." "Deal." Song Shiyu said excitedly, "You are my personal bodyguard now." Xiao Fei waved his hand, "Go quickly, it will be dark soon." Looking at the busy figures of several women, Xiao Fei felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. He realized that on this deserted island, he had gone from an inconspicuous programmer to the backbone of this group of people. Taking advantage of this moment of leisure, Xiao Fei couldn't help but look at their figures. Bai Yueer's plump figure, Su-ro's tall and charming figure, when Xiao Qian's hot and sexy figure, and Song Shiyu's petite and cute figure, each of them showed a unique charm in front of him. Chapter 7. Xiao Fei stood on the beach, looking at the four women in front of him, and an absurd thought flashed through his mind. On this isolated and deserted island, they would eventually rely on themselves, and even, maybe go a step further. But soon, Xiao Fei couldn't help but laugh at himself secretly and shook his head. No, I can't think like that. Otherwise, what's the difference between me and that Su Hu? In order to get rid of these inappropriate thoughts, Xiao Fei decided to run to the beach to take a shower and let the cold sea water wash away the distracting thoughts in his mind. The refreshing seawater hit Xiao Fei's face, and he immediately felt refreshed. He also grabbed a few scallops, oysters, and 2 crabs, and his mood became much more relaxed. When Xiao Fei returned to the beach, he saw Song Shiyu slumped on the ground, holding a pile of firewood in her arms, and complained breathlessly, "I am so tired. These dead branches are dirty and prickly. Look, my hands are all broken." Xiao Fei glanced at her hand, and although he nodded to show his understanding, he said bluntly, "After you have rested, go get some more. This is not enough." "This much is not enough? Do you want to save it for food?" Song Shiyu pouted in dissatisfaction, obviously dissatisfied with Xiao Fei's request. At this moment, Su Ro came over with some found women's clothing and a small first aid kit. She smiled and explained, "Xiao Fei wants to surround us with a fire to prevent wild animals from attacking us at night." Song Shiyu grumbled helplessly, "But my hands hurt. I picked up everything I could on the ground. I couldn't reach the ones on the trees." Xiao Fei looked towards the dense forest in the distance and said, "Then I'll go with you and chop some branches back." "Enter the dense forest? I don't want to. It's so dangerous." Song Shiyu shook her head repeatedly, with resistance written all over her face. Su Ro smiled and offered, "Xiao Fei, I'll go with you." Xiao Fei was slightly surprised, but soon nodded in agreement. As a flight attendant, Su Ro was obviously more capable of surviving in the wild than he thought. He turned to Song Shiyu and said, "You stay here and take care of the things. This first aid kit is a treasure." Song Shiyu immediately hugged the first aid kit and promised with a smile, "Don't worry, I won't lose it even if I lose it." Xiao Fei estimated the time, drew his saber, and took Su Ro towards the dense forest. In the dense forest, leaves blocked out the sun. The thick, dead leaves under their feet squeaked with every step they took, and strange bird calls could be heard from time to time all around. Su Ro seemed a little scared, and her body unconsciously moved closer to Xiao Fei. This close contact made Xiao Fei feel a little uncomfortable and even dry mouth. "Let's do it here." Xiao Fei spoke awkwardly, breaking the silence. Su Ro looked around and nodded. The terrain here was relatively flat, with sparse towering ancient trees, and the open space seemed bright and safe. Xiao Fei pointed to a patch of small trees as thick as a bowl and said, "Wait for me here." Su Ro nodded and said with concern, "Be careful." Xiao Fei smiled, took his saber and went into the dense forest and began to cut branches. Not long after, he returned to Su Ro with a bundle of wood, sweating profusely. "Wait for me a moment, it will be ready soon," Xiao Fei said. However, Su Ro suddenly looked nervous and whispered, "Be quiet, listen." Xiao Fei immediately became alert, tightened his saber, and pricked up his ears to listen carefully. After a moment, he breathed a sigh of relief, with an excited expression on his face. "It's the sound of flowing water. Let's go and take a look." Su Ro also became excited. The two of them moved forward, carefully following the sound of water, and made marks along the way to avoid getting lost. After a not-so-short journey, the sound of water became closer and closer. The surrounding air became moist, and the vegetation became more lush. After passing through a bush, a clear stream appeared in front of Xiao Fei. There were many fish swimming in the water, and wild fruits and shoulder vines grew on both sides of the stream. "Great!" Su Ro was overjoyed. "We finally found a water source." Xiao Fei was also very excited. He immediately rushed over and scooped up the cool stream water with his hands and drank it. After drinking, the two suddenly realized that they had forgotten to bring the empty mineral water bottle. Fortunately, the pole vine can store water. Xiao Fei cut a few vines with his saber, while Su Ro was busy collecting wild fruits around. After half an hour of work, Xiao Fei was finally ready to return. Just as Xiao Fei was about to leave, he suddenly noticed a wild leopard drinking water leisurely on the opposite side of the stream. "Oh shit!" Xiao Fei's heart tightened and he quickly lay down, quietly crawled into the bushes, staring at the wild leopard nervously, cold sweat breaking out on his back. After drinking the water, the wild leopard lazily lay down by the stream and took a nap, which made Xiao Fei feel a little relieved, but he immediately thought of Su Rou again and couldn't help feeling anxious. Xiao Fei, what are you doing? Suddenly, Su Rou's voice came from behind, and Xiao Fei almost screamed in shock. He quickly grabbed Su Rou and signaled her to be quiet. Su Rou followed Xiao Fei's gaze, and when she saw the wild leopard, her breathing suddenly became heavy and her body began to tremble unconsciously. She leaned close to Xiao Fei and asked in a low voice, "What should we do?" Xiao Fei was so nervous that he dared not move. He whispered, "Don't make any noise. Wait until it leaves before you retreat." Time seemed to be passing very slowly. The sky gradually darkened, and the light in the dense forest became weaker and weaker. The wild leopard finally stood up, stretched himself, and walked away from the stream with light steps. When the wild leopard completely disappeared into the depths of the dense forest, Xiao Fei and Su Rou finally breathed a sigh of relief, and both of them collapsed on the ground in exhaustion. However, they did not dare to stay any longer, and quickly picked up the collected supplies and returned along the original route. The moment he walked out of the dense forest, Xiao Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that he had saved his life. Su Rou was still frightened, but there seemed to be a hint of tenderness in her eyes when she looked at Xiao Fei. Just as they stepped out of the dense forest, Su Rou suddenly called Xiao Fei, stood on tiptoe, and gave him a light kiss on the face, then ran quickly towards the beach with the supplies. When Xiao Fei returned to the beach, Song Shiyu smiled mischievously and joked, "You guys are finally back. I thought you guys were going to do something bad." Su Rou put down the supplies and said angrily, "We almost lost our lives." Then, Su Rou told Song Shiyu about her experience in the dense forest. Song Shiyu's face turned pale when he heard this. He took out a steel slingshot from his pocket and said angrily, "If it dares to come again, I will kill it." Xiao Fei saw the slingshot and asked hurriedly, "Where did this thing come from?" Song Shiyu replied proudly, "They found these things in the luggage." Xiao Fei checked and found that he had a good harvest. In addition to daily necessities, there were also compasses and pocket watches, which were very important in the wilderness. He immediately kept them properly. "By the way, where are they?" Xiao Fei asked. Song Shiyu pointed to the distance and said, "She's taking a bath at the beach." Then, she turned to Su Rou and asked, "Do you want to come with me? I've been waiting for you to come back, and now I'm so dirty." Su Rou smiled and nodded, "Okay, let's go together." Xiao Fei quickly interrupted, "Take me with you." "Go to hell, you wish." Song Shiyu and Su Rou shouted at the same time, their tone full of defense and vigilance. Chapter 8. Xiao Fei smiled innocently. "What's wrong? Didn't we agree to be united and friendly? Why did the friendship capsize so easily?" Song Shiyu couldn't help laughing. "Xiao Fei, stop making trouble. Don't you know the difference between men and women?" Su Rou smiled softly and said jokingly, "Let's go, Shiyu. He just loves to joke." Xiao Fei stroked his chin and chuckled. "The one who knows me best is Su Rou. Just keep pretending." Song Shiyu said coquettishly, taking her clothes and preparing to go to the beach to wash them. "Hey, miss, hand over that thing you just had." Xiao Fei suddenly shouted. "What is that?" Song Shiyu turned around, looking confused. "That's it." Xiao Fei gestured with his hand. Song Shiyu immediately became alert. "This is mine. I need it to save my life." Xiao Fei couldn't help but laugh. "Does that mean you don't need me anymore?" Song Shiyu reluctantly took out a crude slingshot and handed it to Xiao Fei. "Then you have to keep it for me." Xiao Fei proudly put the slingshot in his pocket. "TSK. A rich girl is so stingy, it's just a slingshot. I'll give you a box when I get back." The two of them walked towards the beach with their clothes. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on their backs. Xiao Fei couldn't help but look at their slim figures, and ripples arose in his heart. Soon, it got dark, and the four women changed into clean clothes and returned to the camp one after another. Bai Yueer was wearing a navel-bearing tight short-sleeved shirt and a denim skirt. Her snow-white skin and perfect figure were particularly eye-catching in the firelight. She walked in front, looking like a domineering president. Su Rou changed into casual clothes. Her long hair and slender legs made her look like a fairy. When Xiao Qian saw Xiao Fei staring at them and immediately teased, "Xiao Fei, have you never seen a beautiful woman?" Xiao Fei smiled but said nothing. But when Bai Yueer came over, she asked coldly, "Why are you sitting here? Where's dinner?" Xiao Fei was stunned for a moment. "I haven't started yet." Bai Yueer frowned impatiently. "What were you doing while we were taking a shower? There's no phone or Wi-Fi here, and you just sat there in a daze? Didn't you see that we had already peeled the oysters and scallops?" Xiao Fei was a little confused by what she said, but he quickly realized that Bai Yueer was trying to intimidate him. He smiled and said, since I'm the one giving the order. What's the point of you pointing fingers at me? Bai Yueer said coldly, I'm just reminding you that you need to lead a team properly. Shouldn't you lead by example? How can you lead a team well if you're always hesitating? Xiao Fei secretly complained that this woman was actually using corporate management mode on a deserted island, but he was too lazy to say more. He shrugged his shoulders and started grilling seafood. Song Shiyu came over and said with a playful smile, I'll help you. Xiao Fei teased, young miss is quite diligent. Do you do things yourself at home? Song Shiyu stuck out her tongue and said, no, I just think it's fun. As soon as she finished speaking, sparks from the fire splashed onto her hands. She shook her hands in pain. Ouch! It's burning me. Su-ro came over and advised with a smile, Miss, just sit still. This is not fun. There is a lack of medicine on the deserted island. It will be troublesome if you get hurt. Xiao Fei nodded and said in a deep voice, I just sorted it out. There is only a box of antibiotics, 2 boxes of cold granules, and a small bottle of heart-saving pills in the first aid kit, and some gauze and disinfectant. These are lifeblood, so use them sparingly. Su-ro nodded in agreement, but when Xiao Qian pouted disapprovingly, Xiao Fei, don't be such a pessimist. It's best if you never use this thing. Xiao Fei sighed inwardly. This woman had not yet realized their situation. The deserted island was full of dangers, which had already exceeded their expectations. He decided not to reveal his concerns for the time being. After all, he did not have enough information yet. As night fell, the 4 women happily ate grilled seafood around the campfire, temporarily forgetting the crisis. But Xiao Fei's heart was still dark, and he knew that this night might not be peaceful. Take turns on duty tonight and keep an eye on the surroundings. Xiao Fei lit 2 more bonfires and gave instructions to everyone. When Xiao Qian grumbled in dissatisfaction, what could happen in the middle of the night? We are on the beach, not in the jungle. Su-ro agreed. Xiao Fei is right. We can't all sleep. Who knows what will happen next? The others nodded in agreement. Xiao Fei looked at his pocket watch and said, It's 10:20 now. You guys go to sleep first. I'll take over the shift, and I'll replace you in 2 hours. Despite being exhausted, everyone fell asleep quickly. Xiao Fei held his saber and patrolled around the camp, but he didn't dare to go far. After confirming that everything was normal, he returned to the campfire. As time went by, Xiao Fei felt a sense of emptiness. He was used to staying up late with his computer and mobile phone, but now he could only stare blankly at the campfire. Looking at the 4 sleeping women, his heart finally found a moment of peace. 2 hours later, Su-ro took over Xiao Fei's shift. However, just as Xiao Fei closed his eyes, he heard a piercing scream. Chapter 9 Bloody Bats. Ah, help, let me go. Xiao Fei opened his eyes dazedly and saw that several women were in a mess around the campfire. Su-hu held Bai Yueer hostage with a saber. Don't move, or I'll kill you. The shiny military knife was placed on Bai Yueer's slender, snow-white neck, and Bai Yueer was so frightened that she dared not move. Xiao Fei was shocked. He didn't expect that this guy would never change his bad habits. He jumped up and roared, What are you doing? Put the knife down. Seeing Xiao Fei wake up, Su-hu smiled proudly and said, Emma, little brother, don't get excited. It's useless to get excited, haha. Xiao Fei clenched his fists and glared at Su-hu fiercely. The other 3 women quickly hid behind him. He said in a deep voice, What do you want? Su-hu put his nose close to Bai Yueer's neck and sniffed it, then smiled obscenely with great intoxication. It smells really good. What do you think? Smelling Su-hu's stinky smell, Bai Yueer couldn't help biting her red lips and trembling all over. Her pretty face turned pale and she said angrily, You beast! I will never let you go. Shut up, bitch, or I'll kill you right here. Su-hu's face turned fierce, and he exerted a little more force with his knife-holding hand. The sharp blade cut his skin, and a trace of blood seeped out. Ah, no, Xiao Fei, save me. Feeling the pain, Bai Yueer subconsciously reached out to Xiao Fei and shouted, Don't mess around. If there's anything, let's talk it over. Xiao Fei was frightened. Sure, I'm hungry. Hurry up and get me something to eat? Okay, I'll get it for you right away. Xiao Fei looked back at Su-ro, and Su-ro understood what he meant and started grilling the remaining 2 oysters. After smelling the aroma of seafood, Su-hu swallowed his saliva with his eyes shining. Not bad. This stuff is a great tonic. You girls should serve me well tonight. When Xiao Qian got anxious when she heard this, and whispered behind Xiao Fei, don't just stand there, think of a solution quickly. Song Shiyu also said timidly, Yes, Xiao Fei. You said you would protect me. Xiao Fei frowned. What else could he do now that the other party had Bai Yueer as a bargaining chip? Unless he was willing to sacrifice Bai Yueer and fight to the death with the other party, he might still have a chance of winning. But is this realistic? At least, Xiao Fei can't do it. Quietly watching Su Hu wolfing down his food, Xiao Fei couldn't help but ask tentatively, "Brother, you're eating well, right? How about you let her go, and I'll make sure she's well fed every day from now on." Su Hu licked his lips and laughed. "Do you King think I'm stupid? If I let her go, will you still give me a chance?" Xiao Fei hurriedly explained, "You misunderstood. I promise you with my dignity that I will definitely do what I say." Su Hu interrupted impatiently, "Stop talking nonsense. I'm full now and want to exercise. You all stay here. No one can leave without my permission." As he spoke, he touched Bai Yueer's slender waist and said lewdly, "Come on, baby. Let's go to the reef and have a wild game." Bai Yueer struggled in panic. "No, I don't want it. Save me, Xiao Fei." Several women were like ants on a hot pot. "Xiao Fei, what should we do? Think of a way to stop him." The situation was extremely urgent. Xiao Fei was worried, but there was nothing he could do. He was really overwhelmed. Watching Bai Yueer being violently dragged away by Su Hu, he thought hard and whispered, "Don't worry. The only way now is to wait for him to commit a crime, and then I will take the opportunity to sneak attack him." "Oh my God, Xiao Fei, are you still a human being? That's President Bai. Can you bear to watch her being tortured by that beastly guy?" When Xiao Qian was so angry that she pushed Xiao Fei hard. At this time, Su Ro chased out and shouted, "Hey, don't go over there. There are wild leopards on this island. It's dangerous." Su Hu paused and asked, "There's a wild leopard? How come I didn't see it? Don't make trouble, or I'll start with you." Su Ro said calmly, "I'm not lying to you. I saw it with my own eyes today. It was in the dense forest. It was even bigger than you." Su Hu couldn't help but look towards the dense forest, then at the dark pile of rocks. After hesitating for a moment, he dragged Bai Yueer back. Seeing Bai Yueer return safe and sound, the women all breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, Su Hu looked at them, his eyes rolling around. "It will definitely be more fun if we play together." After these words were spoken, the women became nervous again. "Yours seems to be the most solid. Take off your clothes quickly so I can check the goods first." Su Hu smiled coquettishly at Xiao Qian. When Xiao Qian was so scared that she held her hands together, her voice trembling, "No, no, you are wrong." Su Hu glared at her. "You don't want to take it off, right? Then I'll cut her first." As he said this, he was about to attack Bai Yueer. "No, don't hurt Mr. Bai." When Xiao Qian shouted, "Then just be a good boy and take it off." When Xiao Qian put down her hands, clutched the hem of her skirt tightly, and choked up, "This is a dress. It's not easy to take it off. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up." Su Hu roared. When Xiao Qian burst into tears and began to take off her clothes while crying. Seeing when Xiao Qian give in, Su Hu's eyes lit up, and he swallowed hard, with a look of anticipation on his face. Unexpectedly, after when Xiao Qian took off her dress, she was actually wearing a set of white underwear underneath. Although her body was not exposed, her tight curves looked extremely hot. Su Hu was impatient. He shouted, "Damn it, why are there more? Quick, quick, take them all off." When Xiao Qian was crying and hugged her arms tightly, she said in a hoarse voice, "Boss Bai, I'm sorry. Fuck, you're teasing me." Su Hu was furious and kicked Wen Xiaoqian to the ground. At this moment, Xiao Fei seized the opportunity, took a deep breath, and pounced on Su Hu. Unexpectedly, the insidious Su Hu was prepared and quickly put the knife to Bai Yueer's neck again. Xiao Fei hesitated for a moment, then fell to the beach with his body tilted. "Damn it, you still want to do this? Go to hell." Su Hu angrily kicked Xiao Fei, who fell to the ground. Xiao Fei felt pain and couldn't stand up, holding his stomach. "Humph, from now on, all the women here take off their clothes, or don't blame me for being rude." After defeating Xiao Fei, Su Hu was very proud and arrogant. When the women saw Xiao Fei fail, they all became disheartened. However, at this moment, Song Shiyu shouted to Su Hu in horror, "Look, look, what's behind you?" Everyone looked behind Su Hu, and their pupils suddenly dilated. Su Hu laughed disdainfully. "Fuck, you're showing off such low-level tricks. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid?" But just as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed, and he felt a piercing pain in his back. Su Hu turned his head in a daze, only to see a group of huge black and red bats rushing towards him in the night and starting to bite him madly. "Ah!" Su Hu collapsed to the ground at once. Bats quickly crawled all over his body and bit him until he was bleeding. Seeing this scene, several women were terrified. Xiao Fei picked up the saber and shouted, "Run!" Chapter 10. No way to escape. At this moment, Bai Yueer's legs went weak. She was right next to Su Hu and was so scared that she fell on the beach. Seeing Su Hu's miserable condition up close, her three views were completely overturned, and her usual arrogance immediately collapsed. She crawled while crying, without caring about her image, but no matter how hard she tried, she seemed to be going around in circles. Soon, the bat sucked the fluids out of Su Hu until he was emaciated. Bai Yueer, who witnessed the whole process, fainted from fright. After Xiao Fei led everyone to run for a distance, he realized that Bai Yueer had not caught up. When he looked back, Bai Yueer had fainted beside the campfire. Ms. Bai is still there. I want to go and save her. Following Xiao Fei's gaze, when Xiaoqian couldn't help but be shocked. What are you trying to save? You didn't even take off your clothes just now, and you still have the nerve to say you want to save her. Xiao Fei retorted irritably, frowning and looking towards the sky above the campfire, where countless bats were circling. It's strange. How come these bats are so big and not afraid of fire? Xiao Fei found it unbelievable. At this time, when Xiaoqian blushed and said, "Then what do you say we should do? We can't just watch Mr. Bai die." Xiao Fei pondered for a moment, then said to everyone, "You guys go hide outside the jungle first. I'll go save her." As he said that, Xiao Fei bent over and ran towards the bonfire. Seeing this, Su Ro hurriedly urged, "Hurry up, let's go first." In the end, Song Shiyu refused to do it. She said coquettishly, "I won't go to the jungle. There are wild leopards in it. Isn't it safe here?" When Xiaoqian also agreed, "Yes, the bats didn't fly over here. It's too dark over there in the dense forest. It's even more dangerous." After Xiao Fei approached the bonfire, he lay down on the beach and began to crawl forward. Suddenly, he saw a bat leave Su Hu's body, fluttering a few times in the air, and then flying towards Bai Yueer. "Oh no, Mr. Bai, wake up!" Xiao Fei shouted. But Bai Yueer, who was unconscious, didn't react at all. In desperation, Xiao Fei took out a steel slingshot, quickly clamped a small piece of sand on it, and shot it at the bat. Whoosh! The sand and stones hit the bat's wings, and the bat let out a squeak sound, lost its balance, and fell into the campfire. Holy shit! This works. Xiao Fei secretly rejoiced. It seemed that although these bats had attack power, their defense was almost zero. He couldn't help but speed up and crawled directly to Bai Yueer's side. "Boss Bai, wake up quickly." After shaking it vigorously for a few times, Bai Yueer remained indifferent. Xiao Fei glanced at Su Hu next to him. Those bats had almost sucked him up. They flew up one after another and hovered in the air, ready for a second attack at any time. Xiao Fei gritted his teeth, grabbed a bunch of torches and threw them at the group of bats, then carried Bai Yueer on his back and ran away. The bats in midair were hit by torches, and several of them were severely burned and fell straight down like fireballs. For a moment, bursts of shrill cries came from the group of bats, and those bats hovering above the campfire seemed to have received some kind of signal. They all began to gather, forming a black mass, swooping down and pouncing on Xiao Fei. "Xiao Fei, run!" Not far away, Su Ro's scream was heard. Xiao Fei turned around and was so scared that he shivered. He held Bai Yueer's legs tightly, exerted all his strength, and ran towards the women desperately. "Hurry! Hide in the dense forest!" Xiao Fei was panting, shouting as he ran. Now his only chance of escaping was to hide in the dense forest and seek cover. Seeing swarms of bats flying over, the women screamed in fear and did not care whether there were any wild animals in the dense forest. They all rushed in. It was pitch dark in the dense forest, and there was no sense of direction. Several people stepped on the thick, dead leaves on the ground, making a lot of noise. Xiao Fei didn't dare to go deeper, so he stopped everyone temporarily and began to look back to observe the situation of the bats. But it takes time for people's eyes to adapt to the darkness. At this moment, Xiao Fei realized that it was completely dark in front of him, with only the sound of panting coming from his ears. Xiao Fei said nervously, "Everyone come closer, squat down and don't move." Then, there were the rustling sounds of clothes rubbing against each other and the crisp sounds of body joints. When Xiaoqian's timid voice sounded, "Xiao Fei, what should we do now? I'm so scared." Song Shiyu stretched out her hand and grabbed in the darkness. "Xiao Fei, where are you? I can't see you. Come and protect me." "Oh my, who touched me? It's so scary." Xiao Fei was confused. "That's enough. Stop talking. I'll take a look at the situation." At this time, Xiao Fei's vision gradually became clear, and he began to concentrate on looking for the fire. The direction of the fire was naturally the beach. After turning around and looking for a while, he finally saw a ray of light vaguely. Now that he had a sense of direction, Xiaofei couldn't help but feel more at ease. But if you look carefully in that direction, you will find that the outskirts of the dense forest are covered with a dark shadow. Soon the shadow becomes smaller and smaller, and disappears one after another into the dense forest. Oh no, bats have entered the jungle. Xiaofei growled, "Everyone follow me, run." For a moment, everyone ran around in the dense forest like frightened rabbits. Xiaofei was exhausted from carrying Bai Yueer on his back. Fortunately, Bai Yueer was a little plump and her weight was within his tolerance. Otherwise, he would have vomited from exhaustion. However, at this critical moment, Xiaofei didn't care whether he was tired or not. He wished he could step on Hot Wheels. As long as there was a road in front of him, he would rush forward regardless of everything. The women also performed exceptionally well and followed Xiaofei closely without falling behind. After running for an unknown amount of time, Xiaofei finally couldn't hold on any longer. He stopped and gasped for breath. Wait a moment before running." Several women also stopped, each one breathing heavier than the other. Suddenly, when Xiaoqian screamed in horror, "Wow! What is that?" Everyone looked back and saw a pair of small blood-red eyes floating in the dark sky not far behind them. "Oh shit, they're catching up. Run." As soon as Xiao Fei finished speaking, when Xiaoqian ran out in panic. "Hey, stop running around." Seeing that when Xiaoqian was running in the wrong direction, Xiao Fei had no choice but to chase after her with the others. But the further he ran, the more Xiao Fei felt his feet were struggling, as the terrain here was clearly getting higher. When Xiaoqian was running in the front, but suddenly she slipped and fell down after several tumbles. "Ah, help, Xiao Fei, save me." Xiao Fei rushed forward and took a look. Suddenly, his heart was pounding. Where the hell is this road? There was a bottomless cliff in front of her. When Xiaoqian clung to the vines tightly, with her whole body hanging halfway up the mountain. After putting Bai Yueer down, Xiao Fei and a few others worked together to pull Xiaoqian up. When Xiaoqian hugged Xiao Fei and cried, her body trembling, "It's no use hugging me, just don't run around like a chicken next time." Xiao Fei didn't have time to enjoy Xiaoqian's warm embrace and pushed her away. At this time, Su Rou shouted, "Xiao Fei, the bats are coming." Chapter 11. Cave Refuge. Xiao Fei looked back and saw little red eyes floating everywhere in the dense forest, quickly gathering towards them. "What should we do? Will we die here?" Song Shiyu was desperate. It wasn't just her who felt desperate, everyone present felt the same. There is a cliff in front and bats behind. It is obvious that there is no way out. "Damn you! You bunch of bastards! Give me a Gatling gun, and I promise to beat you to the ground." Xiao Fei was so angry that he started swearing, but unfortunately there was no system in his body, nor in any online novel. This is a fucking deserted island where the strong prey on the weak. It's cruel and realistic. Wait, a cliffhanger? Xiao Fei seemed to suddenly think of something, but before he could sort out his thoughts, Su Rou beside him shouted, "Look, there seems to be a cave over there." Xiao Fei's brain lit up. Yes, it was a cave. Since there was a cliff, the possibility of a cave was very high. As for what this knowledge point was, he had forgotten, but it was taught by the geography teacher anyway. "Come on, let's go in and hide." Having said that, Xiao Fei carried Bai Yueer on his back again. "I don't want to. It's so dark in the cave. Who knows what kind of monsters there are? What if it's a wild leopard's den? If you want to go, go ahead. I'd rather fight the stinky bats to the end." Song Shiyu pouted her lips and put her hands on her hips, looking like she would rather die than surrender. "What the hell am I fighting with you? Hurry up, it will be too late if you're any later." Xiao Fei said unhappily. "Shiyu, hide in the cave first. Good things will come to you." Su Rou advised kindly. "But, don't say buts. If you want to keep the guy company on the beach, no one can stop you." Xiao Fei said this and went to the cave first. Thinking of Su, whose miserable state on the beach, Song Shiyu immediately felt horrified. She quickly chased after him, yelling, "Hey, why are you walking so fast? You said you would protect me?" The few people did not dare to walk through the dense forest, so they had to move quickly along the edge of the cliff towards the cave. The debris at their feet kept falling down the cliff, and no echo could be heard for a long time. "Everyone, step firmly. If you fall down, you will definitely die." Xiao Fei walked in front carefully and gave instructions. When Xiaoqian followed closely behind, she pulled Bai Yueer's waistband and said timidly, "Xiao Fei, slow down. I'm afraid of heights." Su Rou, who was behind her, comforted her, "It's okay, just don't look down." Xiao Fei was a little amused. Just let her see. How can she see anything in the dark? And you are afraid of heights. Don't scare yourself. When Xiaoqian spat, Xiao Fei, do you care about others? You deserve to be single. Xiao Fei was speechless, but Song Shiyu at the back smiled foolishly and said, so Xiao Fei is still single. Then you must protect me well, and I will introduce you to a fair, rich, and beautiful woman when we go back. Xiao Fei chuckled. Are you serious? Just as Song Shiyu was about to reply, Su Rou interrupted with an unhappy look on her face. Okay, let's not joke around until we can save our lives tonight. We've arrived at the cave. Everyone looked up and saw that the cave was right in front of them. When they got closer and took a closer look, they found that the entrance seemed very large, enough to accommodate 2 people at the same time, but the entrance was about half a meter higher than the ground. However, the fault protruding outside the cave happens to form a natural stone staircase, and the area is large enough, just like an open-air terrace of a house. Several people stopped to watch. The dark cave was eerily quiet, as if filled with inexplicable mystery. People's fear comes from the unknown. Faced with an unfamiliar cave, everyone is very nervous at this time. Xiao Fei looked back at the dense forest. Those blood-red little eyes were getting closer and closer. You guys wait outside. I'll go in and take a look first. He put Bai Yueer down, drew his saber from his waist, and walked towards the cave carefully. In fact, Xiao Fei was also scared to death. What's the use of being scared? If he didn't do it, no one else would do it. Who told him to be the only one? Xiao Fei gritted his teeth and walked closer to the cave entrance. Just as he was about to climb the stone steps, Su Rou's voice suddenly came from behind him. Xiao Fei, wait a moment. Xiao Fei was startled, patted his chest and said in a low voice, oh my god, it's the middle of the night. Don't get startled, okay? Su Rou whispered, you're so stupid. Throw a rock in there and take a look. Xiao Fei was stunned. Yes, this is a good idea. Then he picked up a palm-sized stone at his feet and threw it into the cave. At the same time, he stepped back several steps, gripped his saber tightly, and stared at the cave entrance with bated breath. The women at the back had already huddled together, not even blinking, as if they were afraid that some monster would pop out at any time. Soon, the sound of stones falling to the ground echoed, and the cave sounded very empty. After a few seconds, the cave returned to silence, as if there were no signs of death. Xiao Fei, try throwing it again. Song Shiyu was a little unconvinced and couldn't help but said worriedly. At this moment, when Xiaoqian suddenly shouted, oh, it's a bat. Everyone looked up and saw several pairs of blood-red eyes in the sky outside the cave. Xiao Fei was shocked. Quick, go into the cave. Without hesitation, everyone climbed up the stone steps and entered the cave. Everyone stay calm. Don't move. After coming in, Xiao Fei gave instructions immediately. The cave was extremely dark and the temperature dropped significantly. Several people huddled together tightly, not daring to move. Xiao Fei, I'm so scared. Is there any wild animal in here? In the darkness, Song Shiyu's voice was filled with tears. Yes, there shouldn't be any. Didn't you throw a stone to test it just now? Su Rou comforted her, but her voice was obviously trembling. Shoo, don't talk. I'm going to go take a look outside. Rather than the unknown beasts, Xiao Fei was more worried about the blood-sucking bats. If all the bats flew into the cave, they would be trapped. Xiao Fei walked quietly towards the cave entrance and found countless blood-red eyes floating outside the cave. He retreated fearfully and whispered, we are surrounded. We must quickly find a way to block the entrance to the cave. Why is it so blocked? It's pitch black and I can't see anything. When Xiaoqian couldn't help but complain. But just as she finished her words, a ray of fire lit up in the cave. Holding the lighter in his hand, Xiao Fei quickly glanced around and found that the cave did not seem to be big, but the clearance was very high. There seemed to be various text symbols and graphics engraved on the stone walls, like some kind of rock painting. But at this moment, he had no time to care about it, and quickly said, everyone look around to see if there is anything that can be used. Wow, Xiao Fei, why didn't you take out your lighter earlier? You scared me to death just now. Song Shiyu said coquettishly and quickly moved her body closer to Xiao Fei. Bats can recognize fire. I'm afraid of being discovered. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. Xiao Fei was restless. At this time, Su Rou pointed to a corner and said in surprise, there is a pile of branches there. Hurry up, everyone come and help. Xiao Fei immediately turned off the lighter, and several people groped in the dark, holding branches to block the entrance of the cave. After taking defensive measures, Xiao Fei lit his lighter and used the remaining branches to start a fire at the entrance of the cave. Under the firelight, the cave was as bright as day, and the women finally felt at ease. Hey, what's that noise? Song Shiyu looked back at the innermost part of the cave and unexpectedly found another cave. She came closer out of curiosity and immediately screamed. Chapter 12. Strange Cave. The screams were infinitely amplified in the cave and sounded extremely terrifying. However, before everyone could react, Song Shiyu ran back to the fire with a look of horror. She stared with her big eyes, her little mouth trembling as she couldn't speak, and her shaking hands kept pointing to the innermost part of the cave. When the women saw Song Shiyu like this, they became anxious and frightened. Xiao Fei gripped his saber tightly, grabbed a torch, and waved it towards the innermost part of the cave, only to find that there was nothing unusual. Shiyu, calm down. What on earth is there? At this time, Su Rou put her arm around Song Shiyu's shoulders, comforting her and asking questions. Song Shiyu covered her chest, took a deep breath, and said, "There is a hole in the ground, and something seems to be moving inside." A hole in the ground? Wen Xiaoqian's jaw dropped in shock. It can't be a snake hole. After hearing what Wen Xiaoqian said, everyone became more nervous. They all hid behind Xiao Fei and grabbed Xiao Fei's clothes tightly. Xiao Fei couldn't help but get goosebumps when he felt countless hands scratching his back. If this was really a snake cave, they would definitely be doomed tonight.
Stop, stop, stop.
Stop scratching. You're making my hair stand on end. Xiao Fei shook his shoulders in annoyance and mustered up his courage and said, "Everyone, get ready. Use all the weapons you can use. I'll go over and take a look. If there really is something there, we can destroy it together." At this point, Xiao Fei was forced to take the initiative and fight a desperate battle for survival. He held a torch in one hand and a saber in the other, and walked slowly towards the innermost part of the cave. The space here is relatively narrow, and the temperature is relatively humid. The stone walls on both sides are covered with moss and water droplets. After getting closer, Xiao Fei saw the cave that Song Shiyu mentioned at a glance with the help of the firelight. The entrance of the cave was quite large, about 60 to 70 centimeters, but the bottom of the cave was pitch black, so it seemed to be very deep. Xiao Fei did not go forward. His intuition told him that this cave was definitely not simple. If there really is a snake in the cave, then it must be hiding a super large python. If they lure the snake out of the cave, can they defeat it? Thinking of this, Xiao Fei felt a chill running down his spine. No matter what it was, he couldn't let it escape. The safest way was to burn it to death directly in the cave. After making up his mind, Xiao Fei breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly turned back and told a few women his idea. As a result, when everyone sorted out the firewood, they found that there was not much firewood that could be used, unless they removed the wood that was blocking the cave entrance. But if the entrance is opened, what if those eager bats outside fly in? Faced with such a dilemma, everyone fell into deep thought for a moment. Suddenly, Su Rou said, "Why don't we build a fire in front of the cave first, so that we can temporarily prevent it from leaving the cave? When the bats disperse at dawn, we can open the cave entrance and burn it." "Yes, this is a good idea. What do you think, Xiao Fei?" When Xiaoqian slapped her thigh and looked at Xiao Fei, Xiao Fei took out his pocket watch and took a look. It was now past 4 in the morning, and it was still early before dawn. What if the fire didn't burn for long and that guy came out? Su Rou smiled and said, "The sun rises early on this island. I estimate that the sun will rise in less than an hour." Xiao Fei suddenly realized that she was worthy of being a flight attendant. He actually forgot such simple common sense. "Okay, let's do it. Everybody be careful." Having said that, Xiao Fei took the lead and took action. He stood at the spot closest to the hole, with several women behind him lined up in a long queue, passing firewood in an assembly line. After a while, Xiao Fei piled all the dry firewood in front of the cave. "Okay, everyone, stand back." Xiao Fei waved his hand, and several women quickly returned to the campfire, each looking extremely nervous. After looking back at everyone, Xiao Fei threw down the torch to light the fire, and soon the pile of dry firewood in front of the cave caught fire. Cough, cough, cough. Thick smoke billowed from the burning fire, making everyone cough uncontrollably, and Xiao Fei, who was at the front, couldn't even open his eyes. He covered his mouth and backed away repeatedly, squinting his eyes and staring at the fire in front of the cave. After a while, the smoke dissipated, flames rose, and the cave was exposed without reservation. Xiao Fei gripped his saber tightly and bravely went forward to take a look. He saw a large bird covered with feathers crawling in the cave. "Oh shit, it's actually a bird hole?" Xiao Fei's mind was filled with black lines. This was such a waste of expression. "Don't be nervous, it's just a bird." He sighed and turned to the few people who were still on edge and said, "Well, who among you can pluck the feathers? Let's roast the bird meat." When everyone heard this, they looked at each other in disbelief and ran forward to take a look. There was indeed a bird in the hole. "It's just a bird hole. What's so interesting about it? Put out the fire quickly and I'll catch it." Seeing the women's curious faces, Xiao Fei couldn't help but smile and shook his head. But Su Rose said thoughtfully, "This shouldn't be a bird hole. Have you ever seen a bird digging a hole?" When Xiao Qin laughed directly, "Why not? It must be a woodpecker." "Oh my God, woodpeckers dig holes in trees. This is a hole in the ground, sister." Song Shiyu rolled her eyes. Xiao Fei suddenly realized, yes, how could there be a bird that digs holes in the ground? It seems that the excessive tension just now has made his brain not work well. At this time, Su Ro frowned and said, "Look, this doesn't seem to be an ordinary bird." Xiao Fei then began to observe carefully and found that the big bird was half a meter long, with white feathers on its head and tail, while its upper body was dark gray with brown spots. Its beak was like an iron hook, and its wings were quite lush. "This is not a bird, it's clearly an eagle." He held his chin in his hand and watched intently, muttering, "How could an eagle run into a cave?" Eagle? After hearing Xiao Fei's words, Song Shiyu couldn't help but have a wild imagination. There is a cave in the cave, and there is an eagle in the cave. Could it be the one in the Return of the Condor Heroes? "Stop it. I'm thinking, can you be serious?" Xiao Fei was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. As soon as he finished speaking, the eagle in the cave suddenly became irritable. It spread its wings, but the space was too narrow for it to maneuver, so it could only flap its wings a few times and spin in place. Wow, wow, wow. Unable to fly out, the eagle began to roar violently at everyone, and the sound was quite terrifying. Everyone stepped back, and Xiao Fei reminded, "This eagle has a bad temper. Everyone please be careful." Su Rose said, "It seems to be injured. I just saw blood on its wings." "Really? That's great. Otherwise it might fly out and hurt someone." When Xiao Qian began to feel thankful, the next few people were very cautious. There were bats outside the cave and eagles inside the cave. They dared not to provoke either side and could only wait quietly for dawn before making plans. But not long after, Song Shiyu covered her stomach and said with a bitter face, "Xiao Fei, I want to go to the toilet." Xiao Fei waved his hand, "Go over there. No one will see you." Song Shiyu shook her head and said, "No, I want a bigger size." When Xiao Qian heard this, she said anxiously, "Don't do that. The cave is so small and it stinks." Song Shiyu snorted and pleaded with Xiao Fei, "Xiao Fei, take me outside." "How can that be? There are bats outside." Xiao Fei was speechless. Song Shiyu crouched down and went to the cave entrance to take a look. "Xiao Fei, the bat seems to be gone." Chapter 13. Occupy the nest. As soon as they heard Song Shiyu say that the bat was gone, everyone came over. The outside of the cave was empty, as if the bats had never been there. At this moment, it was dawn. Xiao Fei took out his pocket watch and saw that it was exactly 5 o'clock in the morning. "Xiao Fei, I can't bear it anymore. Please take me out," Song Shiyu said as he started to dismantle the wood at the entrance of the cave. Xiao Fei thought about it and decided that it would be a good idea to go out and take a look. So he asked Song Shiyu to open a small hole, and the two of them came out one after the other. I have to say, the air on this island is really fresh. After Xiao Fei came out of the cave and took a few breaths, he felt refreshed. However, he did not slack off because it was still dark and his vision was limited. Even if there were no bats, there would still be danger in the dense forest at any time. He escorted Song Shiyu to the nearest big tree outside the cave, and then went to be on guard around the area. Besides, he had to consciously avoid the girls when they went to the toilet. But just as Xiao Fei walked away a few steps, Song Shiyu hurriedly said from behind, "Xiao Fei, where are you going?" "I'm scared." "Don't be afraid, I won't go far." Xiao Fei responded without looking back. "But I can hardly see you anymore. Can you please move back a little?" Song Shiyu pleaded. Xiao Fei said nothing and took 2 steps back. "No, keep retreating. We need to retreat. Back off a little further." Song Shiyu kept urging him, and Xiao Fei took several steps back. He suddenly stopped and said speechlessly, "Oh my God, miss, are you done yet? I can smell it if you retreat again. Do you want me to wipe your butt for you?" Song Shiyu said aggrievedly, "I'm just afraid, really? Hurry up then." Xiao Fei shook his head helplessly. The dense forest was still dark at dawn, with countless insects humming and strange noises coming from the bushes from time to time. A gust of wind blew, the forest trembled, and all the grass and trees looked like enemies. Xiao Fei was so nervous that his brain nerves almost broke. "You're not well yet. It's been so long. We have to go back as soon as possible. Xiao Fei urged. Okay, okay, let's go. Song Shiyu pulled up his pants and ran up. Go into the cave quickly and be careful. Xiao Fei looked around vigilantly and only followed after Song Shiyu went in. Back in the cave, Xiao Fei's heart finally settled down. He leaned against the branches and looked out for a few times. After seeing that everything was normal, he sat down by the fire. After a night of tossing and turning, everyone was now dizzy and exhausted, and when Xiao Qian even hugged her legs and began to doze off. Seeing Xiao Fei's tired face, Su Rou said softly, "You take a nap first. I'll keep watch over you." Xiao Fei nodded, but then shook his head. "No, it will be daybreak soon. After we deal with the eagle and collect some more firewood, we can have a good rest in this cave." There is no doubt that now that we are stranded on a deserted island, a cave is the perfect place to live. Xiao Fei planned to wait until everyone had adjusted their condition, then pack up and stay in the cave to wait for rescue. Seeing Xiao Fei disregarding his own health and caring about the overall situation, Su Rou's heart trembled slightly, and the look she gave Xiao Fei was tender as water. Being stared at by the beautiful stewardess in front of him, Xiao Fei was a little stunned at first, but soon he couldn't help blushing and lowering his head. Although he has been single for many years and has no experience in love, he is not a fool. What's more, Su Rou took the initiative to kiss him at dusk, which was simply a rhythm of trying to seduce him. Suddenly, Xiao Fei's heart began to beat fast. "Hey, what are you two doing? You're flirting with each other. I'm not asleep yet." Song Shiyu called out suddenly, her big eyes full of evil amusement. "A hand after daybreak." Song Shiyu rolled her eyes. "TSK, you hypocrite. I can't help you anymore. I'm going to sleep. Good night." With that, she fell on her knees and became unresponsive. Xiao Fei shrugged, smiled at Su Rou, and fell silent. At 5:40, when the first ray of morning light penetrated the branches and shone into the cave, Xiao Fei took out his pocket watch and silently recorded this moment. He shook his head, cheered himself up, opened the hole, and walked out with his saber in hand. The sky outside the cave was bright, and everywhere he looked was lush green, with birds singing and flowers blooming. If it weren't for the terrifying scene last night, Xiao Fei would have really been intoxicated by the beauty of nature. Standing on the stone steps at the entrance of the cave, Xiao Fei did some simple stretching exercises, then walked down the steps and came to the edge of the cliff to take a look. As expected, the cliff is very deep below, and a river runs through the valley, dividing the deserted island into two parts as if by magic. There are rocky beaches on both sides of the river, and it looks like you can wade across the river to the canyon on the opposite side. Xiao Fei didn't look at it for long, as he had no interest in the canyon opposite. Holding a saber, Xiao Fei went around to chop wood. Su Rou followed him out and started working with him. An hour later, the two men collected a large pile of dry firewood. On the way, Xiao Fei climbed a tree and caught a nest of bird eggs, which he then roasted over a fire in the open space at the entrance of the cave. Smelling the aroma of cooked eggs, several women in the cave came out. Bai Yueer looked the best. She had slept soundly since she fainted last night. Just now, she listened to Wen Xiaoqian's narration of the whole process with her hands and feet gesticulating. Her face suddenly turned pale and rosy. "Xiao Fei, thank you for last night." Bai Yueer blushed and whispered. Xiao Fei handed her a ripe bird egg and smiled disapprovingly. Although his expression was casual, he still secretly glanced at Bai Yueer a few more times. It was rare for this domineering female CEO to be shy, but it looked quite attractive. After breakfast, Xiao Fei began to ask everyone to prepare to burn the cave, that is, to kill the eagle. However, when everyone had piled up the dry firewood, Su Rou hesitated. She pulled Xiao Fei, who was about to light the fire, and said, "Look, its eyes are so pitiful." Xiao Fei took a closer look and found that the eagle seemed to be very human-like. It knew that it was about to die, and its eyes were full of pain. "Xiao Fei, why don't we let it go?" Su Rou continued. When Xiao Qian on the side objected directly, "No, if we let it out, we will be in danger. Look at its mouth and claws, they are so scary." This time, when Xiao Qian seemed to be right. On this deserted island where the strong prey on the weak, there is no sympathy in the fight for survival. Suddenly, Bai Yueer behind him looked up and asked in confusion, "Hey, there is a bird's nest in this cave?" Xiao Fei was stunned and looked at the top of the cave. The entire top of the cave was cone-shaped, with many black nests embedded in the cracks of the surrounding stone walls. Xiao Fei and his friends entered the cave too abruptly last night, and the visibility was poor, so they did not find these nests. Could they all be its cubs? Song Shiyu was very surprised. It shouldn't be. Look, there's more over there. Su Rou shouted. There are some here too. When Xiao Qian also shouted. This is too much. Everyone was surprised that the entire top of the cave was covered with black nests. They were so densely packed and uneven that it made people feel goosebumps all over their bodies when they looked at them. At this time, the eagle in the cave became irritable again. It dug the bottom of the cave with its sharp claws and actually dug out a dead bat. The bat was black and red all over, exactly the same as the group they encountered last night. Then it lowered its head and pecked, tearing off the bat's head and chewing it with relish. Several women felt nauseous and turned their heads away, but Xiao Fei suddenly understood and pointed at the top of the cave and said in surprise, "Those are bat nests." Chapter 14. Past Events on a Deserted Island. Bat nest. Hearing Xiao Fei's exclamation, several women shuddered and looked at each other. When Xiao Qian was so scared that she hugged Bai Yueer's shoulders and said with a pale face, "There are so many bat nests, let's run quickly." Song Shiyu was also panicking. "Yeah, before the bat comes back, Xiao Fei, take us away from here." Su Rou paused and said, "It's indeed dangerous here, but where should we go now? We need a place to stay. Let's go back to the beach. The view there is wide and the rescue team can find us easily." When Xiao Qian said with her eyes wide open, Bai Yueer said nothing and looked at Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei hesitated for a moment, then said thoughtfully, "Don't panic, let me think about it." "Emma, it's already this late. What are you still thinking about? It's safer in broad daylight. It will be too late if you delay any further." When Xiao Qian stamped her feet anxiously, Xiao Fei glanced at her, ignored her, and began to circle around the cave, observing the patterns on the stone wall as he walked. Xiao Fei's actions confused everyone. When Xiao Qian couldn't help but scold, "Xiao Fei, you are stupid. You still have the leisure to take a walk and look at paintings. If you don't leave, we will leave." Having said that, she walked out of the cave angrily, but when she looked back, the others didn't react. "Boss Bai, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and leave." Bai Yueer hesitated for a moment and said, "Don't worry, let's see how everyone arranges it." When Xiao Qian felt humiliated and had to come back obediently, seeing Xiao Fei concentrating, Su Rou seemed to have thought of something. She said to Bai Yueer, "Look at those patterns on the stone wall. Do they look like rock paintings?" Bai Yueer nodded. "I saw it when I woke up, but I was a little confused at the time and forgot to ask, who left these?" Song Shiyu rushed to say, "Of course it was drawn by a human. Could it be that those bats have this skill?" The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Song Shiyu's words seemed to wake everyone up. Su Rou suddenly understood. So someone had been to the cave before us? Bai Yueer was also surprised and said, "Yes, since it was painted by someone, then someone must have been here." Song Shiyu finally reacted, her eyes sparkling as she said, "Then aren't we saved? That's great." When Xiao Qian was confused, she asked unreasonably, "What are you talking about? Even if someone came here, what does that have to do with bats?" At this time, Xiao Fei came over and said with a smile on his face, "You are right, someone has indeed been here and lived in the cave. The wood we used last night must have been left behind by them. Also, from what I just observed, the rock paintings on the stone wall were not created in one go, but were recorded over many years. Look at the graphics. They happen to depict the growth process of something according to the order of the 24 solar terms." After hearing what Xiao Fei said, several women became curious and began to study it, but after looking at it for a long time, they couldn't figure out anything. "Xiao Fei, stop playing tricks on me. Why can't I understand a single word you say?" When Xiao Qian sneered impatiently, "These are neither Chinese characters nor English. I really can't understand them." Bai Yueer frowned. Su Rou couldn't help but reach out and touch the marks of varying depths on the stone wall. She asked with interest, "Xiao Fei, these graphics and words are obscure and difficult to understand. How did you recognize them?" Song Shiyu nodded and agreed, "Yes, Xiao Fei, this is clearly a ghost painting. Could it be that you have been a Taoist priest?" Seeing that several women were confused, Xiao Fei smiled brightly and couldn't help but feel a small sense of accomplishment in his heart. He cleared his throat and said seriously, "This is Mayan, the indigenous language. I studied Mayan culture during my university years, so I am naturally familiar with their writing and graphics." "I see." Su Rou nodded in sudden realization. Song Shiyu praised, "Xiao Fei, you are really good. You have this skill. No wonder you can write those headache-inducing program codes." Xiao Fei laughed. "Of course, I am gifted. Didn't you see that the whole company participated in the competition, but I was the only one who won the award?" "Show off." When Xiao Qian snorted disdainfully, With your little bonus, our sales department will have to pay for it. Speaking of team building abroad, it's like opening a scar for Xiao Fei. If Bai Yueer hadn't confiscated his bonus and taken him out with her, would he be stranded on a desert island now? Seeing Xiao Fei's expression was not right, Bai Yueer coughed twice, gave Wen Xiaoqian a look, and changed the subject. Since you recognize these words and graphics, is there any record about this island? Now, Bai Yueer roughly understood in her mind that Xiao Fei was able to remain calm and composed, and he must have learned some information from it. Xiao Fei glanced at Bai Yueer, thinking that this female boss was indeed very observant and smart. In that case, he didn't hide anything and translated all the content that he could understand. What it means is that this island has existed for hundreds of years. At that time, there were tribes living on the island. These tribes relied on fishing and hunting for a living and lived a comfortable and peaceful life. However, a tsunami caused by a tornado completely destroyed their homes, and the island was split into two. After being divided into two peninsulas, the tribes on the island also split into two forces. The two sides often killed each other for food. At the same time, after the tornado, strange events occurred one after another on the island. The most obvious thing was that those originally very small animals turned into giant beasts overnight and began to frantically attack the residents on the island. Later, in order to survive, the leaders of both sides met in this cave for peace talks and decided to join forces to fight against the monster. After half a year of hard work, the giant beast on the island was finally eliminated, and both sides held a grand celebration banquet in front of the cave. But on the night of the banquet, the sky changed strangely and a tornado appeared again on the sea. Fortunately, this time it did not land and cause any casualties. The high priest of the tribe predicted that this was God's will and that the island had been cursed and was unsuitable for living. So he begged the tribal leaders to migrate in large numbers. The leaders of both sides were immersed in the joy of victory and didn't care at all, until the next day, when the residents who went up the mountain to hunt exploded and died one after another. The leaders of both sides began to build ships and leave the island. From then on, the two tribes would send representatives to the island every year to offer sacrifices and pray for peace. After Xiao Fei finished speaking in one breath, he seemed to be still immersed in the story of the rock paintings and couldn't extricate himself, with a very trance-like expression. The women were listening intently. When they saw Xiao Fei suddenly stop moving, Song Shiyu patted his arm and said, "Go on, keep talking." Xiao Fei came back to his senses and smiled. "It's over." Song Shiyu's face was full of disappointment. "That's it?" Xiao Fei laughed awkwardly. "The content of the following text is too profound. I haven't figured it out yet." "Oh my God, Xiao Fei, are you kidding me? After all this time, you were supposed to tell us a story, but what about those bat nests? Are you going to leave us to die?" After when Xiaoqian reacted, she was very angry and stared at Xiao Fei with dissatisfaction. Xiao Fei shook his head and explained, "What you just heard is my own summary. Of course, there is more to the story. Anything else? About those bats?" Suro couldn't help asking. "Yes, bloody bats were mentioned in the records of hunting giant beasts." Xiao Fei turned and pointed to the cave. "That eagle is the nemesis of bloody bats, the sacred falcon." Chapter 15 Through the Dense Forest. After hearing what Xiao Fei said, several women turned around and looked towards the cave. Every face was filled with surprise. At this moment, the eagle in the cave had just finished eating a bat and was looking at them with its head tilted, probably thinking, "Oh shit, they finally know my identity." Xiao Fei went on to introduce, "This sacred falcon is the king of all eagles. It has a very fierce temperament and is difficult to tame. Books have recorded that there are eagles from Liaodong, and the most handsome one is called sacred falcon. I just didn't expect that there would be one on this deserted island. It's really rare." Su Ro bravely walked over and said, "Then let's release it. It would be a shame to burn such a rare animal to death." Song Shiyu also said, Yes, we can't burn it to death. It can also eat bats to protect us." Xiao Fei nodded. "That's what I thought, but..." Seeing Xiao Fei hesitate to speak, Bai Yueer hurriedly said, "It's just that you are not sure whether it will hurt us after it comes out, right?" Xiao Fei smiled faintly and did not comment. "I don't think it's right." At this time, when Xiaoqian, who had been silent for a long time, objected, she pointed at the top of the cave and said confidently, "If it is really as powerful as the legend says, why are there so many bat nests? In my opinion, it is trapped in the cave and can't get out. It eats dead bats because it is hungry. Who can guarantee that such a ferocious bird will not eat us after it comes out?" When Xiaoqian's inferences and concerns were not without reason, and the women had no room for rebuttal, she smiled smugly, "You are so confused. You just believe the story on the stone wall without using your brain. If there is a bat killer on this island, how did the group of bats we encountered last night survive? Song Shiyu's eyes lit up. That's right, Sister Xiaoqian. You guys are really quick-witted. We were almost misled by this story. When Xiaoqian raised her head proudly, of course, being the top seller is not something that ordinary people can do. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Fei laughed. Since you can think of these questions, have you ever thought about why the sacred falcon appeared in this cave? Is it related to the bat nest on the top of the cave? Also, there were at least a few hundred bats last night. They stopped outside the cave and did not force their way in. Do you really think that the wood blocking the cave entrance stopped them? The series of interrogations immediately confused the women. They looked at Xiao Fei blankly, speechless. Xiao Fei waved his hand. Forget it. Let me put it this way. This cave is now the lair of the group of bats last night. And this sacred falcon rushed in alone, bravely suffered injury and fell into the cave. The frightened bats took the opportunity to escape from the cave, and then flew to the beach and attacked us. We ended up running into the cave by mistake, and the bats were afraid of the sacred falcon, so they didn't dare to come in, so we luckily escaped. Okay, I'm done. You guys take your time to think about it. After saying so many words in one breath, and there was no water to drink in the cave, Xiao Fei's throat was almost smoking with thirst. He thought to himself that no matter what everyone else said, he was determined to keep the sacred falcon. With it in the cave, the group of bats would not dare to invade at will. Fortunately, Bai Yueer was the first to express her opinion. Although she was unconscious last night and didn't know the situation, with many years of experience in workplace reasoning and judgment and her quick thinking, she felt that Xiao Fei's analysis was very accurate. Then Su Rou also expressed her approval. She had already been full of trust in Xiao Fei. The second is Song Shiyu. Even though she was praising Wen Xiaoqian in the last second, it was Xiao Fei who could truly give her a sense of security. When Xiaoqian said with an unhappy look on her face, "So what? Even if it is a bat nemesis, it is still dangerous to us." Yes, after all this talk, it doesn't matter whether the sacred falcon is the nemesis of bats. What matters is whether it poses a threat to humans. Xiao Fei held his chin in thought for a long time before he spoke. Let's leave it in the cave for now. Its wings are injured, and it won't be able to get out for a while. The most urgent thing is to clean up quickly and use this cave as our shelter. Living in a cave? When Xiaoqian was surprised. This is the nest of bats. Xiao Fei said disapprovingly, "What are you afraid of? Isn't there a sacred falcon here? When we have time, we can burn down the bat nests on the top of the cave. Then this cave will be ours, right?" Hearing this, Song Shiyu clapped her hands in approval. "Xiao Fei, you are such a man. You dare to rob the bat's nest." Double-click 666. Xiao Fei smiled and said, "The latecomers are the best. Okay, no more nonsense, let's get down to business. I'm going to the beach to move the supplies back to the cave. Who of you is going to come with me?" Last night, everyone was so busy escaping that they didn't take any of the supplies they had worked so hard to accumulate. Now they are left with nothing, feeling extremely poor. But when they heard Xiao Fei's proposal, several women looked worried. Doesn't going to the beach mean hiking through dense forests? Thinking of the frightening scene last night, the women dared not say a word. Speak up, it's better to do it sooner rather than later. It's at least safer during the day. Xiao Fei couldn't help but feel a little anxious. If he could carry all those supplies by himself, he would have set off alone long ago. "If you don't sign up, I'll call your name." Seeing how timid several people looked, Xiao Fei suddenly felt a little amused. At this time, Su Rou stood up and said, "I'll go with you. Let them stay." Xiao Fei was a little surprised. It was she who volunteered to go into the jungle for the first time. It seemed that this flight attendant was quite a heroine. However, just as Su Rou finished speaking, Bai Yueer also said, "I'll go too. It's better to have more people to look after us." Now, Xiao Fei was not only surprised, but also started to have a headache. One woman was just right, but if there were two, who would take care of whom? Seeing Xiao Fei hesitate, Bai Yueer continued, "You saved me last night. This time consider it as my repayment to you." Xiao Fei was stunned. Damn, repay? This plot doesn't seem right. When did the domineering female president become gentle and considerate? Isn't the repayment the kind that requires one to pledge one's body? Could it be that the other party wanted to fight with me in the grove? It's settled. We'll set off immediately. Xiao Fei was still daydreaming, but Bai Yueer had already made a prompt decision. Xiao Fei coughed dryly a few times and said to the remaining two people, "Well, you guys stay in the cave and don't run around. Pick up some stones to use as weapons." Before leaving, Xiao Fei looked at his pocket watch, and it was already 9:50 in the morning. Thinking back on last night's journey, if the direction was not wrong, Xiao Fei estimated that he would be able to get out of the dense forest in about 4 hours. In this way, by going back and forth, we can get back to the cave before sunset, and the danger rate on the road will naturally be reduced a lot. After Xiao Fei told the two of them this idea, as soon as they entered the dense forest, everyone consciously quickened their pace. But man proposes, God disposes. Not long after the three men went deep into the dense forest, the weather suddenly turned gloomy, the sunlight was blocked by dark clouds, and the dense forest was gloomy. Chapter 16. It is difficult to change one's nature. Damn it, God. Bai Yueer almost bumped into something accidentally, and she was so angry that she let out a coquettish cry. There was no light in the dense forest now, and the few people were walking as if they were on a night journey. Suro began to worry. Xiao Fei, our efficiency is too low if we continue walking like this. Xiao Fei looked around. With his vision blocked, his sense of direction was indeed much worse. So he asked the two of them to stop and picked up some wood on the spot to make 3 torches. The firelight illuminated the road ahead, and the two women finally felt relieved. Everyone should mark the way along the way. If we can't get out of the forest today, we can return to the cave in time. Although he had a torch, Xiao Fei still made 2 plans in preparation for the future. The 3 of them held torches, 1 or 2 steps apart, and began to leave marks as they walked. At the beginning, due to the weather, everyone was in a bad mood and was silent all the way. But after walking for more than half an hour, no accidents happened and the atmosphere gradually became lively. Xiao Fei was the first to speak. Suro, do you think we should pass through that stream? Speaking of streams, Suro was a little apprehensive. It's better not to. It would be very dangerous if we run into a wild leopard again. Xiao Fei disagreed. How can it be such a coincidence? Have you forgotten the fish in the stream and the wild fruits nearby? After hearing what Xiao Fei said, Suro couldn't help but waver. She had only eaten a thumb-sized bird egg in the morning, and now she was in a hurry to travel, so she was already hungry and thirsty. Before she could reply, her stomach began to growl. Bai Yueer smiled and said, Suro, you must be hungry. Actually, I am hungry too. How about we go to the stream you mentioned? Suro held her stomach in embarrassment, still worriedly saying, we're afraid we'll run into a wild leopard. If that doesn't work, we'll just hold on and grill some seafood on the beach. Speaking of food, Xiao Fei's mind was full of delicacies from the mountains and the sea. He licked his lips and said, man is iron and rice is steel. If you don't eat, you will be hungry. Eating is something you can't stand. Anyway, we are in a hurry, and we can get back to the beach from the stream. As if afraid that Suro would object, Xiao Fei added, when we get to the stream, I'll grill some fish for you to eat and pick some wild fruits, so we'll have the energy to keep going. Bai Yueer couldn't wait to listen to Xiao Fei's talk. Okay, take me to the stream. I haven't seen what it looks like yet. Suro couldn't persuade the two of them, so she had to agree, okay, but we still have to be careful, safety first. Xiao Fei nodded seriously, yes, safety is the most important thing, but don't worry, as long as I am here, not to mention wild leopards, even lions, tigers, elephants, etc., they can't hurt you at all. Seeing Xiao Fei bragging with a serious look on his face, Suro couldn't help but glare at him. This glance was so enchanting that it immediately captured Xiao Fei's soul. If Bai Yueer hadn't been by his side, Xiao Fei would probably have been unable to resist taking advantage of the situation. After walking for about 40 minutes, they still hadn't found the stream. The 3 of them were hungry and thirsty, and Bai Yueer could no longer hold on. Xiao Fei, I can't walk anymore. Let me take a rest for a while. How can that be possible? You'll be even more tired once your butt hits the ground. Let's go. Xiao Fei didn't even look back and continued to lead the way. But after taking a few steps, he found that Bai Yueer did not follow him. He stopped, turned around and shouted, Boss Bai, hurry up. Bai Yueer leaned against a big tree and panted, don't rush me. It's useless. I can't walk anymore anyway. Suro quickly turned back and tried to persuade them, Sister Yueer, it's not safe in the dense forest. Let's hold on a little longer. Come, I'll help you. Bai Yueer pushed Suro away and frowned. I said I couldn't walk anymore, so why did you help me? Help me get in the car? Really? I drive to and from get off work every day, and I've never walked such a long distance. Seeing Bai Yueer throwing a tantrum, Xiao Fei got a little angry and said unhappily, why are you following me when I can't walk? You still have the nerve to say that we should take care of each other, but you are simply holding us back. How dare you say I'm holding you back? Bai Yueer was also annoyed, pointing at Xiao Fei fiercely and shouting, you ungrateful fellow. If you hadn't saved my life last night and I wanted to repay you for your kindness, Do you think I would have accompanied you into the jungle? Did I ask you to accompany me? Did I ask you to repay me? You are so self-indulgent. If I had known, I would not have saved you last night. You have made me so upset. Who are you calling flirty? Huh. Say it again, please. What should I do? You want to fire me again? It's up to you, Suro. Let's go. Leave her alone. You, you're making me so mad. The two of them parted unhappily after a disagreement, and Suro was also in a dilemma. Seeing that Xiao Fei really left as soon as he said he would, she quickly chased after him and held him back. Don't leave. What will happen to her if you leave? It's up to her to go or not. Xiao Fei was also very angry. He thought that Bai Yueer's repayment would be an unexpected encounter, but he didn't expect it to become a shield for her to throw a tantrum. It really is true that it is difficult to change one's nature. Xiao Fei was angry, but Su Ro was very sober. She advised him kindly, Xiao Fei, you are the team leader. You can't act on impulse. Everyone still relies on you. Hearing Su Ro's gentle tone and looking at her charming face full of expectations, Xiao Fei felt relieved. He thought to himself, if Bai Yueer could be half as good as Su Ro, would he be so angry? Okay, I'll listen to you. Go and ask her to go with you. Facing Su Ro, Xiao Fei chose to compromise, but as soon as he finished speaking, Bai Yueer behind him screamed. The two looked back and saw a thorny vine extending from behind the tree and entwining Bai Yueer's legs. At the other end of the vine, a carnivorous plant suspended in the air opened its bloody mouth and prepared to devour Bai Yueer. Oh my god, Xiao Fei was shocked. Isn't it said that the piranha plant, also known as the rafflesia, doesn't eat people? Are plants also mutating? In an instant, the rock paintings on the stone walls of the cave flashed through Xiao Fei's mind, and he felt more and more uneasy. But now, he had no time to think about those things. Bai Yueer was in danger, and Su Ro beside her was terrified. Torch, burn it. Xiao Fei quickly drew out his saber and shouted to Bai Yueer, who was not far away. As long as Bai Yueer can temporarily hold back the piranha plant, he will have enough time to rush over and rescue it. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Bai Yueer was only concerned with screaming desperately and had no consciousness to listen to the command. The scream almost penetrated the dense forest and resounded throughout the universe, almost breaking Xiao Fei's eardrums. In a hurry, Xiao Fei ran over and threw the torch in his hand away with all his might, hitting the piranha plant on the head, causing the plant to miss its target. Then, Xiao Fei imitated the moves in the TV series, leaped up, and slashed at the piranha plant head-on. Puff! Green juice splashed out and sprayed Bai Yueer's face. The head of the carnivorous plant was split into two and fell to the ground. Shit, that's dangerous. In midair, Xiao Fei breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time couldn't help feeling grateful for his unleashed potential. But as soon as his feet touched the ground, he slipped unexpectedly and fell flat on his face with a cry of ouch. His body above the neck was just under Bai Yueer's legs. Suddenly, Xiao Fei's eyes were like copper bells. Chapter 17. Waterfall in the Forest. Oh my god. My dear, do you have a lot of questions? At this moment, this song was circling in Xiao Fei's mind. After all, even if he used his toes to think, he never expected that the female vice president of the company would dress so simple. But then again, it's pretty good to have a decent piece of clothing when you're stranded on a desert island. But, there is no but. Facing the scenery before him, Xiao Fei feels that everything else is no longer important. Unfortunately, the light in the dense forest was dim, and the torch thrown over was extinguished, so Xiao Fei could not see clearly. However, the more hazy the feeling is, the more it makes people feel itchy. Xiao Fei just felt unbearable all over. His mouth was dry. Seeing that the two were fine, Su Ro reacted and quickly stepped forward with a torch to help Xiao Fei up and asked with concern, "Are you okay? You really scared me just now." At this moment, Xiao Fei just wanted to bury his head in the soil to wipe off the dirt on his face. He didn't dare to get too close to Su Ro, for fear that Su Ro would smell something strange, so he covered his face and said, "I'm fine, you go and take a look at her." Seeing Xiao Fei's strange look, Su Ro was a little puzzled, but she still turned around to check on Bai Yueer. But seeing that Bai Yueer only had juice on her body and no injuries, she felt relieved. She comforted him, "Sister Yueer, we are fine now. Xiao Fei killed the monster. Don't cry." Bai Yueer spread her hands and choked up, "Look at my hands and clothes. What are these? It's so disgusting. I'm so scared." Su Ro smiled gently, and without any disdain, she held Bai Yueer in her arms, gently stroking her back and said, Okay, it's okay. We'll go to the stream and wash it off with water later." Don't be afraid. Xiao Fei, who was standing aside, was originally very anxious, but when he saw Su Rou coaxing Bai Yueer like an intimate elder sister, he couldn't help but be extremely surprised. At the same time, he was also infected. His mood quickly calmed down, and he looked at Su Rou with even more admiration. You know, Bai Yueer has always been a domineering and strong woman, but I didn't expect that today in front of Su Rou, she showed her feminine side. Now, Bai Yueer stopped crying. The three of them adjusted their state and continued to move forward. Since such a big mistake had happened, Bai Yueer stopped yelling and throwing tantrums, and everyone walked in unison for more than an hour. Wait a minute, listen. Su Rou's ears were extremely sharp. At this moment, she suddenly stopped the two of them and listened carefully. It's the sound of water. It seems to be in that direction. Xiao Fei heard it vaguely and pointed to the front left. I heard it too. Let's go check it out. Bai Yueer was delighted, and the green juice all over her body made her unable to wait even a second. The three of them followed the sound, and as they got closer, the sound of water became more and more intense. Xiao Fei was full of doubts. The last time he went to the stream with Su Rou, there didn't seem to be such a loud sound of water. The three of them walked for another 20 minutes or so, and suddenly they saw the light in the forest getting brighter. Then, they passed through a bunch of half-meter-high weeds, and the view in front of them suddenly opened up. A waterfall fell from the sky, rushing down into the deep pool and splashing white waves. Although this place is surrounded by dense forests, fortunately the fields are open. When you look up, you can see the sky, and there is green land under your feet. The water in the pond is crystal clear, and countless fish are playing in the water. There are also bright red fruits growing on both sides of the deep pond, which make people salivate. It's like a paradise on a deserted island. The two women suddenly went crazy, running and shouting on the lawn. Xiao Fei was also in a good mood. This scene suddenly gave him an idea. If I could build a wooden house here, live in it with 4 women, hunt and fish every day, sing and dance, wouldn't it be fun? If he could really live such a peaceful life with beautiful women by his side, then Xiao Fei would rather stay. Why would he go back? Hey, go watch over there. We need to take a shower. Just when Xiao Fei was lost in thought, Bai Yueer's voice interrupted him. He said depressedly, "What are you looking at? There's no one here. Aren't you a human?" Humph. Bai Yueer glared at him. Xiao Fei smiled and scratched his head. Is that so? But I want to take a shower too. How about we stand with our backs to each other so no one can peek at each other? Bai Yueer blushed and spat. Bah, wishful thinking. You can only wash after we have finished washing. Xiao Fei was speechless, but Su Rou said, Sister Yueer, it's getting late. We can save time if we wash together. I believe Xiao Fei. He won't do anything rash. Bai Yueer thought about it and reluctantly said, Okay then. Hearing this, Xiao Fei's brows lit up with joy, and he took a step towards the 2 women in the pond without caring about his relatives. As soon as his feet entered the water, Bai Yueer scolded him. Stop here. Don't go forward. Turn your back now. Xiao Fei was stunned. Oh my God. This is impossible. The water on the shore is not even enough to wet my butt. How can I take a shower? But looking at Bai Yueer's stern expression, he had no choice but to turn around obediently. Looking at the pool of water in front of him that only reached his calves, Xiao Fei felt very miserable. Oh, just wash it as it is. At this moment, I heard the sound of 2 women taking off their clothes and entering the water behind me. Listening to the intoxicating sound, Xiao Fei couldn't help but look back and saw 2 graceful figures swaying in the clear water, which almost blinded his eyes. Xiao Fei licked his lips unconsciously, but then he thought, it is not a gentleman's behavior to take advantage of someone in distress, especially since Su Rou still trusted him so much. So he had to stop thinking about it and started using the water in the pool under his feet to extinguish the evil fire in his heart. To be honest, although the water is a bit shallow at this location, it is extremely cool and it is extremely comfortable to wash in. I'm fine, hurry up. 10 minutes later, Xiao Fei walked ashore and changed his clothes. Don't look back yet. We'll be coming up soon. Hearing Xiao Fei's movement, the 2 women quickly shrank into the water, leaving only their heads exposed. Okay, I'm dressed now. You can go back to shore now. Xiao Fei smiled with his back turned, then sat down on the lawn and waited. Seeing that Xiao Fei kept his promise and did not peek, the 2 women squatted and slid towards the shore.
Buzz buzz buzz.
Suddenly, there seemed to be some strange sounds in the sound of the waterfall behind her, and Su Rou turned around in confusion. When she saw this, her face suddenly changed drastically with fright. Ah, Sister Yueer, run. Before Bai Yueer could react, Su Rou pulled her up and ran towards the shore. Hearing the screams of the 2 women, Xiao Fei was startled and was about to turn back, but then he thought, could it be a prank by them? Did they deliberately make him break the rules? Haha, Xiao Fei saw through it and laughed disdainfully. Stop messing around. Hurry up and get ashore and put on your clothes. I still have to catch some fish, eat them, and then we can continue on our journey. Chapter 18 Giant Bee Attacks. Xiao Fei was talking and laughing to himself, but the horrified screams still responded to him from behind. Xiao Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It really is true that life is like a play, and it all depends on acting. However, the acting skills of these two women are too poor. Shaking his head, he casually picked up the dogtail grass beside him and held it in the corner of his mouth, looking up at the sky leisurely. Although the sky is dark at the moment, Xiao Fei's mood is very sunny. After all, staying in the dense forest for a long time will make people feel quite depressed. Just as he was chewing grass roots and humming a little tune, Bai Yueer behind him was screaming hysterically. Xiao Fei, hurry up, are you deaf? There's a bee. Bee? Xiao Fei almost laughed out loud. How could a little bee scare him so much? Besides, isn't it normal for little bees to come here to collect honey in a paradise like this? Just when he wanted to respond to Bai Yueer teasingly, Su Rou also shouted in panic. Xiao Fei, help. Xiao Fei was stunned. Su Rou's voice made him feel inexplicably uneasy. He turned his head suddenly and his pupils shrank suddenly. There are two beautiful figures against the backdrop of the waterfall, which can be described as a beautiful human landscape painting. Moreover, the two women running hand in hand in the pool is a visual impact that makes people feel like they are bathed in spring breeze. Seeing Xiao Fei finally turning around, the two women were extremely excited, as if they didn't care at all about being completely exposed. Bai Yueer pointed to the sky and shouted, "Hurry up, Xiao Fei. What are you standing there for? Kill it." Okay, I'll come over and beat it to death." Xiao Fei smiled naively, glanced up at the sky with the corner of his eye, and the dogtail grass in the corner of his mouth slipped off instantly. Oh shit, this is a little bee? This is simply a small fighter plane. Xiao Fei was stunned when he saw the giant bee that was several times bigger than a pigeon, but he reacted quickly, crawling on the lawn and shouting at the two women. Get down, damn. What the hell is this thing that grew up eating honey? The two girls didn't seem to hear clearly and asked as they ran, What are you talking about, honey and fuck? Xiao Fei was sweating profusely, and he slapped the grass with both hands, pretending to say, I want you to lie down, sister. Hurry up and squat. Dive. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant bee flying in the air suddenly stopped and spit out a huge stinger as thick as an iron rod from its tail, pointing it at the two women in the water. Xiao Fei was shocked. If he was shot, wouldn't he be covered in blood? Fortunately, Su Rou realized Xiao Fei's intention in time, pulled Bai Yueer and squatted into the pool, and quickly dived down. Having lost its target, the giant bee swung its butt, retracted its stinger, and began to circle back and forth on the water. Xiao Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief and took this opportunity to begin observing the giant bee. Although this giant bee has mutated, its structure is no different from that of a normal bee, except that it has become quite aggressive. It seems that the story about the murals in the cave is true. But why are there mutated giant beasts on the deserted island? Could it be related to the growth process of the recorded plant? Xiao Fei had no time to think deeply. The most urgent thing was to find a way to escape as soon as possible. But the giant bees were guarding the lake tightly, and Su Rou and Bai Yueer couldn't escape at all. After much thought, Xiao Fei had no choice but to take the risk. So he took out his slingshot, put a stone on it, aimed at the giant bee on the water, and shot it out with a whoosh. The stone flew out at a high speed and was about to hit the giant bee, but the bee dodged the stone with a slight flash. Depend on. Xiao Fei picked up the second stone and prepared to shoot again. But at this time, the giant bee had already discovered Xiao Fei on the lawn and turned around and attacked him. Oh my god. Seeing the giant bee coming fiercely, Xiao Fei rolled and crawled and ran wildly on the lawn. Although the speed had caught up with the 100-meter sprint, the giant bee flew even faster and caught up with Xiao Fei in the blink of an eye.
Buzz, buzz, buzz.
The sound of a giant bee's wings vibrating came from behind him, and Xiao Fei felt goosebumps all over his body. He subconsciously looked back and saw that the giant bee was ready in midair, and the huge stinger on its tail emerged again. This is the rhythm of death. Xiao Fei was unwilling to accept, but he had no choice but to close his eyes and leave everything to fate. At this moment, the two women emerged from the water. Bai Yueer shouted coldly, Xiao Fei, why are you running? Chop it with a knife. Xiao Fei opened his eyes and said bitterly, if a slingshot can't hit it, How can a knife do it? Su Rose stood up from the water, her skin covered with water droplets. She clenched her fists to encourage him. Xiao Fei, you can do it. I believe in you. Bai Yueer also stood up, pinching her waist and yelling, Did you hear me? Do it for me. Don't bring shame to our company. Xiao Fei glared and said, Shit, is this the legendary being honest with each other? In that case, it would be unmanly of me if I didn't show it. For a moment, Xiao Fei was so angry that it seemed as if his whole body was filled with heroic spirit. He drew his saber from his waist, took a deep breath, used the momentum of his running start to make a beautiful turn, and slashed in the air. I'm going to kiss your mother. The sharp blade cut through the air, bringing with it a whistling sound. Xiao Fei's body lost balance and fell heavily to the ground, rolling several times before he stopped. At this moment, the two women in the pool were dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, they saw Xiao Fei's saber hit the giant bee. Unfortunately, the giant bee dodged the saber by simply shaking its butt. At the same time, the giant bee's stinger was also fired. Ah! The two women covered their eyes at the same time and screamed. Hearing the scream, Xiao Fei, who was lying on the ground, opened his eyes, only to see that the tail spike, as thick as an iron rod, was stuck in the grass in front of him, less than half a centimeter away from his head. Damn, that was a close call. Xiao Fei couldn't help but shiver. He looked at the giant bee in the sky, flying left and right, staring at him in disbelief with its two eyes as big as light bulbs. Haha, Xiao Fei was suddenly happy. He happily got up, patted the weeds on his hands, and looked up at the giant bee. I heard that you bees only have one sting, and if you use it, you'll die. Since you're not dead, I guess you don't have a sting either. The giant bee was flying around in the air, seeming quite annoyed, which made Xiao Fei even more proud. He raised his middle finger to the giant bee and said provocatively, Come on, aren't you awesome? Come on, mess with me, go ahead. Seeing that Xiao Fei seemed to be talking to himself, the two women let go of their hands, and then they were amused by the scene before them. Xiao Fei, are you okay? I thought you were dead. Bai Yueer couldn't help but say. Xiao Fei snorted, I'm lucky. It should be the one that should die. Just wait and see how I deal with it. The giant bee was flying aimlessly in the air, which made Xiao Fei even more certain that the other party had no weapons. So he put away his saber, took out his slingshot, and prepared to have some fun. Unexpectedly, a huge buzzing sound came from far away and got closer. The three looked back and saw more than a dozen giant bees flying out from both sides of the waterfall. Chapter 19: The Law of the Jungle. The swarm of bees moved out in a majestic formation, and at first glance it looked like fighter planes attacking with thunder. The one at the head is the largest, and must be the queen bee. The giant bee without a sting immediately turned its sadness into joy. It quickly returned to the team. After its antennae touched the queen bee suddenly looked at Xiao Fei on the lawn, and then the swarm of bees rushed straight over. Xiao Fei, run! Just as Xiao Fei was stunned, the two women shouted and dived into the water again. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fei ran away, but then he thought, how could he outrun so many giant bees? So he changed direction and simply jumped into the deep pool. But the moment he jumped down, the swarm of bees fired several stingers in succession, shooting towards Xiao Fei like arrows. Fortunately, Xiao Fei entered the water in time, and the thick-tail stinger encountered resistance on the water surface and did not injure him. Xiao Fei held his breath and turned to look at the water surface, only to see dense swarms of bees flying in the sky, as if they had no intention of leaving. We must find a way to leave here quickly. Xiao Fei, who came from a rural family, could not only climb trees, but was also a good swimmer. He dived into the water and quickly swam towards the two women. Seeing Xiao Fei swimming over, the two women waved their hands excitedly, completely forgetting that they were now naked. At first, Xiao Fei didn't care about these things. He gestured to the two of them, indicating that they should think of a way to escape. But after close contact, his gaze changed. Looking at the two of them swimming in the water, they are like two beautiful mermaids, which is heartwarming. No, it's more than just excitement, it's agitation. For the first time in his life, Xiao Fei feasted his eyes on something and had forgotten the threat posed by the giant bee. His mind was now filled with only the obscene images. As if she noticed Xiao Fei's ill intentions, Bai Yueer's face changed drastically, and she hugged her arms and kicked Xiao Fei away. Xiao Fei was caught off guard. He tilted his head back and opened his mouth, choking on some water, then subconsciously raised his head out of the water. After exposing the target, the swarm of bees swarmed over and released several stingers at Xiao Fei. One of them almost hit him, but fortunately he dodged it in time, but his shoulder was still scratched. Frightened, Xiao Fei took a few breaths quickly and sank into the water again. This time he found that the two women had swam away and deliberately kept a distance from him. Looking at Bai Yueer's livid face, Xiao Fei felt a little ashamed. He clasped his fists to apologize and then shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he was actually innocent too. Time passed minute by minute, and the swarm of bees was still hovering and investigating over the water, determined to never give up. Since Xiao Fei took a few breaths in the middle, he was still able to hold his breath in the water, but the two women were in a miserable state. They started diving since they saw the swarm of bees, and have not come out to breathe once since then. Bai Yueer was the first to give out. Her face turned pale instantly and bubbles came out of her mouth. It seemed that she was about to collapse. Su Ro, who was standing by, made a hurried gesture, asking her to hold on a little longer as the swarm of bees were still on the water. But this kind of thing cannot be endured by relying on one's will alone. Bai Yueer lacks exercise on a daily basis, and her physical strength is insufficient, and her lung capacity is completely unable to keep up. No matter how Su Ro reminded her, she couldn't care less at this moment. She dived and stuck her head out of the water. Call. Just as Bai Yueer was taking a deep breath, the stingers from the swarm of bees flew towards her, leaving her no room to dodge. Suddenly, her body sank sharply, and in the blink of an eye she was back in the water. At the same time, the tail sting was also shuttling around her. Bai Yueer was so frightened that she lost her mind and couldn't recover for a long time. She looked down and saw that it was Xiao Fei who was holding her feet from below. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, this guy saved her life again. Bai Yueer couldn't help feeling a little complicated. Human lives were at stake at the moment, and the two women no longer cared about exposing themselves. They surrounded Xiao Fei tightly, looking vigilantly at the swarm of bees on the water. Xiao Fei was not in the mood to appreciate the beautiful scenery. He was extremely anxious. After all, human lung capacity is limited, and this was not a solution. Soon, Su Ro's complexion began to look strange, and her limbs began to become weak in the water. Bai Yueer, who was standing by, had no choice but to hold her up by the waist and made some gestures to Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei was quite helpless. If he let Su Ro take the risk of going out to get some fresh air, he couldn't guarantee that she would be so lucky every time. After all, this is extremely risky and should never be attempted unless absolutely necessary. Seeing Xiao Fei at a loss, Bai Yueer was so anxious that she almost danced with joy, because she felt Su Ro's body getting heavier and heavier. Suddenly, Xiao Fei rushed forward, held Su Ro's cheeks with both hands, and pressed against her little mouth. Bai Yueer was stunned at first. She didn't expect that at this time, Xiao Fei was still thinking of taking advantage of the situation. But just as she was about to get angry, she saw Xiao Fei's cheeks bulging, and she immediately understood. It turns out that this guy was delivering oxygen to save people. But this method is too shameful. Bai Yueer, who witnessed it with her own eyes, couldn't help but blush. Next, with Xiao Fei's rescue, Su Ro gradually woke up. In the brief few seconds just now, Su Ro only felt her head was confused, her chest was stuffy, and her consciousness gradually became blurred. But she vaguely felt that when she lost the last bit of consciousness, Xiao Fei's face seemed to appear in front of her, and then his mouth seemed to move closer. After recalling it, Su Ro's pretty face flushed, her heart rate quickened, and she couldn't help but glance at Xiao Fei shyly. Although she knew that Xiao Fei was saving her, her naked appearance inevitably aroused people's impure thoughts. Suddenly, a sweet feeling arose in Su Ro's heart. However, Xiao Fei didn't know these thoughts, and he didn't have time to think about them at the moment. After all, he had just given all his breath to Su Ro, and he was almost in a state of hypoxia. There was no other choice. Xiao Fei had to take another risk and quietly float his head above the water. As a result, as soon as he showed his two eyes, he was discovered by a giant bee, which stung him without hesitation. This time, Xiao Fei was obviously not so lucky. The tail stinger was fired at close range and penetrated the water surface in an instant, hitting his calf. Fortunately, the impact was alleviated in the water, and the sword only pierced Xiao Fei's leg without penetrating it. Otherwise, Xiao Fei would have been dead or disabled. Enduring the severe pain, Xiao Fei pulled out the tail stinger. Blood gushed out, instantly dyeing the pool red. The two women were terrified and held Xiao Fei's arms to ask about his injuries. Xiao Fei forced a smile and signaled them not to worry. In fact, it was even more painful for Xiao Fei to hide in the water after being injured. The wound was soaked in water and was very easy to get infected. On a deserted island, infection meant facing death. Since there are dangers anyway, Why not give it a try? After all, on this island where the strong prey on the weak, only the strong have the right to survive. Xiao Fei suddenly had an idea that as long as he exhausted the stingers of the bee colony, they would no longer be a threat. He told the two women about this plan, but considering the risk of Xiao Fei being used as bait, the two women strongly opposed it. Xiao Fei smiled casually and gestured, "It's okay if I don't go. If you have the ability, go ahead." While the two women were hesitating, Xiao Fei swam hard to the other side of the deep pool and suddenly rushed out of the water. Chapter 20: Death by Poisoning. Call. After emerging from the water, Xiao Fei touched his face with his hands and breathed deeply. "Come on, baby." As if afraid that the noise was not loud enough, Xiao Fei shouted at the swarm of bees in the air. The swarm of bees immediately spotted him and swarmed over him, with some giant bees even releasing their stingers in advance. Seeing the swarm of bees taking the bait, Xiao Fei was surprised and happy and dived back into the water. A dense swarm of bees gathered on the water surface above Xiao Fei's head. Two stingers penetrated into the water and passed by him. Seeing that his plan had succeeded and no one was hurt, Xiao Fei felt scared but at the same time couldn't help feeling quite excited. Not far under the water, the two women were sweating with worry when they saw that Xiao Fei was safe and sound. Suro wanted to swim over to stop Xiao Fei, but Bai Yueer grabbed her in time and signaled her not to cause trouble. Xiao Fei saw Suro's worry. He patted his chest and gave the two girls a thumbs up, telling them not to be nervous. Then, he continued to rush out of the water. Xiao Fei repeated this process several times, and it worked every time. Soon he exhausted the stingers of the bee colony. But he was also very tired. After all, repeated diving was very physically demanding, and he had an injury on his calf. Fortunately, there is only the queen bee left now. If we can successfully avoid the queen bee's stinger in the end, it means that all dangers are over. Xiao Fei gritted his teeth and exerted his last bit of strength despite being exhausted. Unexpectedly, the queen bee was very cunning. She saw through Xiao Fei's trick and saw Xiao Fei coming out of the water, so she just shook her but as a feint. Xiao Fei thought that the queen bee was going to attack, so he tried the same trick again. However, after diving, he found that the queen bee's stinger had not been released. "Fuck you." Xiao Fei was so angry that he almost cursed, but when he thought about the person in the water, he could only curse in his heart. Helplessly, Xiao Fei adjusted his condition and tried again. This time, the queen bee obviously did not fool around and directly shot her stinger at Xiao Fei. The stinger was extremely fast and accurate, and was completely on a different level compared to that of a swarm of bees. Xiao Fei was secretly happy. Fortunately, he had been prepared. Otherwise, he would have surely lost his life to the queen bee. However, something unexpected happened. After the queen bee released one stinger, she immediately added another one. This caught Xiao Fei off guard. Although he managed to escape by diving, the queen bee's performance just now meant that his plan had failed. Xiao Fei is not stupid. Since the queen bee can send out two bees in a row, there must be more than two, or even more. Now, Xiao Fei is at the end of his rope. His plan has failed, he is exhausted, and he is injured. If this continues, he won't be able to hold on for much longer. At this time, two more tail spikes penetrated the water surface and hit the water. Xiao Fei hurriedly dodged them and his mood became even worse. It turned out that his inference was correct, but so what? Now that the queen bee had been angered, their lives were in danger. Suddenly, heavy shadows passed over the head, and several eagle cries that startled the sky and stopped the clouds were heard, deafening. Soon, Xiao Fei heard the noisy sound of the swarm of bees making a mess on the water. Even a few giant bees fell into the pool, sank straight down, and then slowly floated up. The giant bee is dead? After a brief moment of daze, Xiao Fei quickly swam towards the two women, signaling them not to act rashly, and he quietly emerged from the water. I saw an aerial blocking battle taking place above the lake. 3 black-haired eagles chased the giant bees frantically. They crushed the bees' heads with their knife-sharp claws and snatched one away with their silver-hook beaks. Even the queen bee was defeated and fled away. A moment later, the surface of the deep pool was covered with the remains of giant bees. 3 large black-haired eagles circled around them for a few times, then soared into the sky and disappeared. The area around the waterfall finally returned to calm, leaving only the sound of rushing water. Xiao Fei was extremely surprised to be reborn. He hurriedly pulled the 2 women out of the water, and the 3 of them breathed deeply. The scene that just happened was so magical that Xiao Fei couldn't help but sigh at the power of nature. Perhaps this is the concept of the mutual generation and restraint of all things. However, Just when he wanted to share this wonderful moment with the two girls, Bai Yueer suddenly became alert. She and Su Rou had not had time to change their clothes. Go to hell, Xiao Fei. Turn around. Bai Yueer pushed Xiao Fei hard, then quickly hugged her arms and retreated into the water. Xiao Fei laughed and was about to say, I've seen it all a long time ago. But when the words were on the tip of his tongue, his eyes suddenly went dark and he fainted. Su Rou grabbed Xiao Fei and asked in panic, Xiao Fei, what's wrong with you? Speak? Seeing that Xiao Fei didn't react, Bai Yueer was also stunned and said unhappily, Xiao Fei, stop pretending, or we will throw you into the water and leave you alone. No, no, Sister Yueer, please help, he is going to sink. Su Rou shouted hurriedly when she noticed that Xiao Fei's body was beginning to sink. Bai Yueer was really panicked now. She and Su Rou quickly carried Xiao Fei to the shore, one on each side. At this moment, the two women discovered that the wound on Xiao Fei's injured calf had festered, and the entire leg had turned purple. Xiao Fei, wake up. Su Rou anxiously pinched Xiao Fei's philtrum, then opened Xiao Fei's eyelids and took a look. How is he? Did he lose too much blood in the water? Bai Yueer asked with a pale face. Su Rou shook her head. Her eyes suddenly moistened. He was poisoned. Poisoned? Are you sure? Bai Yueer was extremely surprised.
See Roy know that.
Based on the wilderness survival knowledge she had learned, Xiao Fei's symptoms clearly indicated poisoning. Her voice choked with sobs as she spoke. The stinger of that giant bee is poisonous. Bai Yueer suddenly realized that even if one was stung by a normal bee, not to mention a mutated giant bee, a big swelling would occur. What should we do? Will Xiao Fei die? Bai Yueer's emotions were a little out of control. She was rescued by Xiao Fei twice. Gradually, she didn't hate Xiao Fei as much. On the contrary, she began to feel that Xiao Fei had become somewhat important to her. I don't know. Su Rou sobbed tears and shook her head weakly. To be honest, deaths from poisoning while surviving in the wild were not uncommon, but she did not dare to face it, nor did she want to face it. Although she had only been in contact with Xiao Fei for a short time, after going through so much, her feelings towards Xiao Fei had already changed. Humans are emotional animals. When we know that the person we are reluctant to part with is about to leave, who can feel at peace with themselves? I remember now, Bai Yueer said excitedly. When I was a child in my hometown, I heard the elders say that milk can be used to detoxify after being stung by a bee. If Xiao Fei's poison was detoxified, he would not die, right? When Su Rou, who was distraught, heard this, her eyes flashed with a glimmer of light, but soon dimmed again. She said helplessly, Where is that thing here? Bai Yueer was startled. She looked down at herself, then looked at Su Rou, and couldn't help feeling lost. It seems that Xiao Fei can't escape death. Just as Bai Yueer was silent, Su Rou suddenly looked up and asked, Did those giant bees just now run out from behind the waterfall? Bai Yueer thought about it, nodded blankly and said, It seems so. What's wrong? Su Rou's eyes revealed a glimmer of hope. I read in a book that there must be an antidote within 10 meters of a place where poison is present. Really? That's great. Let's go look for it. As they talked, the two of them put on their clothes while running and arrived in front of the waterfall. Look, there seems to be a cliff cave behind it. Chapter 21 Rebirth. As soon as the words fell, the excitement that had just risen in Su Rou and Bai Yueer was suddenly poured with a bucket of cold water. Because they found that the cliff cave was located right behind the rushing waterfall, more than 2 meters away from the bottom of the pool. Oh my God, it's so high up. How can we get up there? Bai Yueer couldn't help but frown. The roar of the waterfall is terrifying, and how can one climb up without any tools? This place is so big, the antidote may not be here. Let's look for it somewhere else. Bai Yueer held a glimmer of hope in her heart, but she was clearly not confident enough. It's impossible. Apart from here, the entire area within 10 meters is water. The antidote must be there. We must climb up and take a look. Su Rou's tone was very firm. Before she finished speaking, she took off her shoes and stepped into the pool. The water near the waterfall was much colder than where they bathed outside, and Su Rou couldn't help but shiver. Those giant bees are also afraid of water. Since they can fly out from behind the waterfall, it means that the impact of the water flow is not as great as we imagined. We should have no problem standing firmly under the waterfall as long as we stay close to the cliff. But we don't have any tools. How can we get up there? It's so cold. Seeing Su Rou's persistence, Bai Yueer gritted her teeth and walked into the pool carefully. Although she had the idea of retreating, Xiao Fei had saved her several times after all, and she couldn't just stand by and watch him die. Sister Yueer, you can stand on my shoulders, and I'll carry you up. The cliff cave is about 2 meters and 2 meters away from us. The two of us can almost reach it together. As she spoke, Su-ro had already taken off her coat and tied it around her waist. It's just a waterfall. I'm going to give it my all. Bai Yueer was also infected by Su-ro's stubbornness. She walked into the waterfall hand in hand with her and stood just below the cliff cave. The cold water streamed down, and Su-ro and Bai Yueer were soon soaked through. Their wet clothes stuck to their bodies, revealing their devilish figures in every way. If Xiaofei saw this erotic scene, he would definitely have all kinds of imaginations. Just as Su-ro guessed, although the impact of the waterfall made it a little difficult for the two to stand underneath, they were not unable to stand. Su-ro and Bai Yueer looked at each other, turned around, held onto the cliff with both hands, and half knelt down. Bai Yueer took a deep breath, rolled up the hem of her skirt and piled it around her waist to facilitate movement, raised her long legs, and carefully stepped on Su-ro's shoulders. Oops. The sudden weight on her shoulders made Su-ro scream. Bai Yueer was indeed not that heavy, but she still weighed more than 90 kilograms, which was quite a burden for Su-ro. Su-ro, can you still hold on? How about I come down and we switch? Bai Yueer asked worriedly. I'm fine, Sister Yueer. Just stand still. Su-ro gritted her teeth, held onto the cliff with both hands, and slowly stood up. Her legs trembled uncontrollably, and her face turned red. Is that enough? Almost there, just a little bit more. Bai Yueer knew very well that Su-ro would not be able to hold on for much longer, so she wiped the water off her face and leaned close to the cliff wall, trying to relieve some of the pressure on Su-ro. Finally, Bai Yueer reached her hand into the cliff cave. Due to height restrictions, she couldn't see what was inside the cliff cave, so she had to muster up the courage to reach in and feel around. She soon touched something as thick as a pin and cold. Sister Yueer, I can't hold on. Su-ro spoke breathlessly, but before she could finish her words, her legs went weak and she fell into the water. Ah! Bai Yueer screamed and felt her feet go empty. In panic, she quickly grabbed the thing in the cliff cave. Unexpectedly, the thing was also very fragile. It broke directly after being pulled like this. Bai Yueer fell heavily into the pool, splashing a large amount of water. I'm sorry, Sister Yueer. How are you? Are you hurt? Su-ro struggled to stand up and went over to pull Bai Yueer up. It's okay. I just choked on my saliva. Bai Yueer had no intention of blaming Su-ro, knowing that she had done her best. Look, I found this in the cave. Bai Yueer raised her hand, and the thing she had pulled out of the cliff cave was still tightly held in her hand. This is a dark red plant, more than 10 centimeters tall, and looks a bit like celery at first glance. In addition to a few leaves, there are 2 grape-sized fruits, which are bright red and exude a strange and fresh fruity fragrance. They look very tempting. I don't know if this thing will work. Bai Yueer knew nothing about the plant in her hand. She had no idea whether it was an antidote to be venom or a poisonous weed that could kill people. Let's try it. We have no other choice. Su-ro glanced at Xiaofei, who was unconscious on the shore. The bruises on his legs had spread to his face. She gritted her teeth and made a decision. The two returned to the shore. Su-ro picked the red fruit from the plant, pried open Xiaofei's mouth and stuffed it into his mouth. However, Xiaofei was now in a coma due to poisoning. He could not chew or swallow, so the red fruit was stuck in his mouth. Su-ro, just now in the water. You too. That should have helped him swallow it. Bai Yueer turned her face away slightly embarrassedly, her words somewhat incoherent. However, Su-ro understood what she meant. When Su-ro was attacked by a giant bee and hid underwater, and was short of oxygen, Xiaofei gave her mouth-to-mouth breathing. Su-ro's pretty face turned red. Seeing Xiaofei becoming more and more poisoned, she no longer cared about being shy. She quickly took the red fruit out of his mouth, chewed it into pieces in her own mouth, and then fed it to Xiaofei. In order to ensure that Xiaofei could swallow it, Su-ro deliberately stuck out her tongue and pushed the fruit pulp into his throat. After feeding Xiaofei the red fruit, Su-ro and Bai Yueer found 2 larger pebbles, mashed the roots, stems and leaves of the red plant, applied them to Xiaofei's wound, and bandaged it with leaves. Look, Xiaofei's complexion has improved a little. Bai Yueer pointed at Xiaofei and shouted excitedly. Su-ro looked over and found that the purple color on Xiaofei's face had indeed faded a little. It seems that this plant really is an antidote. Su-ro breathed a sigh of relief. I don't know when he will wake up. It was getting dark at this moment. Su-ro and Bai Yueer collected some dry branches nearby, then took out a lighter from Xiaofei's pocket and lit it, using the heat from the fire to dry their wet hair and clothes. After trekking in the dense forest for half a day, and going through all this, the two women were exhausted and soon fell asleep on the ground. As the night deepened, Xiao Fei's body continued to change. The purple color slowly faded and was replaced by a congested red color, making him look like a cooked crab. When the blush on his body gradually faded and the first ray of morning sunlight shone down, Xiao Fei's eyelids trembled and he slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 22: Physical Changes. Oh my God, what's going on? When he turned his head, he found Su Rou and Bai Yueer sleeping next to him, and Xiao Fei's confused mind suddenly became clear. The two women fell asleep hastily because they were too tired last night, and now they were still in the same state as before when they went down to the pond to look for the antidote. Su Rou took off her coat and tied it around her waist, leaving her upper body only in a half-hollowed-out top that was almost completely exposed. Bai Yueer was even more exaggerated. Her originally short skirt was rolled up to her waist, and it looked like nothing more than a belt. And Xiao Fei clearly remembered the scene in the dense forest. Bai Yueer had a simple style. Xiao Fei quickly twisted and turned on the ground to adjust his posture, wanting to appreciate more of the charming scenery. This is going to kill me. Feeling the discomfort brought about by the changes in his body, Xiao Fei regained his senses, suppressed his instinctive desires, and crawled into the pool, using the coolness of the water to sober himself up. When the evil fire in his body was slowly extinguished by the cold water, Xiao Fei recalled that he had suddenly lost consciousness because of the poison from the giant queen bee's tail sting. Has the bee venom been resolved? Xiao Fei walked ashore and tore open the leaves that were tightly bandaged around his calf, and found that the wound left by the bee sting was covered with a sticky black substance. After wiping it off, an irregular round scar was revealed. Oh my God, the wound actually healed and formed a scar. This scene made Xiao Fei couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The queen bee's stinger is thick and sharp, and the wound it causes is at least 2 centimeters deep. It will take at least a month to heal completely. Such an injury was healed overnight. Xiao Fei couldn't believe his eyes and repeatedly checked the scar on his leg. Could it be related to the stuff on my legs? It looks like some kind of crushed plant. After calming down, Xiao Fei immediately combined the situation of the bee venom being removed and the wound being healed with the thing applied on his leg. Xiao Fei could guess with his toes who treated the wound. Apart from Su Rou and Bai Yueer, there was no one else around. After seeing giant lizards covered with hard shells, blood-red bats that could suck people dry, and giant bees larger than pigeons, Xiao Fei's cognition had already been refreshed. He also quickly accepted the incredible changes in himself. After taking a look at the two women who were still sleeping soundly, Xiao Fei retracted his gaze, which was almost darting around uncontrollably, collected some dry firewood nearby, and reignited the fire that had long been extinguished. Then, he picked 2 large wild banana leaves and gave them to Su Rou and Bai Yueer to use as quilts to prevent them from catching a cold again. When covering the banana leaves, Xiao Fei noticed that Su Rou and Bai Yueer had many abrasions and scratches on their hands and arms. You must have suffered a lot to help me find the antidote for bee venom, right? Xiao Fei murmured to himself and couldn't help feeling warm in his heart. While Su Rou and Bai Yueer were still asleep, Xiao Fei patted his hungry belly, took off all his clothes, and went into the water to catch fish. Xiao Fei's figure was moving back and forth in the pool of water, even more agile than the fish in the water. In a short while, he threw 4 or 5 fat and lively fish onto the shore. That's enough for breakfast. Looking at his spoils on the shore, Xiao Fei walked out of the pool with satisfaction. After the fishing process just now, Xiao Fei also discovered some subtle changes in himself. The most obvious thing is that his physical fitness has improved a lot. Whether it is strength or agility, it is simply incomparable. Xiao Fei is indeed a good swimmer, but in the past, catching fish in the water would still make him exhausted. He just caught 4 or 5 fish in a row, and it was very easy for him. He didn't even have to breathe heavily. Hey! Xiao Fei picked up a pebble casually, held it in his hand and exerted force, and the hard pebble was broken into several pieces. I'm so awesome. From now on, Xiao Fei, will be the king of the jungle here. Ahahaha. Xiao Fei couldn't help but feel proud. This feeling of being almost reborn made him want to roar to the sky. His skills and strength may only improve the efficiency of moving bricks in a big city, but in this deserted island and wild forest, these are excellent means to save his life. Xiao Fei, you're awake? That's great. While Xiao Fei was still reveling in himself, Su Rou's voice full of surprise came into his ears. When he turned around, Xiao Fei saw Su Rou, who had woken up. She lifted the banana leaves covering her body and ran towards him quickly with excitement on her face. Just as Xiao Fei was watching in fascination, Su Rou threw herself into his arms and wrapped her arms tightly around his neck. Wow, you scared me to death, Xiao Fei. I was so afraid that you wouldn't wake up. Su Rou snuggled in Xiao Fei's arms and cried bitterly. All right, stop crying. Look, I'm fine. It's all thanks to you guys. Otherwise, I might have gone down in history as a famous person. Xiao Fei gently patted Su Rou's back and soothed her softly. Feeling the warmth and softness in front of him, Xiao Fei couldn't help but feel his heart fluttering. Well, why is there something wrong all of a sudden? Su Rou's emotions slowly calmed down. She felt that something was wrong with the other party and frowned subconsciously. Ah, Xiao Fei, you big hooligan. Su Rou blushed with shame and turned around and ran away quickly. After Su Rou left, Xiao Fei looked down and realized that he had thrown all his clothes on the shore when he went into the water to catch fish, and now he was standing there naked. How sloppy. Xiao Fei looked embarrassed and quickly crouched down and ran to put on his clothes. After putting on his clothes, Xiao Fei turned his head and saw Bai Yueer standing by the fire, adjusting her skirt. The hem of the skirt had been rolled up all night, and when it was unfolded, there were still large wrinkles, making the already short skirt look one size smaller and more fashionable. Xiao Fei couldn't help but recall the scene he saw when he woke up in the morning, and suddenly he felt dry in the mouth. Boss Bai, you're awake too? The conditions here are limited, so just wash up. You must be hungry. I'll make grilled fish for you. Putting aside his improper thoughts, Xiao Fei quickly took the opportunity to talk to Bai Yueer to change the subject to avoid further awkwardness between himself and Su Rou. Xiao Fei, how do you feel? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Bai Yueer asked. No more at all. Thank you, Mr. Bai, for your concern. I am grateful to you this time. Xiao Fei deliberately jumped a few times on the spot to let Bai Yueer see how energetic he was. You're welcome. If you hadn't saved us, you wouldn't have been stung. Bai Yueer nodded and walked to the pool to wash her face. Just as she passed Xiao Fei, her eyes were vague. She glanced at Xiao Fei, then pulled up her skirt, her face flushed. Chapter 23 Its Fate. In fact, Bai Yueer and Su Rou woke up almost at the same time. When they saw Xiao Fei standing by the pool, they also wanted to go up and ask him. But when she was about to stand up, she felt something tight around her waist, and then she realized that her skirt was not put down. She was immediately embarrassed, so she stretched out her skirt under the banana leaves and continued to pretend to sleep. Thinking that she had slept like this all night, and that Xiao Fei woke up earlier than them, Bai Yueer's face felt hot. If I sleep like this, won't that bastard Xiao Fei see me naked? Bai Yueer felt very ashamed and regretted that she went to bed too hastily last night. Even if she forgot to adjust her skirt, she could have used a leaf to cover it. Now, she suddenly envied Su Rou a little, because at least she had something to cover herself with. Humph, that bastard Xiao Fei looked at me, and I looked at him too, so it wasn't too bad. When Su Rou and Xiao Fei were hugging each other, Bai Yueer had been squinting her eyes and secretly watching them. Su Rou suddenly ran away, which made her see a scene she shouldn't have seen. After barely finding a way out, she was finally able to squat down and wash her face with peace of mind. On the other side, Xiao Fei cut some bamboo nearby and quickly built a simple grill, then put several fat and juicy fish on the fire. I am like a fish in your lotus pond, just for you to roast me more and more fragrant. Xiao Fei hummed a song he had improvised as he grilled the fish until it sizzled and the fragrant aroma filled the air. A little cumin and chili powder would be perfect. Xiao Fei muttered to himself with a bit of regret. When he looked up, he saw Bai Yueer squatting by the pond with her back to him, leaning over to scoop up some water from the pond to wash her face. Because of her posture, Bai Yueer's back looks extremely charming. The beauty, like a full moon, almost blinded his titanium dog eyes. How could I be so lucky to have such luck? Xiao Fei couldn't help swallowing his saliva with a gulp. Soon, Xiao Fei discovered that the huge changes in him were not only in his physical strength, but his eyesight was also far better than before. Even from a distance of more than 20 meters, he could see every detail of Bai Yueer's body clearly. Xiao Fei, how's the fish grilling going? Su Rou, who was beside Bai Yueer, finished washing up and turned around to ask Xiao Fei. It will be ready soon. It will be ready soon. Xiao Fei responded repeatedly, secretly thanking God that Su Rou called out in time. If he had stared at Bai Yueer any longer, the fish would have been burnt. Wow, it smells so good. The tender and hot white fish meat aroused the appetite of Bai Yueer and Su Rou. They sat on the ground in front of the fire, each holding a grilled fish and devouring it with relish, without caring about their image at all. Eat slowly, there are still so many. Be careful with the fish bones. Xiao Fei was also shocked by the way the two women ate, and quickly spoke up to remind them. But a beauty is a beauty. The way she eats voraciously has a unique charm. Xiao Fei thought secretly. While having breakfast, Xiao Fei also learned from Bai Yueer and Su Ro what happened after he fell into a coma. He was even more certain that the changes in himself were caused by the red plant they found in the cliff cave. Could the fact that some animals on the island have grown so large be related to this plant? After we get the supplies back to the cave, we'll have to study the contents of the rock paintings carefully. Maybe we can find the answer. Xiao Fei thought to himself. Oh, by the way, I couldn't swallow when I was unconscious, so how did you let me eat that fruit? Bai Yueer glanced at Su Ro with an ambiguous look and continued to eat fish with her head down. Su Ro blushed and turned away with her back to Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei was not a fool. He figured it out immediately, smacked his lips in savoring the memory, regretting that he was not awake at the time. After a delicious meal of grilled fish, the three people, full of energy, continued their journey, diving into the dense forest again and heading towards the beach. Xiao Fei, look, isn't this the stream we found last time? After walking through the dense forest for more than half an hour, Su Ro pointed to a stream not far away and shouted in surprise. Yes, it's right here. Xiao Fei also recognized this stream. Being able to find the stream meant that this place was not far from the beach outside the dense forest. Now that we're here, if we walk a little further, we can get out. Xiao Fei, didn't you say last time that you encountered a wild leopard here? Will it happen today? Bai Yueer wanted to say something but stopped herself, her beautiful big eyes full of worry. Boss Bai, you are worrying too much. This forest is so big. How could the leopard just wander around here? Xiao Fei, who was walking in front, turned around with an indifferent expression on his face and didn't care about Bai Yueer's worries at all. Call. Just as Xiao Fei and Bai Yueer were talking, a black shadow suddenly rushed out from the woods. Xiao Fei felt a strong wind coming from behind him, and he squatted down instinctively. The dark shadow brushed past his shoulder and disappeared into the bushes. Hiss. After the black shadow disappeared, Xiao Fei felt a sharp pain in his left shoulder. Turning his head, he saw 4 long bloody wounds on his shoulder, with scarlet blood oozing out. Damn, that wild leopard is still here. What a fucking fate. Xiao Fei didn't bother to treat his wound. He drew the saber from his waist and looked around vigilantly. Su Ro, Mr. Bai, cats like to attack from behind. The two of you should quickly get behind me and stay close to this tree. Don't show your backs. Xiao Fei, you are too careless. Carnivores are territorial. It is obvious that we have intruded into the territory of this wild leopard. If we had known earlier, we should have taken a detour and would rather take a longer route than come here to provoke that guy. You are simply trying to kill us? Bai Yueer looked around nervously, her face turned pale with fright, and she couldn't help but blame Xiao Fei. On the one hand, Xiao Fei had to be on guard against the wild leopard that was elusive and could attack at any time, and on the other hand, he had to endure Bai Yueer's nagging one after another. He couldn't help but feel a little upset. However, he also knew that he was in the wrong and could only grit his teeth and suppress his anger. Xiao Fei, don't be too nervous. Solitary carnivores like tigers and leopards are most afraid of getting hurt. Once they are injured and lose the ability to hunt and protect their territory, they will just flee. As long as you can injure the leopard, even if it's only a minor injury, it may not attack us again. Su Ro reminded Xiao Fei in a low voice. After hearing Su Ro's words, Xiao Fei's mood calmed down a little. Compared to Bai Yueer's endless complaints, Su Ro's tips were like the sound of nature. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound in the bushes behind the three people. That beast is here again. Xiao Fei took a deep breath and gripped the saber in his hand tighter. Xiao Fei, show some courage. Those giant bees couldn't hurt you, so why are you afraid of a big cat now? Chapter 24. A Great Change of Temperament. At this moment, the tiny noises in the bushes stopped, and there was no movement. Cats are natural hunters, and the thing they have the most is patience. The purpose of the wild leopard is very clear, which is to delay Xiao Fei, and when he loses his patience and becomes upset, he will suddenly move out and launch a fatal attack. This guy is quite cunning. Xiao Fei stared at the bushes vigilantly, slowly squatted down, grabbed a few handfuls of fallen leaves on the ground, piled them up in front of him, took out a lighter and lit them one by one. The wet leaves couldn't burn at all. They just emitted thick white smoke, which was exactly what Xiao Fei wanted. Then, Xiao Fei grabbed handfuls of smoking leaves and threw them into the surrounding bushes. Su Ro and Bai Yueer then understood Xiao Fei's intention. Animals are afraid of smoke and fire. He wanted to use the smoking leaves to force out the wild leopard hiding in the bushes. It's a pity that the grass and trees are too wet, otherwise we could light a few torches and directly attack the wild leopard with fire. If it was an emergency, the clothes on the three of them could be used, but clothes were a scarce commodity for them now, and if they wore one less piece. Xiaofei, in particular, had a hard time finding a few men's shirts, but the sizes were all much smaller and he couldn't wear them at all. He didn't even have new clothes to change into, and if he really had to burn the clothes he was wearing, he would have to wear women's clothes from now on. I'm afraid I can only wear Bai Yueer's skirt. Well, Su Rose should be fine too. Although it can only cover half of her, after all, the size is big enough, and the fabric used will not be less. As Xiaofei threw the leaves out, the scene of Bai Yueer squatting by the pond washing her face and the wonderful feeling of Su Rose's hug emerged in his mind. Roar! Just when Xiaofei was daydreaming, a low roar of a wild beast suddenly woke him up. That beast is coming out. Xiaofei's spirit immediately tensed up. He held his saber across his chest and looked in the direction where the roar came from. The wild leopard had jumped onto a big tree at some point, its eyes wide open like two golden beans, staring at Xiaofei and the other three with a cruel and cold-blooded gaze. There was still a stain of bright red blood on one of its front paws, from when it had just scratched Xiaofei. Obviously, the wild leopard could no longer stay in the smoky bushes and had to run out, but its hunting nature made it unwilling to give up the three prey in front of it easily. It's strange. This wild leopard is supposed to be a mild-tempered cat. Unless it is extremely hungry, it won't be so aggressive. Su Rou hid behind Xiaofei, secretly looked at the leopard on the tree, and whispered her doubts. The wild leopard in front of him had smooth and shiny fur, and a plump and agile body. It didn't look hungry at all. Aren't wild leopards usually found in the savannah? How come they appear in the jungle? Bai Yueer asked a question out of the blue. Boss Bai, you obviously haven't watched enough Animal World. Who says leopards are only found on the prairie? Or do you only watch the scenes of them reproducing when you watch Animal World? Xiaofei teased Bai Yueer in a mean way. Xiaofei, you bastard. It's already this time, and you still have the mind to joke? Bai Yueer's face turned red with anger, and she kicked Xiaofei hard in the knee. Oh my god. Xiaofei was kicked unexpectedly and immediately lost his balance. His body shook violently, and the saber in his hand almost slipped out of his hand. Under normal circumstances, Xiaofei could easily regain his balance if he found the balance point. But the situation is different now. There is a wild leopard not far away on the opposite side watching their every move. Xiaofei's body swayed, giving the wild leopard an instant opportunity to seize the opportunity. It suddenly jumped up from the tree trunk and pounced towards this side. Xiaofei, be careful, the leopard is coming, Su Rou exclaimed and reminded Xiaofei loudly. At the same time, Su Rou touched a piece of fallen bark and quickly grabbed it and threw it at the wild leopard. The bark hit the wild leopard's head lightly and broke into pieces. It did not cause any substantial damage, but it briefly blocked the wild leopard's vision. Taking advantage of this fleeting opportunity, Xiaofei stood firm, raised the saber in his hand from bottom to top, and stabbed it hard into the back of the wild leopard. With his other hand, he grabbed one of the wild leopard's hind legs and threw it out with force, while pulling out the saber at the same time. Puff! As the wild leopard was thrown out, a string of blood spurted out from its body, forming a red arc in the air. Bang! The wild leopard fell heavily to the ground, but soon stood up after a roll and swiftly jumped onto the tree again. It lay on a thick tree trunk high up and licked its wound. Every time it licked it, blood would seep out of the wound. Xiaofei looked down at the saber in his hand. The stab he had just made in the back of Yi Bao had penetrated about 10 centimeters deep, which was considered a serious injury. Great, the wild leopard is injured. Su Rou clenched her fists in surprise. From what she knew, lone carnivores were most afraid of being injured. Once injured, they would stop attacking the target and hide in a safe place in order to preserve their strength. It doesn't seem that simple. Xiaofei still kept a close eye on the wild leopard's every move without relaxing at all. He also noticed that although the wild leopard was licking its wounds, it had no intention of leaving. According to Su Rou, this wild leopard was abnormal from the beginning. It's too aggressive. Xiaofei thought of the bloody bat that night again. This small animal mainly feeds on flying insects and would not attack targets that are too large. However, it sucked Su Hu dry. Many creatures on this deserted island seem to be more aggressive than the same species elsewhere. Xiaofei, is it going to attack us again? Bai Yueer asked cautiously. She had just kicked Xiaofei, causing him to be almost injured by the wild leopard. Now she couldn't help feeling regretful and self-blame. Looking at this situation, this guy is determined to challenge us, and he will definitely not give up. But don't worry, I will protect you too. Xiaofei looked very confident. He was not angry about Bai Yueer's kick just now. After all, he was the one who spoke badly first. Although Bai Yueer was almost 30 years old, she was still a young girl and could not afford such a blatant joke. Moreover, when he thought about how Bai Yueer had feasted his eyes on him several times, Xiao Fei had no reason to be angry. Chapter 25. Self-Healing of Wounds. Hey, big cat, come here. Xiao Fei picked up a piece of dry branch and threw it at the wild leopard on the tree with all his strength. At the moment, the wild leopard was licking its wound and did not see the branch thrown at it. It was hit hard on the head and almost fell from the tree. Roar. The wild leopard let out a deafening roar at Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei's actions just now have completely angered it. Bring it on. Xiao Fei pointed the shining saber in his hand at the wild leopard. After the brief fight just now, Xiao Fei was able to confirm that, in terms of strength and agility, he now surpassed the wild leopard. This is also the source of his confidence. Whoosh! The wild leopard swooped down from the tree, and after just a few takeoffs and landings, it arrived in front of Xiao Fei in the blink of an eye. Go to hell. Xiao Fei clenched the saber in his hand and stabbed the wild leopard hard. However, the knife that was sure to succeed missed. Because the wild leopard's target was not Xiao Fei who was holding the sharp blade, but Su Rou and Bai Yueer behind him. This cunning hunter had realized that it would be difficult for him to kill Xiao Fei, so he turned his attention to the other two weaker targets. The wild leopard bypassed Xiao Fei and pounced straight towards Su Rou. Careful! Bai Yueer was so frightened that her face turned pale in an instant, but she didn't know where she got the strength from, and she pushed Su Rou away, exposing herself to the wild leopard's sharp claws and fangs. Don't want. Su Rou reacted instantly and pushed Bai Yueer away again. In this split second, the wild leopard had pounced in front of him, and its sharp claws were like a row of sharp knives, flashing a cold light as it grabbed towards Su Rou's chest. It's over. Su Rou could clearly feel that the leopard's claws had touched her. Go to hell, you bastard! Xiao Fei roared, turned around quickly, and punched the wild leopard hard on the back. The wild leopard leaped into the air and fell straight to the ground with a crisp, crack sound. Sizzle! The wild leopard's claws only hooked Su Rou's collar. As its body fell, it tore Su Rou's coat, and two round pieces of cloth hung down. Before the wild leopard could struggle, Xiao Fei quickly stepped forward and imitated Wu Song's tiger fighting posture. He held the back of its neck with one hand and punched its head with the other clenched fist. Under the dense rain of fist attacks, the wild leopard soon began to bleed from its mouth and nose, its tail and limbs twitched, and it was dead in less than a minute. Su Rou, are you okay? After confirming that the wild leopard was completely dead and there was no possibility of counterattack, Xiao Fei quickly raised his head to check on Su Rou's condition. However, what came into view was a blood-spurting scene. Su Rou was shaking with fear because she was frightened by the sudden attack of the wild leopard. She stood there for a while and didn't realize that she was in tattered state. Her face was as pale as paper, and tears kept flowing from her big eyes. It's okay, Su Rou. I've killed the wild leopard. Don't be afraid. Although Xiao Fei is at an age of vigor and vitality and has strong desires, he is not the kind of person who only has thoughts that are not suitable for children. Apart from the excitement at the first sight, he immediately regained his senses, took off his short-sleeved shirt and put it on Su Rou. He was only wearing this piece of clothing, which barely covered Su Rou and allowed her to make it to the beach without any problem. Xiao Fei, I'm so scared. I'm so scared. Su Rou, who had just come to her senses, threw herself into Xiao Fei's arms. The shirt that Xiao Fei had just put on her slipped to the ground, and their bodies were pressed tightly together. Feeling the unusual friction on his body, the thoughts that Xiao Fei had just suppressed with great difficulty began to flood again. It's okay, it's okay. I will protect you at all times. Xiao Fei took the opportunity to hold Su Rou tightly in his arms, savoring her carefully. He even completely forgot that there was Bai Yueer beside him. Bai Yueer, who was also frightened, was leaning against a big tree with dull and empty eyes. She looked like she might faint at any time. For a while, she didn't notice the subtle movements between Su Rou and Xiao Fei. After a while, Su Rou, who was out of control, slowly regained her composure after Xiao Fei's gentle comfort. Then, she found herself and Xiao Fei hugging each other in such a state. She was immediately ashamed and broke free from Xiao Fei's arms with a moan, and squatted in the bushes with her hands on her chest. Su Rou, your clothes were torn by the wild leopard, and the small clothes inside are also damaged. You can just wear mine for now, and I'll find suitable clothes for you to change into when we get to the beach. Xiao Fei also quickly turned around with his back to Su Rou, squatted down to pick up the short-sleeved shirt that fell on the ground, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it behind him. Su Rou rubbed her hot cheeks with her hands, picked up her clothes, quickly put them on and buttoned them up in the bushes. Then she found a blood stain on the left shoulder of her shirt. Only then did she remember that Xiao Fei had been attacked by a wild leopard and had been scratched on his shoulder. Xiao Fei, how is the wound on your shoulder? Has the bleeding stopped? Su Rou quickly asked Xiao Fei with concern. Oh, it's okay. The scar has healed. Xiao Fei casually touched the blood on his shoulder, and when his fingertips touched the wound, he found that it had closed by itself. It seems that my self-healing ability is many times better than that of ordinary people. Although the wound this time is not as serious as the sting of the giant bee's tail, I didn't expect it to heal so quickly. Xiao Fei was secretly delighted, but he didn't show it. The huge changes that have taken place in his body since swallowing the red plant are obviously Xiao Fei's biggest trump card now. He plans to keep this matter a secret in his heart for the time being. What I'm worried about is whether this wild leopard may be carrying rabies virus. Su Rou's eyes were full of worry. Among the supplies they picked up on the beach were some disinfectants and anti-inflammatory drugs, which could be used to treat the wounds caused by the wild leopards. But if infected with rabies virus, without a vaccine, Xiao Fei's life would be in danger once the virus breaks out. No, animals with rabies are all crazy. Look at that leopard. It's not only healthy but also smart. It doesn't look like it has rabies at all. Su Rou's words made Xiao Fei a little worried, but he still spoke to comfort Su Rou. Judging from his current physical condition, it is true that Xiao Fei has a strong self-healing ability, but if he is really infected with the rabies virus, Xiao Fei is still somewhat unsure whether he can miraculously become immune to it. Chapter 26. Beach Mummy. Let's go to the beach first. Ms. Bai hasn't come to her senses yet. Please comfort her. I'm really not good at this. Weren't you quite good at comforting me just now? Su Rou said with a blushing face. Well, I was stimulated at that time and performed beyond my normal level. Xiao Fei laughed. When Su Rou walked in front of him, Xiao Fei almost had a nosebleed. When he looked closely, he clearly noticed that Su Rou was only wearing a short-sleeved shirt, which was a little narrow at the chest, and the buttons were about to be stretched open. This is even more tempting than being honest. Noticing Xiao Fei's fiery gaze, Su Rou looked down, turned around with a cry, looked around, and finally picked 2 leaves and stuffed them into the chest pocket of her shirt, which barely covered it up. I'm sorry, Su Rou. I was really careless, ahem. Xiao Fei explained awkwardly, but found himself even more embarrassed after the explanation. Fortunately, Su Rou, who had complicated emotions, didn't say much. After Su Rou had tidied herself, she went over to help Bai Yueer up and comforted her softly. Let's keep going. Xiao Fei picked up Su Rou's torn clothes, rolled them into a strip, tied it around his waist, and then picked up the wild leopard's body. For them now, any material thing seems extremely precious. Torn clothes can be used to bandage wounds, make torches, and as ropes. They have many uses. Although the wild leopard was not particularly large, they could still get several dozen kilograms of meat from its body, enough for the 5 of them to eat for many days. Leopard skin can be peeled off and dried to keep warm, and bones, sharp teeth, and claws can be made into self-defense weapons. Every part of the body is a valuable treasure. 40 minutes later, the 3 of them walked out of the jungle and arrived at the beach. After Su Rou's comfort along the way, Bai Yueer's condition gradually improved, except that her reaction was a little slow. Her emotions were basically stable. After the wild leopard attack, Xiao Fei was deeply moved when he saw the 2 women rescuing each other when facing the wild leopard. The more critical the situation is, the more his personality and character will be revealed. In that situation, Bai Yueer was able to sacrifice herself for Su Rou, which was enough to show that she was a very kind and loyal person. Relatively speaking, her usually rude, aggressive, and somewhat willful character is a minor flaw that can be completely ignored. The same is true for Su Rou. Besides being kind-hearted, she is also someone who would go through thick and thin for her friends. Xiao Fei already had a plan in mind. At present, at least Su Rou and Bai Yueer were trustworthy partners. Of course, his goal was not just to make these 2 his partners. In comparison, when Xiao Qian was attacked by the strange lizard that night, she pushed Song Shiyu out as cannon fodder for her own safety. This action seemed extremely dirty. It remains to be seen what kind of person Song Shiyu is. Xiao Fei has already listed Xiao Qian as someone he needs to be on guard against. Such a person will immediately turn against others as long as there is profit involved, and all the resources around her may become bargaining chips for her to harm others and benefit herself. When Xiaoqian was able to retain her title of sales champion in the company's sales department, and her unscrupulous style of doing things according to circumstances also played a crucial role. However, despite being on guard, Xiao Fei had no problem with when Xiaoqian's beautiful appearance. If given the chance, Xiao Fei wouldn't mind tasting her wonderful taste, and he could even say that he was very willing to do so. When they arrived at the open space on the beach, Xiao Fei threw the wild leopard's body aside and asked Su Rou and Bai Yueer to go look for supplies together, while he himself walked towards the wreckage left after the plane explosion. Now, Xiao Fei and his 4 companions, 1 man and 4 women, have a bat cave to live in. The pools in the dense forest can provide them with sufficient fresh water, and there are plenty of fish to fill their stomachs. But these are only temporary. Xiao Fei knows that this deserted island is not safe. Not only are there ferocious beasts like wild leopards, but there are also many creatures like lizard giant bees that have mutated to an exaggeratedly large size. Xiao Fei was also secretly glad that the wild leopard did not grow many times larger like the giant bee. Otherwise, even if his body had been strengthened, he would not be its opponent and would only become a delicious meal for the wild leopard. In order to better protect themselves, Xiao Fei and his men urgently need some handy weapons. There was no need to think about hot weapons. It was already a blessing from heaven for them to have a few iron tools like knives. Only Xiao Fei was carrying a saber, but there was no shortage of metal here. The wreckage of an airplane after an explosion and the large pieces of broken shell are excellent alloy materials. Xiao Fei picked and chose among the wreckage and found some long and narrow alloy fragments. He picked up a seat cover, picked it up, took it back to polish it, and then installed a wooden handle, and it could be made into a dagger. Then, Xiao Fei removed a lot of copper wires from the engine fragments of the plane and found 2 relatively large pieces of aircraft shell fragments. The paint on the surface had been burned clean by the fire generated by the explosion of the plane. I'll tinker with this thing when I get home. Maybe I can make 2 pots. It's not a big deal to always bake food. With a pot we can drink soup. Xiao Fei thought happily, and the delicious aroma of fish soup seemed to waft into his nose. Ah! 2 screams suddenly sounded not far away. Xiao Fei recognized that they were the voices of Su Rou and Bai Yueer. He was startled and quickly dropped everything in his hands and ran towards the sound. Xiao Fei ran very fast and appeared next to the 2 women in less than half a minute. He saw them hugging each other and shivering. What's wrong? What happened? Is there a wild animal? Xiao Fei asked anxiously. That there? Bai Yueer pointed to the side and rear of Xiao Fei with trembling hands. Xiao Fei turned around quickly and saw nothing. After looking around, he realized that what scared Bai Yueer and Su Rou so much that they screamed was not a wild beast, but a corpse. The dried corpse of Su, whose blood was sucked dry by bloody bats. The lighting was bad last night, and the situation was urgent, although Xiao Fei and the others watched Su being sucked dry of blood. Apart from discovering that the blood-colored bats were very dangerous, they didn't care about what Su looked like. But in broad daylight, Su's mummy was really scary. It looked like a dried skeleton with skin. The shriveled skin was like rough old tree bark, with dense holes left by bat fangs. The mouth was wide open, and the eyeballs were dug out by someone unknown. All that was left were 2 dark eye sockets and a section of dry, blackened tendons hanging outside. Unknown yellow-white reptiles that looked like maggots drilled in and out of Su's ears, eyes, mouth, and nose, dragging out long strings of mucus. Not to mention Su Rou and Bai Yueer. Even someone as thick-skinned as Xiao Fei almost felt sick and vomited when he saw this scene. Chapter 27 Bold Speculations. You 2 should go somewhere else to get some fresh air. I'll handle this here. Xiao Fei pushed Su Rou and Bai Yueer away, then walked to Su's body with a frown and his mouth and nose covered. After a day and a half, the corpse had begun to stink, and it seemed that the internal organs had begun to rot. If the corpse is allowed to rot, it is likely to spread plague on the deserted island, which would undoubtedly be a catastrophic disaster. I'll just throw you into the sea, so you can continue to surf even after you die. Xiao Fei grabbed Su's trouser leg and dragged him towards the beach, but after walking a few steps, he stopped again. He suddenly thought that maybe he would come here to catch fish, shrimp, and shellfish for food in the future. If Su's body was thrown into the sea and eaten by fish and shrimp, and infected with bacteria, would it still be edible in the future? It's so annoying. Even after death, I'm still a burden. Xiao Fei cursed, threw Su's body aside, ran to the dense forest, cut many dry branches, tied them into bundles with vines, and brought them over. The piles of branches covered Su's entire body. Then, Xiao Fei lit the firewood and performed a cremation for Su on a deserted island. The fire raged and the smoke billowed, choking Xiao Fei to tears. He quickly ran to the beach to get some fresh air. When he looked up, he found that the tornado on the sea had not dissipated yet and was still circling there, looking very strange. Xiao Fei immediately remembered the contents of the rock paintings in the cave. The island was destroyed by a large tornado disaster, which caused some animals on the island to mutate. Thinking about the changes in his body after taking the mysterious red plant, Xiao Fei wondered if it was the tornado that year. Did the fruits or seeds of that mysterious red plant come to the island, and the animals on the island accidentally ate those fruits, or ate the herbs grown from the seeds, which eventually led to evolutionary mutations? Wait, mutant animals? Xiao Fei suddenly thought of something. The giant bee and the big lizard, both of which are herbivorous creatures, have all undergone mutations. The insect-eating bats, the carnivorous leopards, and the black eagle that hunted the giant bee over the pond yesterday have not undergone any obvious changes in size, except that they have become more aggressive. The fish and shrimp in the sea and the pond have not undergone any mutations either. Xiao Fei slapped his head and thought this made sense. The mutation of animals on the island must be related to that strange red plant. A tornado caused unprecedented red plants to appear on the island. After the herbivores on the island ate the stems, leaves, or fruits of those plants, they mutated and their size increased many times. Animals that don't eat grass and aquatic species that don't have access to red plants don't show this change. Xiao Fei speculated that the reason why the carnivores on the island became more violent and aggressive than their counterparts in other places might be because they preyed on animals that had eaten red plants. If this is true, then the animals on the island cannot be their food source, and who knows if they will have any problems after eating them. If Xiao Fei's speculations were true, then their living conditions on this island would become much more difficult for a while. Fortunately, there are a lot of fish, shrimp, shellfish, and wild fruits here. If we don't eat the meat of land animals, it's okay, I guess. Xiao Fei tried to comfort himself with a few words, but he knew very well that if he only ate things like fish and shrimp, he would vomit in no time. It's better to have something to eat than to starve to death. Xiao Fei took a deep breath and turned around to look for Su Rou and Bai Yueer. The two women not only gathered up all the supplies they had left behind yesterday, they also found some other things and put them in a transparent plastic storage box. Xiao Fei took a rough look and saw that they were all disposable toiletries, some needles and thread, chewing gum, and the like. There seemed to be a box of raincoats as well? Xiao Fei's eyes lit up. Xiao Fei, Sister Yueer, and I just found some good stuff for you on the beach. Su Rou walked up to Xiao Fei with her hands behind her back and winked at him playfully. She had changed her clothes and put on a camouflage short-sleeved t-shirt. The t-shirt was a little small and fit Su Rou tightly, outlining her beautiful curves and slender waist. What good stuff is this? Why is it so mysterious? Xiao Fei was curious and looked very expectant. Dang, dang, dang. Su Rou had her own sound effects. She held up a square plastic box in both hands, which was about the size of a lunchbox, and shook it in front of Xiao Fei. What is this? Xiao Fei took it and opened it, and his expression immediately became excited. Fuck, tobacco. In the plastic box, there was a large box of yellow tobacco. After the plane crashed, he didn't know where the cigarettes on his body had fallen. He had been holding back his urge to smoke for a whole day and felt very uncomfortable. And this? Bai Yueer raised her hand and threw something towards Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei reached out and grabbed it. It turned out to be a heavy mutton fat jade pipe, crystal clear and obviously worth a fortune. This seems to belong to the chairman, Bai Yueer said. Xiao Fei also remembered that their company's chairman Zheng Rong never smoked finished cigarettes and always smoked high-quality tobacco. Zheng Rong also participated in this team building, but he was not spared after the plane crash and was reduced to ashes in yesterday's explosion. The good things he once enjoyed are now cheap to Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei didn't care that the pipe was used by someone else. He wiped the mouthpiece, stuffed it with tobacco, and couldn't wait to take out his lighter and light it up. It smells really good, much better than the 95. After puffing away at the smoke for a while, Xiao Fei still felt unsatisfied, but he did not forget his business. Can you two take these things? I need to get some other things. Xiao Fei pointed to the supplies on the ground. No problem, leave it to us. Su Rou patted her chest and made the promise, which made Xiao Fei's eyes almost pop out. Then, Xiao Fei asked Su Rou and Bai Yueer to rest on the spot, and he went to pick up some things that might be useful from the wreckage of the plane. Bai Yueer and Su Rou were not idle either. While Xiao Fei was picking up things, they picked up a lot of stones and leaves and made a big SOS pattern on the beach, praying that passing planes would see it. Then, the three of them returned to the cave in a mighty procession, carrying large and small bags of things. When passing by the waterfall pool, Xiao Fei caught 7 or 8 more fish, took them back for dinner, and also filled a kettle with some pool water. When the three returned to the cave, it was already dark. Xiao Fei found that the branches that were originally blocking the entrance of the cave were scattered all over the ground, as if they had been knocked down by something, and some traces of a fight could be vaguely seen. Something broke in. Xiao Fei hurriedly put his belongings at the entrance of the cave, drew his saber, and rushed into the cave. Su Ro, Mr. Bai, please wait outside and don't come in yet. Chapter 28 Distribution of Supplies. The cave was pitch black. Xiao Fei lit a lighter to illuminate the space. With the faint light, he found Song Shiyu and Wen Xiaoqian sitting on either side of the cave, ignoring each other. What's wrong with you guys? Seeing that the two were getting along fine, Xiao Fei breathed a sigh of relief. He then called Su Ro and Bai Yueer in and lit a pile of firewood. After the firewood started burning, the light in the cave became much brighter, and Xiao Fei could see clearly. Both Song Shiyu and Wen Xiaoqian had scratches and bite marks of varying degrees on their faces and bodies. Their hair was messy, and their clothes were torn beyond recognition. Especially Wen Xiaoqian, her dress and lining were torn into two pieces, so she just grabbed a piece of cloth and draped it over her body. The nails on her hands were also broken, and she looked very miserable. Are you two fighting? Xiao Fei was stunned for a long time before he understood what was going on. Can anyone tell me what's going on? This stinky woman is shameless. I was hungry and went out to look for food. I brought back 3 wild fruits, and seeing that she couldn't find any food, I gave her one. Who would have thought that this shameless woman would think the wild fruit I gave her was too small, and even tried to steal some from me after she finished eating it? Song Shiyu spoke first, angrily recounting what had happened. Why don't you give me any food? We are a team now, and we should share things. Why do you only give me one fruit? Do you have any team spirit? When Xiaoqian was not to be outdone, she stood up and yelled at Song Shiyu. Then why are you just sleeping in the cave instead of looking for it yourself? Why should I let you sit back and enjoy the fruits of my labor? Song Shiyu bared his teeth and claws and was about to pounce again. We are a team. Do you understand team spirit? When Xiaoqian was not afraid and continued to shout. I haven't even settled the score with you for pushing me out last night. Today, I'm going to kill you. Song Shiyu reached out to pull Wen Xiaoqian's hair. Xiao Fei quickly stepped in between the two of them to separate them to prevent them from fighting again. During this period, Xiao Fei really enjoyed being sandwiched between the two women. At the same time, he also understood the whole story. When Xiaoqian took a nap in the cave, Song Shiyu went out and picked 3 wild fruits and gave one to Wen Xiaoqian. When Xiaoqian snatched the fruit from Song Shiyu's hand because of uneven distribution, and the two started fighting. Judging from the current situation, it is obvious that Song Shiyu, who is relatively petite, has the upper hand. At least her clothes are not torn. To be honest, considering that the two of them had a grudge against each other last night, it was reasonable for Song Shiyu not to give Wen Xiaoqian any fruit. Wen Xiaoqian keeps talking about team spirit, but she keeps taking advantage of others, which is no different from her usual behavior in the company. Okay, don't argue about such a small matter. Xiao Fei has caught a lot of fish. We will have grilled fish to eat later. Bai Yueer stepped forward to act as a peacemaker. Her attitude was very clear. She knew that Wen Xiaoqian was in the wrong, but she still sided with her subordinate. Is there any grilled fish? Song Shiyu's eyes lit up and she swallowed. I want a big one. When she heard that there was grilled fish to eat, she immediately forgot about the dispute between her and Wen Xiaoqian. Don't rush to eat. The food is still outside. You two have a day off. Go bring it in. Xiao Fei pointed to the cave entrance. I'm going to go out and chop some bamboo and prepare some firewood. Remember, don't fight again. If anyone starts a fight again, I'll throw her off the cliff. Xiao Fei deliberately pretended to be ferocious. Song Shiyu and Wen Xiaoqian didn't say anything else and went to the cave entrance to move things obediently. Leopard, help. After a while, 2 shrill screams were heard from the cave entrance. Dead. Xiao Fei's face was filled with black lines. It seems that it is a common problem for women to scream and shout when something happens. After Xiao Fei cut the bamboo and picked up the firewood, he started to set up the rack. He left 2 of the fat fish he brought back and grilled the rest. 1 man and 4 women were eating with their mouths drooling. After eating the delicious grilled fish, Xiao Fei took the 4 women and began to count the various supplies they brought back. A small amount of medicine, a few pairs of sneakers, a few sets of women's clothes, and a few men's shirts that were too small for Xiao Fei, all of which could only be worn by a few women. Then there were a few water bottles, a food box with only a few bags of pickles and 5 or 6 mineral water bottles left, a bundle of ropes, and a few airplane seat cushions. Then there is the tobacco pipe I found on the beach today, as well as some disposable toiletries, chewing gum, and sewing kits. These are all the supplies we have. Food and fresh water are still relatively abundant on the deserted island, but we need to look for them every day. Divide these clothes among you later. There are exactly 4 cushions, one for each of you, and you can use them as pillows. And the toiletries, be sure to use them sparingly, or they will be gone once you use them up. Xiao Fei made a simple distribution of the supplies, and as for the box of raincoats, he threw it aside. Originally, he wanted to say, "We don't know when we can leave here," to put some pressure on the 4 women and make them pay attention to frugality. However, thinking that the 4 girls might become even more emotionally broken because of this, he swallowed the words back. Also, we will be traveling through the dense forest almost every day in the future, so we should not wear skirts and high heels when we go out, as it will be inconvenient for us to move around. If any one of you can sew, please make sleeves out of the rags we have. In the jungle, it is best to wear long sleeves. If you get scratched or bitten by an insect, it will be a big problem if the wound becomes infected. Xiao Fei continued to instruct the other people. "Leave it to me. I can do needlework." Su Rou spoke up. "What are these?" Song Shiyu stretched out her foot and kicked a bulging package in the corner. "Those are just scraps I picked up, and they need to be processed. You can't do this job. I'll take care of it later," Xiao Fei said. After giving the instructions, Xiao Fei carried the junk and walked to the cave entrance. The moonlight was very bright, making the entrance of the cave appear as white as frost. Xiao Fei poured out all the airplane fragments in the package and sorted them out. "Su Rou, take a look at this seat cover. Can you change my clothes or something?" Xiao Fei returned to the cave and gave the seat cover containing the fragments to Su Rou. "It's almost enough to make a vest. You can put it here." Su Rou smiled slightly. Beside her, there was already a pair of sleeves made, which were modified from one Xiaoqian's torn dress. "You are so virtuous," Xiao Fei said sincerely. "Smooth talk." Su Rou grumbled softly, a hint of shyness appearing on her face. "I'm going to work." Xiao Fei patted his butt and stood up. Before leaving, he kissed Su Rou on the cheek and quickly ran away. Surviving in the wild is not an easy task. Xiao Fei sat on the ground outside the cave entrance, puffing smoke from his pipe. In front of him, in addition to large and small pieces of aircraft hull fragments, there were also a lot of copper wires, some seatbelt buckles, and a solid metal piece that looked like a hammer, which could be used as a hammer. Chapter 29. Guilty Conscience. Let's make an iron pot first. After finishing his cigarette, Xiao Fei took the 2 largest metal casings in front of him, raised the hammer in his hand, and started hammering on them. The sound of the collision spread quickly. This is also the effect Xiao Fei wanted. Making such a big noise can scare away the dormant birds, beasts, snakes, and insects around, and their residents will be safer. After struggling for more than 2 hours, Xiao Fei, sweating profusely, finally managed to beat the 2 shells into 2 simple-shaped pots. Then, he did not rest idle, and polished other small pieces of aircraft hulls on stones into hatchets and daggers, and then wrapped the ends with layers of copper wire as handles. "Everyone come here. I'll give you something." Xiao Fei returned to the cave and placed the polished dagger and hatchet on the ground. "There are many wild animals on the island. Each of you should bring a dagger for self-defense, and this larger hatchet, which can be used when you go out to chop wood. Isn't chopping wood a man's job?" When Xiaoqian picked up a small dagger and played with it, she was not satisfied with Xiao Fei's arrangement. "Xiaoqian, before we leave this deserted island, each of us must do something within our capabilities. No matter how capable Xiao Fei is, his energy and physical strength are limited. Jobs like chopping wood, fetching water, and picking wild fruits are not difficult, and we can all do them. We can't put all the pressure on Xiao Fei alone." Bai Yueer glanced at Wen Xiaoqian with a somewhat displeased look on her face. "I understand, Mr. Bai." Wen Xiaoqian nodded reluctantly and was also surprised that Bai Yueer would speak for Xiao Fei. Even Xiao Fei felt a little surprised about this. "One more thing, we must advance and retreat together as a whole. We must not do anything sneaky or self-defeating to the detriment of others. We are not blind or stupid. If anyone threatens our unity, we will kick him out and let him die." Xiao Fei added a few more words. "Xiao Fei, what do you mean by that? Who are you making innuendos about?" When Xiaoqian stood up with a dark face and pointed the dagger in her hand at Xiao Fei's head. She still didn't understand the current situation. She thought of herself as the sales champion who was high up in the company with outstanding performance. She looked down on Xiao Fei, the programmer who wrote code in the technical department. In Wen Xiaoqian's opinion, Xiao Fei should serve her without complaint, prepare delicious food and drinks and send them to her, even if he was exhausted to death. She was willing to put down her face and take care of Xiao Fei, which was a great gift to him. It's because she is the company's sales champion and a key elite valued by the leaders. Now Xiao Fei was actually talking about her in a roundabout way. How could she bear it? But when Xiao Qian forgot that this was a deserted island far away from the city and isolated from the world, the achievements she was proud of were worthless here and could not even be exchanged for a wild fruit. At the same time, she felt somewhat guilty about what Song Shiyu had done. On the one hand, she was indeed in the wrong, and on the other hand, she was worried that Song Shiyu would settle the score with her after she returned. With such a contradictory and complex mentality, she immediately got furious when Xiao Fei spoke. "You stinky woman, how can you be so self-centered? You still have the nerve to say that. Don't you know who I'm talking about? Were you the one who pushed me yesterday? Are you the one who stole my fruit today?" Song Shiyu also grabbed a hatchet and pointed at Wen Xiaoqian and shouted, "Please sit down first." Xiao Fei had a cold face and pulled Song Shiyu's wrist. Song Shiyu's body tilted, and she sat down on the ground. "Wen Xiaoqian, I'm not targeting you. I want everyone to have this awareness and stick to their bottom line to avoid unnecessary damage. Now that I'm leading this team, I naturally have to consider the overall situation." Wen Xiaoqian's behavior also made Xiao Fei feel a little unhappy. He stared at Wen Xiaoqian coldly, with anger in his tone. "Also, if you dare point a knife at me again, I'll chop your hands off. Put it down." Wen Xiaoqian shuddered with fear, and the dagger in her hand fell to the ground with a clang. "Starting tomorrow, our daily life will consist of fetching water, picking wild fruits, fishing, and then taking a walk on the beach to see if there are any passing ships. There is a pond in the south, with lots of wild fruits nearby and fish in the pond. It's about 3 hours away from here, plus a trip to the beach, so we can only go back and forth once a day." Xiao Fei began to arrange tomorrow's content. "My suggestion is that you pick 1 or 2 people from among you to take turns going out with me every day to fetch water, pick wild fruits and fish. You can also take a bath there." The others guarded the cave, cleaned it, picked wild fruits and vegetables, and chopped wood nearby. Those who went out with me set out in the morning, and if they came back early in the afternoon, I would go out again on my own. "Why do you want to go out again?" Song Shiyu asked. "The rock paintings record that there were tribes living here. Even though they moved away, it's impossible that they left nothing behind. I'll go around the island to see if I can find where they lived and bring back some useful things. If we can find grain seeds, we can grow crops and our lives will be more secure." Xiao Fei explained. "The blood-colored bats on the island will pose a threat to us. With those bats around, we can only live with the saker falcons in the cave to be the safest. We will not change our residence for the time being. Does anyone have any other questions? If not, let's get ready to rest." "I have another question." Song Shiyu raised her hand again. "The leopard you brought back is quite fat. Can we have leopard meat to eat in the next few days?" "Oh, I forgot to tell you about this." Xiao Fei slapped his head and told the 4 girls his guess, but he avoided the role of the mysterious red plant and only said that the mutation of animals on the island was related to the tornado in the sea. "So, to be on the safe side, if we want to eat meat, we can't eat anything that runs on the ground or flies in the sky. We can only eat those that swim in the water. You guys go to sleep first. If you can't sleep, you can chat. I'll take care of the leopard's body." After saying that, Xiao Fei went outside the cave again and cut open the cheetah's belly with a saber. A strong smell of blood immediately hit his face and diffused in the air. "Cry." A loud and high-pitched long cry was heard from the cave. As the smell of blood spread, the saker falcon deep in the cave suddenly became excited. "Yes, to see if the meat is edible, why not do an experiment on a saker falcon?" Xiao Fei suddenly had an idea. He picked a large leaf, wrapped some of the wild leopard's bloody internal organs in it, and walked into the depths of the cave. Pooh la la. The saker falcon flapped its uninjured wing, crawled out of the hole, and stretched its neck towards the internal organs in Xiao Fei's hand. Chapter 38 Dispute. "Want some, little one?" Xiao Fei picked up a piece of wild leopard's liver with his saber and put it to the side of the saker falcon's mouth. The saker falcon stretched its head forward, and its beak, as sharp as a knife, grabbed the wild leopard's liver, then tilted its head back and swallowed it whole. The saker falcon fluttered its feet even more happily after eating the delicious food, and came closer to Xiao Fei little by little. "You're quite a eater. I'll give you another piece." Xiao Fei picked up another piece of the wild leopard's heart, cut it into several pieces, and fed it to the saker falcon. Soon, all the internal organs that Xiao Fei brought were eaten up by the saker falcon. After eating, the saker falcon lay down on the spot, retracted its neck, narrowed its eyes, and began to doze off. "Let me see where you're hurt." Xiao Fei threw the blood-stained leaves and saber aside and reached out to flip over the injured wing of the Saker Falcon. Squeak! The sleepy Saker Falcon was pushed by Xiao Fei and suddenly opened its eyes and cried out, then jumped back and its feathers exploded instantly. When it saw that the person who moved it was Xiao Fei who had just fed it, the Saker Falcon calmed down and jumped closer. After the feeding just now, the Saker Falcon has become closer to and trusts Xiao Fei more, and is no longer as hostile as before. Leopards' internal organs don't seem to have the side effect of making animals more aggressive. Xiao Fei muttered something and reached out to touch Heidonking's back. The big bird squinted its eyes in satisfaction. Then, Xiao Fei flipped open the wing of the Saker Falcon that could not move, and saw a bloody area in the middle of the wing, with signs of ulceration and suppuration. This doesn't look like a bat bite, but more like a wound caused by a collision or scratch. Xiao Fei guessed that the space in the cave was a little low for the flying Saker Falcon, and when it was catching blood-colored bats in the cave, its wings hit the stone wall, causing such injuries. Wait, I'll get some medicine to disinfect you. Xiao Fei gently tapped Heidonking's head, then turned around and went where they stored supplies to find disinfectant and gauze. The Saker Falcon tilted its head and stared at Xiao Fei's back for a while, then picked up its saber and followed him in a hopping manner. Su Ro and the other three were awake. One of them dug out a palm-sized book from the pocket of some piece of clothing, tore it into 4 parts, and each of them held one piece, reading with great interest in the light of the fire. It is a great blessing to be able to find such a form of entertainment on this deserted island. Xiao Fei glanced at the small words on the pages of the book and saw names like Bai Yueer and Bai Yueer. Then he realized that they were reading Dream of the Red Chamber. Seeing how seriously they were watching, Xiao Fei did not disturb them and went to the place where supplies were stored to look for medicine alone. Xiao Fei, are you looking for something? Su Ro put down the book in her hand and asked. Oh, I'll find some disinfectant, gauze and cotton swabs to treat Heidonking's wound. Xiao Fei quickly found what he wanted. What? You're going to waste something so precious on that beast? Hearing Xiao Fei's words, when Xiao Qian's face changed and she stood up suddenly, because the movement was so large, her body also undulated for a while. There are only so few drugs in total. If we use a little, it will be a little less. We are reluctant to use them ourselves, so why should we waste them on a beast? No, I don't agree. I absolutely don't agree. When Xiao Qian, I advise you to think about our current situation before you express your attitude. There are many things on this island that can threaten our lives, including the blood-colored bats that attacked us and the giant bees that almost poisoned me to death. There are even more unknown dangers. Xiao Fei spoke slowly, when Xiao Qian's reaction was within his expectations. The Saker Falcon is the natural enemy of the blood-colored bat. President Su Rubai and I have personally seen the black eagle preying on those monster-like giant bees. The Saker Falcon is a more ferocious bird than those black eagles, and it is certainly no problem for it to deal with the giant bees. If we can have the protection of the Saker Falcon, we will be much safer here. Don't forget, if we want to get the fresh water we need for life, we have to go to the pond in the dense forest. If conditions permit, it would be best if we move there. Who knows if those giant bees will suddenly come out? With the Saker Falcon to deter them, they won't attack us. Even if the Saker Falcon is as powerful as you say, how can you be sure that after its wounds heal, it will definitely follow us and not fly away? It's even possible that this beast will attack us, which would be even more dangerous, don't you know? When Xiao Qian still refused to give in, she snatched the transparent bag containing the medicine, hid it behind her, and backed away repeatedly. I am also a member of our team, so I have some say. I disagree with treating Heidonking's injury. However, I have no objection to giving it some food to prevent it from starving to death. As long as it survives, if it calls here from time to time, the bats won't dare to approach. If you ask me, it would be best to chop off the wings and claws of this beast and tie it to the cave entrance. It won't pose a threat to us. Hitting it a few times every night to make it scream can also scare away the bats. Xiao Fei, hurry up, catch it and chop off its claws and wings. When Xiao Qian became more and more excited as she spoke, as if she had discovered something extraordinary. When Xiao Qian, are you talking like a human being? Xiao Fei shouted angrily. Give me the medicine. I have the final say on this matter. Heidonking looked up at Xiao Fei and others who were arguing fiercely, put the saber in his mouth gently at Xiao Fei's feet, turned around, jumped, and walked towards the cave where he had been hiding before. Boss Bai, please say something fair. When Xiao Qian saw Xiao Fei getting angry, she quickly hid behind Bai Yueer. Xiao Qian, when it comes to survival in the wild, Xiao Fei is obviously more experienced than the rest of us. He wants to cure the sacred falcon out of consideration for the greater good, so that we can live in a safer environment. Moreover, animals' thoughts are much simpler than humans, and they will follow whoever treats them well. Bai Yueer turned her head and glanced at Wen Xiaoqian behind her, and it was obvious that she did not support her approach. I stand on Xiao Fei's side in this matter. Xiaoqian, give the medicine to Xiao Fei quickly. I also support Xiao Fei. He even cut off the wings and claws of the sacred falcon. You bitch, are you talking like a human being? You are worse than a beast. Song Shiyu also hurriedly expressed her opinion, and took the opportunity to scold Wen Xiaoqian. It's 3-2 now, bitch. Hurry up and get the medicine out. Xiaoqian, and everyone else, I know a little about the sacred falcon. This bird is the overlord of the birds in the sky, has almost no natural enemies, and is very smart. But they are also very arrogant, especially adult sacred falcons, which are impossible to tame. Su Ro spoke slowly. Did you hear that? Did you all hear that? An adult sacred falcon cannot be tamed. It's better to do as I say. Su Ro's words made Wen Xiaoqian's eyes light up, and she immediately found sufficient reasons to refute others. Chapter 31 Raptor joins the gang. Xiaoqian, please listen to what I have to say first. Su Ro continued. But the sacred falcon just now showed obvious kindness and intimacy to Xiao Fei. This is a signal that we have a great chance of reaching an alliance-like relationship with this sacred falcon, where we can each get what we need and help each other. So, I support Xiao Fei's approach. You guys, what on earth are you thinking about? When Xiaoqian stretched out her hand and pointed at the other people tremblingly, her face flushed with anger. Go ahead and save you, I won't agree. When Xiaoqian raised her hand and threw the medicine in her hand out of the cave. Outside the cave, there is a stone beam that serves as an entrance and exit and a cliff on the other side. If the medicine falls down, even if we can climb down and find it, it will definitely be broken into pieces and completely destroyed. Oh shit. Song Shiyu happened to be behind Wen Xiaoqian. She was quick-eyed and quick-handed. As soon as Wen Xiaoqian threw the medicine in her hand away, she jumped up and grabbed it. That was a close call. Song Shiyu let out a long sigh. These are life-saving medicines. If they are lost, it will be a disaster if the 5 of them fall ill. Wen Xiaoqian, how could you be so suicidal? Xiao Fei finally couldn't suppress his anger anymore, picked up the saber at his feet, stood up, grabbed Wen Xiaoqian's neck with his other hand and pressed her against the stone wall, with the tip of the saber against Wen Xiaoqian's heart. Help! Someone is killing someone. Xiao Fei is going to kill someone. Help! Help! When Xiaoqian used up all her strength to shout for help, you screamed as hard as you could. Even if I kill you now, what difference would that make? With one less mouth to feed, we will live a more comfortable life. Xiao Fei said viciously, and he exerted force with the hand holding the saber. The cold tip of the knife pierced Wen Xiaoqian's skin so painfully that she shut her mouth immediately and dared not make another sound. Yes, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Please forgive me, Xiao Fei. After a while, Wen Xiaoqian gave in and spoke while crying. Okay, Xiao Fei, just make her realize her mistake. You can't really kill her. Put the knife down. Bai Yueer came over to persuade him. She held Xiao Fei's hand holding the knife with her soft white hands and pulled the saber out of Xiao Fei's hand. Xiaoqian, hurry up and promise everyone that you won't do such stupid things again. If it happens again, I won't speak for you anymore. Xiao Fei, I won't dare to do that again. I will listen to you in everything from now on. If I do something stupid again, you will throw me outside to feed the bats. When Xiaoqian quickly made a promise. Remember what you said? Xiao Fei took a deep breath, moved his other hand away from Wen Xiaoqian's neck and let her go. When Xiaoqian rubbed her neck and coughed a few times. Her eyes were red and the skin on her neck was already red. Song Shiyu, give me the medicine. Xiao Fei extended his hand towards Song Shiyu. I'll go with you. Song Shiyu said excitedly. On the one hand, when Xiaoqian, the woman she hated so much, was finally dealt with. On the other hand, they were about to get a very awesome bodyguard. The wound of the sacred falcon was not deep. The main problem was the inflammation and suppuration of the wound, plus the swelling caused by the impact. Xiao Fei burned the tip of the knife with a lighter to disinfect it, then pierced the swollen area on the wing of the sacred falcon to release the purple blood, disinfected the wound, and wrapped it with gauze. Finally, he dissolved 2 anti-inflammatory pills in water and fed it to the sacred falcon. The sacred falcon was very smart. It knew Xiao Fei was saving it, so it behaved very well and did not resist throughout the whole process. Its wings will almost be able to move tomorrow. It's getting late, so let's go to bed. Xiao Fei tidied up and did not sleep. Instead, he went to the cave entrance again and continued to cut up the leopard carcass that he had not dealt with before. He peeled off the leopard skin and spread it on a large rock to dry. He cut the leopard meat into pieces and wrapped it with leaves. All of it was transported to the deepest part of the cave and laid out piece by piece. The saker falcon, who had eaten his fill, was sleeping. When he heard the noise, he opened his eyes, looked at Xiao Fei who was busy running around, and then continued to sleep. He was no longer interested in the leopard meat. It was when Xiao Fei went to feed the saker falcon that he discovered that the temperature got lower the deeper he went into the cave, with the deepest part being less than 10 degrees and very dry. Fresh meat could be preserved here for several days. On this tropical island without any modern electrical appliances, storing food is also a big problem. In this environment, Xiao Fei is more aware of the importance of salt. The shelf life of pickled foods will be longer. After dealing with the wild leopard's corpse, Xiao Fei found a corner to lie down and prepared to take a nap. Although he had been busy for 2 days, Xiao Fei didn't feel tired at all. He still felt full of energy and had endless strength all over his body. The strange red plant brought him a complete transformation. I have to go to the beach to look for it again tomorrow. I don't believe that I can't find a mobile phone. With a mobile phone, I can call for help. The next step is to make a few larger signs on the beach with distress messages written on them so that passing ships can see them immediately. If we really have to leave here for a short period of time, we can't just stay in the cave forever. We have to clean up this place or move to the water pond. If we stay on the island for a long time, we will definitely need salt. Lying on the ground, Xiao Fei tossed and turned, unable to sleep, thinking about all kinds of things in his mind. Go have a smoke? Xiao Fei got up quickly, took the tobacco from his pipe, tiptoed out of the cave, and climbed to the top of the mountain. The cave was originally the nest of blood-red bats. Bats are natural enemies of mosquitoes, so there were no mosquitoes harassing you in the cave. But as soon as he came out, a swarm of mosquitoes swarmed towards Xiao Fei like a dark cloud, almost sucking him dry. It was not until Xiao Fei lit a cigarette that the aggressive swarm of mosquitoes subsided a little. Xiao Fei found some insect-repellent wormwood nearby, mixed it with hay, and lit it, creating a comfortable environment for smoking. Tomorrow, we have to try to make salt from seawater on the beach. Xiao Fei lay on a large smooth rock and let out a long sigh of relief. If you don't eat salt, it may be okay for 3 or 2 days, but over time, edema can be fatal. Only then did Xiao Fei realize that life on a deserted island surrounded by beautiful women was not as wonderful as he had imagined. Food, clothing, housing, and transportation, these most common problems are enough to make Xiao Fei suffer. Moreover, Su Ro, Bai Yueer, and the other 4 women are all greenhouse flowers in the big city. Their physical fitness is relatively average, and it is unknown how long they can last in such a simple environment. If someone becomes ill due to physical collapse, how to treat him becomes an almost unsolvable problem. Xiao Fei only regretted that he had not watched some wilderness survival programs before. Just as Xiao Fei was looking at the night sky with a frown on his face, a silent figure was slowly approaching from the foot of the mountain. Chapter 32 on the mountaintop. Who? Xiao Fei, who was lying on a big rock with a lot on his mind, suddenly heard light footsteps approaching. He sat up suddenly with a look of alertness in his eyes. It seems that there are only 5 of them on the island right now. Su Ro and the other 4 girls have already gone to bed. Even if they are not asleep, they can call him anytime if they want to find him. Who could have sneaked up here? Xiao Fei reached for his waist, but found that after the saber was used to cut the wild leopard's body, it was thrown into the cave and not taken out. Brother Fei, it's me, Qian Qian. Just as Xiao Fei was looking around to see if there was anything around that could be used as a weapon, when Xiao Qian's voice came over. Then, when Xiao Qian, wearing thin clothes, climbed onto the big rock where Xiao Fei was lying and threw him a coquettish look. Fei Gu, Qian Qian? Xiao Fei raised his eyebrows and felt a little excited. He knew that when Xiao Qian had always looked down on him, Xiao Fei, relying on her performance in the company. After being stranded on the deserted island for the past 2 days, when Xiao Qian was still finding fault with him and had a very bad attitude. But now, when Xiao Qian came out alone to find him late at night, and changed the way she addressed herself from Xiao Fei to Brother Fei, and her attitude became gentler and more ambiguous. No matter how stupid Xiao Fei was, he knew why when Xiao Qian came here. One Xiao Qian? Why are you here so late at night instead of sleeping? There are so many mosquitoes up here. Xiao Fei asked knowingly. I see. You're here to use the restroom, right? Hee, Brother Fei. You are so smart. I just came here to use the toilet. When Xiao Qian twisted her soft waist and moved closer to Xiao Fei's body. But I'm scared alone. Can you help me look out for the wind? Haha. I'm the only man here. Why can't you go to the toilet downstairs? You come up here to look for me to keep watch for you. Isn't this just taking off your pants to fart in vain? Xiao Fei sneered in his heart, but still cooperated and agreed. Okay, I'll help you watch it. Be careful, there are a lot of rocks here. Don't bump into them. As he spoke, Xiao Fei was about to turn around, but was stopped by Wen Xiaoqian. Brother Fei, how can you help keep watch for me when your back is turned to me? I will be scared. Wen Xiaoqian said in a coquettish voice. Oh, that makes sense, haha. Then hurry up. Xiao Fei raised his head and pretended to look at the moon. When Xiaoqian's sudden flirtation and enthusiasm made Xiao Fei a little overwhelmed for a while. Brother Fei, let me start. When Xiaoqian stretched out a finger and gently drew a circle on Xiao Fei's chest, causing Xiao Fei to get goosebumps all over his body, and he wanted to pounce on her directly. Xiao Fei gritted his teeth and suppressed the impulse in his heart. After working together for many years, he had some understanding of Wen Xiaoqian's character. She was a typical woman who would not do anything without benefits, and it was impossible for her to give him benefits for no reason. Since Wen Xiaoqian was willing to spend so much money and use her body as a bargaining chip, Xiao Fei was very curious about what kind of request she would make. Brother Fei, it's so hot outside that I can't even wear such thin clothes, right? When Xiaoqian looked up at Xiao Fei, pulled up her skirt, slowly squatted down, and broadcast live in front of him. Are you serious? Xiao Fei glanced down and almost had a nosebleed. Ouch, the ground is so slippery. When Xiaoqian let out a fake scream and fell to the ground with her arms and legs spread out. It hurts, Brother Fei. Why don't you get up and help me? When Xiaoqian's eyes were so charming that they almost took Xiao Fei's soul away. You're not hurt? Xiao Fei resisted the urge to execute Wen Xiaoqian on the spot and helped her up. Brother Fei, my chest hurts so much. When Xiao Fei supported Wen Xiaoqian took the opportunity to grab his hand. Brother Fei, just now in the cave, your knife was so hard that it hurt my chest so much that I almost bled. It really scared me. When Xiaoqian pretended to be aggrieved and about to cry, but her words were blunt and explicit, full of ambiguous teasing and hints. I was just trying to scare you. You didn't even get a scratch, did you? Xiao Fei said. Who said that? It's all red. If you don't believe me, just look. When Xiaoqian ripped open his collar, Xiao Fei couldn't move his eyes away anymore. I said that the red area on your body was not stabbed by a knife. It was originally red. Xiao Fei's speech was incoherent. Who said that? They're all swollen. Try it. When Xiaoqian grabbed Xiao Fei's hand and pulled it towards her, Xiao Fei felt his hand. The feeling could only be described as floating in ecstasy. Brother Fei, I have an idea that I want to discuss with you. When Xiaoqian rolled her eyes and found that Xiao Fei was completely immersed in the conversation, she felt that it was time to get down to business. What do you think? Tell me. Xiao Fei asked vaguely. Brother Fei, don't you think that the resources we have now are extremely scarce? There are 5 of us, and there are not enough to go around. We don't even have enough clothes to wear. When Xiaoqian spoke up, yes, this problem is indeed quite troublesome. Thinking of the dilemma he was facing, Xiao Fei regained some of his rationality and was about to pull back the hand that Wen Xiaoqian was holding. Brother Fei, I have a good idea. Can I tell you about it? When Xiaoqian moved closer to Xiao Fei again and stretched her little hand under Xiao Fei's legs, Xiao Fei, who was just about to sober up, fell into despair again. Think about it, Brother Fei. When a company can't continue to operate, it will choose to lay off employees. Now there are not enough resources for the 5 of us, so we have to do something similar to layoffs. Seeing that Xiao Fei was completely obedient after being disciplined by her, when Xiaoqian quickly struck while the iron was hot and whispered something in Xiao Fei's ear. Boss Bai is from our company. He's one of us. Although I don't like that little bitch Song Shiyu, her father is also a big client of our company. If you take good care of her, it will be a great benefit to us when she returns, and we can make a lot of money. I can put aside my personal grudge with her for the time being, but Su Ro is different. That woman is just a flight attendant, with no qualifications or background, and she is a complete stranger to us. So, when it comes to layoffs, Su Ro will definitely be laid off first. At least that's what I think. When Xiaoqian stuck out her tongue, seduced Xiao Fei for a moment, and continued talking. Tomorrow, Brother Fei and I will go to the dense forest to fetch water, and we will bring Su Ro with us. We will find a secluded place on the road, and we will give Su Ro to. When she comes back, she will say that she was taken away by a wild beast and fell off a cliff and died. Just make up an excuse to deal with it. Of course, Su Ro is still quite pretty. Brother Fei, if you are interested in her. When Xiaoqian became more and more excited as she spoke, with a hint of indifference and madness flashing in her eyes. Before we kill Su-ro, you can enjoy yourself first. With one less person, our expenses will be reduced a lot. Later on, I can find a way to convince Mr. Bai and Song Shiyu, and the three of us will serve you together. Brother Fei, think about it. Isn't this the life of a god? When Xiao Qian raised her head, she met Xiao Fei's cold gaze, as sharp as a knife. You're done? Xiao Fei exerted force on his hand, and when Xiao Qian suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from her chest, her body felt like it was about to explode, and she couldn't help but cry out in pain. Bang! A crisp sound. Xiao Fei grabbed Xiao Qian's body without letting go, and slapped her hard in the face with his other hand. Chapter 33, Bite Back. Ah! Xiao Qian screamed in a shrill voice, but because her body was tightly held by Xiao Fei, she had nowhere to hide. Xiao Fei's ruthless slaps became heavier each time. The crisp, pa-pa sounds mixed with Xiao Qian's screams echoed in the night, scaring away many birds that roost at night. Soon, when Xiao Qian's voice became hoarse, half of her face became swollen, and blood oozed from the corner of her mouth. Plop! As soon as Xiao Fei let go, Xiao Qian fell to the ground limply, struggling to move backwards, trying to get away from Xiao Fei. Xiao Qian never expected that the idea she proposed would cause such a big reaction from Xiao Fei. At the same time, she couldn't understand why this fat, stinky loser in the company could resist her romantic temptations and be so cruel to her that he almost killed her. What on earth was going on? Xiao Qian's mind was fuzzy. In her opinion, the worst outcome was that Xiao Fei was ungrateful and disagreed with her approach. However, with her outstanding looks and first-class skills, she could get away with it no matter what. But now, the burning and tearing pain in her body and the burning swelling on her face made Xiao Qian realize in despair that she was really too naive. Oh my God, doesn't this guy like women? Why would he do this to me? Will I die here? Xiao Qian was filled with despair and wanted to continue calling for help, but she found that her throat was hoarse and she could hardly make a sound. Xiao Fei, with murderous intent, was approaching her step by step. It's so high and steep here. If you come out to use the restroom and fall to your death, no one will suspect you, right? Xiao Fei reached out and grabbed Xiao Qian's collar, lifting her up in an instant. Xiao Qian felt as if her throat was being pinched by a pair of huge pliers and she couldn't breathe. The feeling of lack of oxygen soon made her see stars and her face turned red. Xiao Qian, I have warned you twice in the cave tonight, but you didn't learn your lesson and dared to come here to seek death. In that case, I will help you. There must be a lot of wild animals at the foot of this mountain. If you fall down, the fragments of your body will be eaten up quickly, so there will be no need to dig a grave for you. Astonishing strength burst out from Xiao Fei's body. Holding Xiao Qian in one hand, he approached the edge of the mountain step by step. What's going on? That was Xiao Qian's voice just now. Go up and take a look. At this time, Bai Yueer's anxious voice came from the entrance of the cave below. Then there was a burst of hurried and chaotic footsteps. Bai Yueer, Su-ro and Song Shiyu ran to the top of the mountain one after another. Bai Yueer and Su-ro were still holding the daggers that Xiao Fei had polished and made at night. The three girls just ran to the top of the mountain and saw Xiao Fei holding Xiao Qian, who had rolled her eyes, in one hand and making a gesture as if to throw her off the top of the mountain. Stop it, Xiao Fei, you are killing people, do you know that? Bai Yueer exclaimed, but did not dare to get closer, for fear of further irritating Xiao Fei. Now, if Xiao Fei loosens his grip, Xiao Qian will fall down and will surely die. Moreover, Xiao Qian's clothes were now in disarray, and there were several bruises and handprints on her body. Such a scene made it hard not to think of what had just happened. Xiao Fei, although I don't know what happened just now, you must not do anything stupid, and you must not be impulsive. Su-ro also quickly spoke up to dissuade Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei didn't really want to kill Xiao Qian. He just wanted to teach her a lesson. He also understood that Xiao Qian was a woman who only bullied the weak and feared the strong, and would only take hard measures and not soft measures. The two warnings in the cave were not painful, and she didn't take them to heart at all. Only by threatening her with life and death could she leave a deep impression in Xiao Qian's mind and make her obey the arrangements in the future. Otherwise, she might do something strange in the future. You're lucky this time. Xiao Fei said this coldly, and threw Xiao Qian onto a big rock like a broken sack. Xiao Qian, what's wrong? How did you offend Xiao Fei again? Bai Yueer walked over, helped Xiao Qian up, and patted her back gently. Ahem. Xiao Qian, who was finally able to breathe fresh air, was coughing violently and gasping for breath. After a long time, when Xiaoqian felt a little better. Boss Bai, you must save me. When Xiaoqian lay in Bai Yueer's arms and burst into tears. I just came out to relieve myself, and Xiao Fei. He actually woo-woo. I am too embarrassed to see anyone. I didn't want to obey him, so he beat me and he even wanted to kill me to silence me. Boss Bai, I'm so scared. When Xiaoqian spoke with tears and snot, and her words were so convincing, and combined with the marks on her body, one could not help but believe it. Xiao Fei, you bastard. You've gone too far. How could you do such a heartless thing? Bai Yueer pulled up when Xiaoqian's clothes, raised her head and glared at Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei, you really? Su Ro's voice was choked with sobs, her body was shaking, her big eyes were filled with tears, and the look she gave Xiao Fei was full of disappointment and fear. You are such a thief who has never changed his mind. Seeing Wen Xiaoqian's performance, Xiao Fei sneered. This time, he really wanted to kill Wen Xiaoqian. She's right. That's who I am. She made me unhappy, and I have to kill him now. I advise you guys to stop meddling in other people's business and go back to the cave to sleep. I will never let you go hungry if I have something to eat. But if you insist on going against me, don't blame me for being rude. Xiao Fei took a step forward, pushed Bai Yueer away with one hand, grabbed Wen Xiaoqian's arm with the other hand and lifted her up, then held her in his arms. I'm going to kill this woman right now. If any one of you tries to stop me, you'll end up like her. Get out now. Xiao Fei, why did you suddenly become like this? Bai Yueer looked at Xiao Fei with disappointment and slowly stepped back. Faced with Xiao Fei, who had already gone hysterical and crazy, Bai Yueer, after weighing the pros and cons, did not dare to offend her again. She planned to take Su Ro and Song Shiyu downstairs first, and then pack up and escape. Bai Yueer felt that if they stayed with such a lunatic, the three of them would sooner or later suffer the same fate as Wen Xiaoqian. Although she felt reluctant, for the safety of the three of them, Bai Yueer had to give up Wen Xiaoqian. Boss Bai, save me. You can't just stand by and watch me die. Xiao Fei will kill me. Wen Xiaoqian cried loudly in Xiao Fei's arms. If I kill you, I'll make your wish come true. Xiao Fei smiled evilly and was eager to try. Xiao Fei, are you crazy? Let her go. Su Ro shouted in despair, the dagger in her hand trembling as she pointed at Xiao Fei. Chapter 34, Doing the Best. Shut up, all of you, and let me say something. Song Shiyu stamped her feet and shouted. She was small in stature and had a soft voice. She opened her mouth a few times, but her voice was suppressed by others, which almost made her anxious. I'm telling you too, why do you believe everything this bitch says? You've all been deceived by this bitch. It's really frustrating. Song Shiyu stood up, looked at Xiao Fei, then turned to look at Bai Yueer and Su Ro. You two fell asleep just now, but I didn't fall asleep. I saw Xiao Fei come up with tobacco and a pipe after he dealt with the cheetah's body. After a few minutes, the woman took off her coat and walked out of the cave dressed like this. At first I thought she was going to the bathroom, but when I looked outside, I found that she was also coming up. Song Shiyu glanced at Wen Xiaoqian and just met her frightened and evasive eyes and smiled triumphantly. I got up and followed him out of curiosity. Then, I saw the stinky woman seducing Xiao Fei on the top of the mountain. She also told Xiao Fei that in order to reduce the consumption of supplies, we had to kill Su Ro. The stinky woman said that tomorrow she would call Su Ro and Xiao Fei to go to the dense forest to fetch water and catch fish. On the way, she would find an opportunity for Xiao Fei to do something to Su Ro first and then kill her. Boss Bai, this vicious woman also said that she wants the two of us to follow her and do that with Xiao Fei in the future. Because you are her boss and my father is a big customer of your company. So she chose to kill Su Ro to save the consumption of materials. Don't disbelieve me, I am not talking nonsense. These are the original words of the stinky woman. Then, Song Shiyu looked at Xiao Fei again, with a look of disappointment. Hey, Dagwa, why are you so stubborn? Why don't you explain yourself? If I hadn't caught up with you in time, you would have been the most wronged person in the history, you know that? Nonsense, Song Shiyu. You were talking nonsense. When Xiaoqian argued with a look of horror on her face. Boss Bai, Su Ro, don't believe what Song Shiyu said. Because there is a grudge between her and me, she is deliberately framing me. She wants to kill me. Bah. Then tell me, why did you run to the top of the mountain to use the toilet? I remember you are afraid of heights, aren't you? Song Shiyu put her hands on her hips and rolled her eyes at Wen Xiaoqian. Even if you are afraid of heights, it takes 5 or 6 minutes to get up from the cave, and there are a lot of mosquitoes up there. When we went to the bathroom before, we always went to the corner on the right side of the cave, which only took half a minute to get there. Isn't it a problem that you came up here so late at night? Besides, You couldn't have known that Xiao Fei was smoking on the top of the mountain? No one would believe you if you didn't have other thoughts. Bai Yueer and Su Ro were both very smart women. They were just shocked by the scene they saw when they ran up just now. In addition, when Xiaoqian's superb lying acting skills confused their thinking. If you calm down and think about it, when Xiaoqian's wording is full of loopholes. Not to mention how lame the reason of going to the top of the mountain to use the toilet is, even if when Xiaoqian loves cleanliness and wants to find another place to use the toilet. If Xiao Fei really wanted to do something unspeakable to her, the sound from the top of the mountain would easily be transmitted down. Xiao Fei would not be stupid enough to do it in this place. Moreover, although when Xiaoqian's clothes were in disarray, Xiao Fei's clothes and pants were all in good condition. When Xiaoqian, what on earth are you going to do? Bai Yueer shouted in disappointment. Yesterday, you pushed Song Shiyu out when you were in danger. Today, you snatched the wild fruits that Song Shiyu picked and stopped Xiao Fei from treating Hai Dongqing. You thought that I was protecting you and giving you a chance to reflect and correct your mistakes, but I didn't expect you to go too far. From now on, don't come to me for anything. Even if Xiao Fei really wants to kill you, you deserve it. Xiao Fei, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. I apologize to you. After Bai Yueer finished speaking, she bowed to Xiao Fei, then turned around and walked down the mountain. Oh, don't stay on the top of the mountain. There are too many mosquitoes here. Song Shiyu's big eyes rolled around, and she pulled Su Ro, who was staring at Xiao Fei in a trance, down the mountain. Don't leave, listen to my explanation. When Xiao Qian watched the three women leave, feeling as if she were falling into an icy cave. Brother Fei, I'm sorry, please forgive me. I was confused for a moment, please don't kill me. When Xiao Qian knelt on the ground and hugged Xiao Fei's thighs tightly. Brother Fei, from now on I will do whatever you say. I am willing to be your maid and obey you. Brother Fei, as long as you don't kill me, I promise to make you feel the ecstasy every day. While speaking, when Xiao Qian twisted her body, trying to repeat the same trick, and reached out to pull Xiao Fei's belt. Don't disgust me. Xiao Fei pushed when Xiao Qian aside with a look of disgust on his face and walked down the mountain. If you can still move, come down by yourself. If you can't move, just die up there. Ah? When Xiao Qian was stunned for a moment, before she realized that Xiao Fei wanted her to go back to the cave. So, what happened tonight is over. Thank you, Brother Fei. Thank you, Brother Fei. When Xiao Qian felt relieved, and she climbed up while enduring the pain in her body. She picked up the torn clothes on the ground, wrapped them around her body a few times, barely covering herself up, and limped down the mountain. Because of the pain in many parts of her body, when Xiao Qian went down the mountain very slowly, and it took her more than 10 minutes to return to the cave. When she walked into the cave, she found Xiao Fei was using a waterproof bag to pack some things. There are 2 pieces of clothing, some medicine, a water bottle, 2 boxes of disposable toiletries, and some leopard meat. There are also some fallen feathers of Saker falcon. With these feathers, those blood-colored bats will not attack you. Xiao Fei threw the waterproof bag at Wen Xiaoqian's feet. I'll spare your life today, but you're too dangerous. I can't let you stay here any longer. Take these things and leave here. Find a way to survive on your own. Whether you can survive depends on your ability and luck. There are a few torches here. Take one with you. From now on, your life or death has nothing to do with us, and you should not ask about our life or death. Brother Fei, please don't do that. I know I was wrong and I will definitely change. When Xiao Qian was so terrified that she almost fell to her knees. Brother Fei, please don't chase me away. I will really change. As long as you don't dare to drive me away, I can do a lot of work. Just give me the hardest, dirtiest, and most tiring work. Mr. Bai, please help me speak up. Mr. Bai, Su Ro, sure you. Please help me beg Brother Fei. I will definitely repay you. No matter what Wen Xiaoqian said, Su Ro, Bai Yueer and Song Shiyu did not react at all and always turned their backs to her. Wen Xiaoqian, I have done my best. This is your last chance to survive. Grab your things and leave quickly. I will give you 10 minutes to make a choice. After 10 minutes, if you are still here, I will really kill you. Just now on the top of the mountain, you also said that in a place like this, there is no need to bear any consequences for killing a person. There is a cliff outside the cave, and it is not difficult to throw you down. Xiao Fei walked to the corner and sat down with a cold expression. The natives on the island must have left some things behind. If you can find them, you should be able to live well. Of course, if you really want to die, you can commit suicide here. The Saker falcon just happens to be short of food. Chapter 35 Moonlight. Feeling Xiao Fei's undisguised murderous intent, when Xiao Qian didn't dare to say anything more. She silently picked up the waterproof bag, took 2 torches, lit one of them, then looked at Xiao Fei with resentment for a while. and staggered out of the cave. Bai Yueer turned her head and watched when Xiaoqian's thin figure disappear into the night. She raised her hand and secretly wiped away her tears. She and Wen Xiaoqian have been together for many years, and regardless of whether Wen Xiaoqian has personal motives or not, she is indeed very nice to her. Now that Wen Xiaoqian has been driven away, she, a weak woman, is almost in danger of death on this deserted island. Maybe in a few days, they will find Wen Xiaoqian's rotten and smelly body somewhere on the island. However, Bai Yueer knew very well in her heart that no matter what, she could not keep Wen Xiaoqian here any longer. During the 2 days she was stranded on the deserted island, Wen Xiaoqian's actions had completely exposed her personal character. If she was just selfish before, it could be forgiven. However, in order to reduce the consumption of materials, she actually instigated Xiao Fei to kill Su Rou, which was simply cruel and ruthless. A person who can easily make the decision to push others to a desperate situation in order to protect himself is a cancer in the team and will always be a disaster. Just now after Xiao Fei came down from the top of the mountain, he announced his decision to drive Wen Xiaoqian away and let her fend for herself. Bai Yueer thought that Xiao Fei would directly drive Wen Xiaoqian away, but she didn't expect that Xiao Fei would give her some of the already scarce supplies. Just as Xiao Fei himself said, he had really done his best for Wen Xiaoqian. Call. Xiao Fei let out a long breath, picked up his pipe, and started to add more tobacco. It's getting late. We've been through so much. Let's all go to bed. After saying that, Xiao Fei took his pipe, walked out of the cave again, and climbed up a bit to prevent the smoke from drifting into the cave when he smoked. However, Xiao Fei did not go to the top of the mountain to smoke. He was still on guard against one thing, that is, when Xiaoqian would do something crazy when facing a desperate situation, and then run back to hurt Su Rou and the other 3 women in the cave. If Wen Xiaoqian came back from where he was now, he could see it clearly. Although Wen Xiaoqian was vicious, Xiao Fei felt bad for forcing a life to an end, and he was under great psychological pressure. Xiao Fei, you are the leader of this team now. You are responsible for the survival of the other 3 members. Don't have so many nagging ideas. Xiao Fei slapped himself and talked to himself. After clearing his mind and smoking for a while, Xiao Fei prepared to go back to the cave and lie down for a while. Just as he was about to go down, Xiao Fei saw Su Rou climbing up from below. Su Rou, are you still awake? Xiao Fei greeted him. I can't sleep. Su Rou walked to Xiao Fei and sat down. I'm sorry, Xiao Fei. I misunderstood you just now. After a moment of silence, Su Rou slowly spoke. Oh, nothing. Xiao Fei looked indifferent. No matter who sees that kind of scene, they will think the same thing. Don't take it to heart, it's really nothing. Yes, I understand. Su Rou nodded gently. The two were silent again. When Xiaoqian has a great figure. Su Rou suddenly said something out of the blue. What did you say? Xiao Fei was confused and wondered if there was something wrong with his ears. I said when Xiaoqian has a great figure. Which man wouldn't be tempted by her? Su Rou added. That's right. Otherwise, how could she be the sales champion of our company's sales department? Xiao Fei shrugged, and suddenly felt that there was something wrong with what Su Rou said. That's not right, Su Rou. You mean, I'm not a man because I didn't do that to her? It's not that I didn't have any thoughts, but I'm not someone who only thinks with my lower body. At the critical moment, my reason overcame my impulse. What does this mean? It means that I'm a real man. Only a gentleman can control his inner desires. Xiao Fei put a big hat on himself. That's not what I meant. Su Rou lowered her head, and her voice became smaller and smaller. I mean, you must be having a hard time enduring. It's nothing. Men should learn to restrain themselves. How can we vent our desires everywhere? If it doesn't work, I still have the 5th girl. Cough, cough. I'm kidding. Hey, what is this? Before Xiao Fei could finish his words, Su Rou stuffed something into his hand. Xiao Fei opened his palm and saw that it was a box of certificates. The box of official documents that he threw into the corner when he was counting the supplies was secretly picked up by Su Rou and opened. Looking at the certificate in his hand, no matter how dumb Xiao Fei was, he knew what Su Rou meant so obviously.
This is.
Xiao Fei swallowed, felt his mouth dry, and spoke stutteringly. At this moment, the moonlight shines down, illuminating the mountain, outside the dense forest. The scattered moonlight was blocked by the layers of branches and dense leaves. Not a single ray of light came in, and the forest was so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of you. A faint firefly-like light flickered in the dense forest. Xiao Fei, you are simply a beast without any conscience. You actually drove me out in the middle of the night. And that stinky cousin Bai Yueer didn't even say a word to help me. And Su Rou, Song Shiyu. When Xiaoqian nervously held the torch, holding the waterproof bag tightly against her chest, and walked in carefully, cursing nonstop. On the one hand, it was to vent the resentment in her heart, and on the other hand, it could divert her attention and give herself courage. No matter what, she needed to find a place to stay. The open space on the beach where the plane crashed was the most ideal place she could think of. When Xiaoqian remembered that there was still a large piece of plane wreckage there after the explosion, which could barely provide shelter for her. The most despicable one is that little bastard Song Shiyu. If she hadn't followed me and eavesdropped on my conversations, it would have been that bastard Xiao Fei who would have been chased away. No, Xiao Fei is the most hateful bastard. He made me so miserable. Don't be fooled by his sanctimonious appearance. He is definitely pretending. One day, I will make this hypocrite bow down to me. When Xiaoqian walked slowly into the depths of the dense forest, taking one deep step and one shallow step. Just bear with it for a few days. When they calm down, I will go back and beg them. I will say a few nice words. People are all made of flesh and blood. I don't believe they can drive me away again. Hey, what is that? Chapter 36 Moving Plan. When Xiaoqian saw two green fireflies appearing on a big tree not far away. Out of curiosity, she moved closer with a torch in hand. When she got closer, the firelight shone on the two fireflies, and when Xiaoqian could see clearly that it was the eyes of a gorilla. The sturdy gorilla stared at Xiaoqian's plump body with his eyes wide open. He slapped his chest excitedly and made a wild, oh-oh sound. Help, help. When Xiaoqian was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she turned and ran away in panic. Huff, huff. The gorilla jumped down from the tree and chased after Xiaoqian. The next morning, Xiao Fei woke up very early and looked at Su Ro, who was sleeping soundly. There was a peaceful smile on her slightly red face. I wonder what beautiful scene she was dreaming about. Looking at Su Ro, Xiao Fei felt a warm feeling in his heart. Thinking of the tenderness and love last night, his body became hot uncontrollably. After admiring Su Ro's beauty for a while, Xiao Fei went outside the cave to wash up. After washing up, he picked up a few stones, piled them into a simple stove, put the pot he had made last night on it, lit a fire, and started to stew fish soup. Xiao Fei had left 2 fish last night, which were obviously not enough for 4 people, so he took out a piece of leopard meat, cut it into thin slices and put it aside. While the water was boiling in the pot, he planned to pick some wild vegetables near the dense forest. While looking for wild vegetables, Xiao Fei heard some noise behind him. He turned around and found that the saker falcon had followed him out. The saker falcon cannot fly yet, but its injured wing can now be stretched out, and it can even perform some simple short-distance gliding movements. You recover pretty quickly. Xiao Fei smiled and let the saker falcon move around while he continued looking for wild vegetables. Goo-goo-goo-goo. The saker falcon jumped over to Xiao Fei, picked up a gray-brown mushroom from the shady side of a tree, and swallowed it in one gulp. You mean, this mushroom is edible? Xiao Fei's eyes lit up. He walked to the roots of the tree and found that there were still a lot of the same mushrooms that the saker falcon had just eaten. You still have this ability. Don't you eat meat? I'll give you a piece of leopard meat as a reward when we get back. Xiao Fei excitedly took out his dagger and started digging mushrooms, cutting all of them. Goo-goo-goo-goo. The saker falcon called again on the other side. Xiao Fei looked up and saw a piece of wild vegetable like Chinese chrysanthemum next to the saker falcon. Give you another piece of meat? Xiao Fei returned with a full load of mushrooms and wild vegetables. The saker falcon followed behind in jumps. When he returned to the cave entrance, the water in the pot was boiling. Xiao Fei quickly put the processed fat fish and meat slices in. The delicious aroma of meat soon spread. The saker falcon circled the pot excitedly. This is not for you. Come with me. Xiao Fei waved his hand and walked into the cave. The aroma of fish soup drifted into the cave, and Su Ro and the other 3 who were still sleeping woke up. We'll have breakfast soon, Xiao Fei said to the 3 women. When passing by Su Ro, Xiao Fei deliberately paused, raised his eyebrows at Su Ro, and looked back and forth at her several times in a dishonest manner. Su Ro glared at Xiao Fei in reproach, stood up, straightened her clothes, and went to wash up. Which of you has finished washing up early? Go check the pot and put the mushrooms in. I'll go in and feed the saker falcon. Xiao Fei shouted towards the cave entrance and took saker falcon to the deepest part of the cave where leopard meat was stored. Although the saker falcon was very hungry, it did not touch the leopard meat that Xiao Fei placed here. You are quite well-mannered. How about I give you a name? From now on, I will call you Hai Hai, Dong Dong, or Ching Ching. Xiao Fei took 2 large pieces of leopard meat, cut them into small pieces, and fed them to the saker falcon. Let's just call you Dong Dong. It sounds friendly and easy to pronounce. We'll be friends from now on, and we'll stick together through thick and thin. If you don't keep your word and fly away, I'll have to use my slingshot to shoot you down." The saker falcon was eating the leopard meat, making a gurgling sound in its throat, and it was unknown whether it understood what Xiao Fei said. When Xiao Fei came out of the cave, the soup was just cooked. A man and 3 women gathered around the pot, picked leaves to use as bowls and plates, and used chopsticks made of bamboo that Xiao Fei had carved to eat the soup. "This soup is too bland, not even a hint of salt." After eating for a while, Song Shiyu couldn't help but complain. As soon as she said this, Song Shiyu immediately realized that what she did was not very nice. She shrank her neck and smiled at Xiao Fei with an apologetic look on her face. "You're right. The lack of salt is a big problem for us now." Xiao Fei had no intention of blaming Song Shiyu. "Today I will go to the beach and try to dry salt there. In the next 2 days, we can dig some kelp to eat and use seawater to make soup, which can at least replenish some salt. Also, I will survey the situation in the next 2 days. If it is suitable, we will move." "Move place?" The 3 girls repeated it in unison. "Yes, we need to move. This cave is warm in winter and cool in summer. The temperature is low deep inside, and we can store food. It is indeed suitable for living." Xiao Fei nodded and continued. "But this place is too far from the beach. It takes almost 4 hours to walk there. Here, we cannot know the situation on the beach in time and may miss the passing planes and ships. After all, our purpose is not to live here for a long time, but to find a way to return to the outside world. I plan to move to the pond where I fetched water yesterday. There is plenty of fresh water there, and it is close to the beach. It takes about an hour to get from the waterhole to the beach because there are so many twists and turns on the road. If we can clear a path leading directly to the beach, it will only take us a few dozen minutes to get there. But there is no rush. We have to study it slowly." Xiao Fei added a few pieces of meat to his leaf bowl and continued. "Also, the saker falcon's injuries healed quickly. By leveraging its air superiority, we can more easily obtain information on the sea surface. By the way, Heidongking has now officially joined our team. I gave him a name, Dong Dong. Dong Dong, come and say hello to everyone." Xiao Fei shouted into the cave. Soon, the saker falcon flew out, flapping its wings and landing beside Xiao Fei. It rubbed its head against Xiao Fei, looking very docile. "Dong Dong is very smart. He helped me find these mushrooms and wild vegetables. After spending some time with him, we should be able to have some simple communication with him. If we can get the help of this saker falcon, it will really save us a lot of trouble." Bai Yueer was very surprised at how quickly Xiao Fei tamed the saker falcon. She had also heard of hawk training. Even the most experienced hawk trainer would have to stay awake for many days in a row to train an eagle. However, Xiao Fei only took 1 night. This made Bai Yueer's opinion of Xiao Fei change greatly again. In just a few days, Xiao Fei already had the ability to lead their small team. Whether it was his ability to weigh decisions or his temperament and intelligence, Bai Yueer could not help but admire him. "Now that one person is missing, do we need to modify our plan?" Su Ro asked. Chapter 37 was discovered. "That's right." Xiao Fei nodded. "Given the current situation, only one of you 3 can go with me to the water pool and the beach every day. The other 2 will collect useful items near the cave. When Dongdong's injury heals in a few days, I will take him with me. There's not much to find around here. Isn't it a waste of resources to leave 2 people here? In fact, 1 person can do it." Bai Yueer raised the question. "If it's just work, 1 person is enough. But if 2 people can look after each other and face emergencies, it will improve safety. Apart from anything else, if when Xiaoqian comes back to steal things while I'm away, who among you is absolutely sure that you can subdue her or drive her away while ensuring your own safety?" Xiao Fei explained the purpose of his arrangement. Bai Yueer remained silent. This was something she had not expected. She was still used to thinking in the company's way of thinking, where everyone tried their best to increase revenue and reduce expenditure, but she ignored the potential dangers of this deserted island. Improving the safety of everyone is an indispensable responsibility of Xiao Fei as the team leader. However, he also has a little selfish desire. That is, if he takes someone out, he can have some space alone with Su Ro. Those things all have a shelf life, so we have to use them up before they expire, right? Otherwise, it would be a shame to waste them. Okay, let's get ready to go. After breakfast, the 4 of them packed up simply and prepared to start a busy day. "Dong Dong, don't follow me. Stay here and take care of the house." Xiao Fei rubbed Heidonking's head. "Which of you 3 will go out with me today? Discuss it among yourselves. If you can't figure it out, just draw lots." "Don't draw lots, just let me go." Song Shiyu rushed to speak. "Boss Bai and Su Ro went there yesterday. I've been sitting here all this time, and I'm almost going crazy. Song Shiyu is not familiar with this route yet, so it would be good to let her go along and see for herself. Bai Yueer also echoed. You must be careful, especially at the pond. Be careful of those giant bees. Their nest may be nearby, and they may appear at any time. Suro gave a few instructions. Don't worry, sisters. I have weapons to defend myself. Seeing that both of them agreed, Song Shiyu danced excitedly and took out the dagger made by Xiao Fei and gestured twice. Then let's go. Xiao Fei took the kettle, bag, and military knife, and also took the hatchet he had made yesterday and hung it around his waist. Suro, Mr. Bai, when you two go out, be sure to bring a hatchet. It will be more powerful when you encounter danger. Also light torches on the fire. Bring two. There is some wormwood at the entrance of the cave. Wrap it around the torches and burn them together to repel mosquitoes. All right, you're even more talkative than my nanny. Let's go. Song Shiyu soon lost her patience and pulled Xiao Fei out. Don't worry, Xiao Fei. We will take good care of ourselves. Su Rou said reluctantly. Xiao Fei, are those giant bees really bigger than roosters? Xiao Fei, do you think those giant bees can make honey? With such a large body, how much honey can they make? Xiao Fei, are there many fish in the pond? Are there any hairy crabs? I want to eat hairy crabs. Crayfish is also fine. I want to make it spicy. Xiao Fei, will we encounter leopards again on the road? If we encounter a tiger, can you beat it? Xiao Fei. Along the way, Song Shiyu's mouth was never idle, and she asked 100,000 questions. Moreover, the questions this girl asked were purely for entertainment, and she didn't want to get answers from Xiao Fei at all. Without waiting for Xiao Fei to answer, she had already moved on to the next question. Miss, can you please be quiet for a moment? My eardrums are about to explode. Xiao Fei was in great pain and begged for mercy repeatedly. It's still about 2.5 hours to get there. Can you save some energy and not get tired halfway? Who are you looking down on? I've run a half marathon in less than 2 hours, which is more than 20 kilometers. From the cave to the pool, it's only about 10 kilometers, right? Song Shiyu said disdainfully. Do you run marathons on mountain roads? Do you need to go through the jungle? Do you need to carry weights? Do you have the energy to return after the run? Also, when you were running the marathon, did anyone talk to you the whole time? Xiao Fei's series of questions left Song Shiyu speechless, and she shut up obediently. Xiao Fei, I have another question. After a few minutes of silence, Song Shiyu's voice was heard again. Xiao Fei, who was almost mentally collapsed, staggered and almost fell to the ground. I shouldn't have brought you out. Xiao Fei felt extremely regretful. I really have a serious question this time. Why didn't you just interrupt me without listening to the end of my speech? Song Shiyu looked unconvinced. What I want to ask is, did you have sex with Su Rou last night? Song Shiyu had a curious look on her face, with the fire of gossip burning in her eyes. I saw Su Rou unpack the box of raincoats and took one out. Then you two came back after a long time. You must have been busy for more than an hour, right? My God, you have great stamina. You were so exhausted last night, and you have been traveling for more than half an hour today without even taking a breath. To be honest, is one enough? What will I do when I run out of them? I heard that people in the past used fish bladders. Miss, can you please shut up? Xiao Fei quickly stopped Song Shiyu and didn't want to continue discussing this issue with her. Look at you. You've already done it, but you're still pretending to be so reserved. Don't worry, I'm a very loyal person and I will definitely not tell anyone about this. Song Shiyu made a solemn promise. Do you want to tell others that there are other people on this island besides us? Xiao Fei rolled his eyes. Don't we still have Bai Yueer? Aren't you afraid that she will find out? Song Shiyu retorted. Even if she knows, what can she do? How can she control other people's love affairs? Xiao Fei looked disdainful and acted as if he didn't care. That's true. Anyway, I won't tell anyone. Next time when you two want to have sex, just give me a wink and I'll help you hold Bai Yueer back so she doesn't ruin the atmosphere. Song Shiyu still insisted on this topic and didn't let go, and her expression suddenly became excited again. Oh, by the way, I have to tell you a shocking secret. Do you know that Bai Yueer is not wearing panties now? I just found out this morning. When she was squatting and brushing her teeth, she was almost exposed. Do you want to see it? If you want to see it, stop it. Who do you take me for? Xiao Fei looked like a gentleman, but what he was thinking in his heart was, I have already seen it several times. Do you still need to worry about it? As soon as he thought of this, Xiao Fei's mind emerged again the scene he saw when he just woke up by the pond. Bai Yueer's short skirt was rolled up around her waist, which was simply beautiful. Chapter 38, Giant Bee Nest. Hey, what are you thinking about? Song Shiyu stretched out a small hand and waved it in front of Xiao Fei, pulling him back to reality from his memories. I'm wondering how I can get you to talk less. Xiao Fei made an evasive remark and continued on his way. The depths of the cave are dry, and the temperature is low, especially the underground cave, which is like a natural refrigerator. We can open a shortcut from the cave to the pool in the future and use the cave as a warehouse for storing supplies. When we don't go there, we can move a few big rocks to block the entrance to prevent wild animals from entering and destroying it. Yes, yes, yes. It can also prevent that stinky woman when Xiao Qian from stealing our things. Song Shiyu replied, her face full of excitement. After a while of excitement, Song Shiyu's eyes dimmed again. Xiao Fei, do you think we still have a chance to leave here? Don't worry, we can definitely go back. A plane with dozens of people missing is an international incident. There must be many search and rescue teams looking for us now. Even if we are ordinary people, and no one is looking for us if we go missing, you are different. You are the daughter of Zhengfang Group. Xiao Fei comforted. Your father could bear to see his precious daughter disappear like this. He would have turned the whole world upside down to find you. Don't planes have black boxes? It must have fallen nearby. Your father could have found it by following the signal. Xiao Fei kept talking all the way, and finally Song Shiyu's mood recovered a little. When they arrived at the pond, Song Shiyu was a little tired, so the two of them rested by the pond. Xiao Fei went to get a pot of sweet spring water to quench Song Shiyu's thirst. Song Shiyu, you can take a shower here in a while. I'll keep watch for you. The bamboo support that Xiao Fei built last time was still here. He chopped down a large pile of dry branches and started a fire. By the way, wash the clothes. They will dry quickly under the sun and the fire. After taking a bath and resting for a while, we will go to the beach. There's no one else here, so you don't need to keep watch. Don't you want to take a shower? Song Shiyu asked. Why do you want to take a shower with me? Xiao Fei pretended to be lustful. Sure. Song Shiyu actually nodded in agreement. It saves time. Song Shiyu's initiative and boldness immediately confused Xiao Fei. What are you thinking, you damned rascal? Song Shiyu picked a piece of grass and threw it at Xiao Fei, her little face turning red. You must keep your distance. Bathing is one thing, but if you dare to get close to me and do something bad, I will turn you into a eunuch. Song Shiyu took out a dagger and swung it at Xiao Fei several times. Xiao Fei suddenly felt a chill in his crotch. Aren't you afraid that I might peek? Xiao Fei asked a question. Just look at it. How can you not let others look at your good figure? Song Shiyu looked indifferent. You peeping at me shows that my body is attractive and exudes the unique charm of a woman. If an old sow was taking a bath, would you still peek at her? That makes sense. Xiao Fei nodded repeatedly, but he didn't think so in his heart. He thought that if there was an old sow bathing in the water, he would definitely watch it, and he would have to watch it hard. After all, who the hell has the chance to see an old sow who can take a bath? You wash, I'll take a shower. Xiao Fei walked towards the waterfall. I'll take a quick shower. When you're done, put your clothes on the shore and I'll wring the water out and hang them up for you. Even though they were taking a shower together, it was impossible for Xiao Fei to really sit next to Song Shiyu. He was not an animal that would become aroused when seeing the opposite sex. He was very clear about the simple truth that there were differences between men and women. Moreover, the more than 1 hour conversation with Su Rou last night was enough for him to stop for several days. Xiao Fei first took off his clothes and washed them, wrung out the water and hung them on a rack to dry, then waited under the waterfall to take a shower. On the other side, Song Shiyu had already washed her clothes and was ready to take a shower. But she was careful and brought a small piece of soap from the toiletries kit with her and smeared bubbles all over her body. Fortunately, she was standing downstream of the pool when washing, and the foam on the water surface was quickly carried away by the current. A beautiful woman is taking a bath right in front of you. Wouldn't it be a waste not to take a look? I'll just take a look, just a look. Xiao Fei stretched out his hand to block the curtain of water formed by the waterfall in front of him, and his eyes suddenly widened. As long as you don't blink, it will always be the first sight. He knew that Song Shiyu had a good figure, but he never expected that Song Shiyu, who looked like a loli, was so talented inside, and was no less attractive than Su Rou. Looking at the vivid white figure swaying not far away, the fire in Xiao Fei's body instantly burned fiercely. Why are you so excited? There's nothing to eat even if you're excited. Xiao Fei slapped himself and withdrew the hand that was blocking the waterfall. The water curtain fell and blocked his view again. He was worried that if he continued watching, he would really lose control of his anger. Looking up, Xiao Fei saw the cliff cave that Su Rou and Bai Yueer had mentioned. He squatted down, gathered strength in his legs, and leaped upwards, with one hand clinging to the edge of the cliff cave. He was very curious and wanted to see if there was anything special inside the cliff cave. He grabbed the edge of the cliff with one hand and pulled his body up, stopping only when his head was level with the cave entrance. After taking a look inside, Xiao Fei quickly let go and landed on the ground. He came out of the waterfall quietly, dived into the water and swam towards Song Shiyu. That naturally formed cliff cave is the giant bee's nest. When Xiao Fei looked inside, he saw two giant bees crawling inside. Before the giant bee was alarmed, Xiao Fei had to take Song Shiyu away from here quickly. The distance between Xiao Fei and Song Shiyu was only a dozen meters. Xiao Fei swam very fast and reached Song Shiyu in a few seconds. The rosy white body appeared in front of Xiao Fei without any obstruction, and under the rippling water, there was an indescribable beauty. Xiao Fei stared at it subconsciously for a while, then floated to the surface. Song Shiyu was taking a bath leisurely, and Xiao Fei's sudden appearance scared her so much that she turned pale. Song Shiyu got so nervous that the soap in her hand fell. Xiao Fei knew that Song Shiyu would scream in the next second, so he quickly reached out and covered her mouth. If Song Shiyu shouted, the giant bee would definitely be alarmed. At that time, they will face the same danger as last time. This time, Xiao Fei was not sure whether there would be a black eagle coming to the rescue. Be quiet. The giant bee we encountered last time is still here, behind the waterfall. Xiao Fei lowered his voice and spoke quickly into Song Shiyu's ear. However, Song Shiyu was so frightened that she couldn't hear what Xiao Fei said at all. She just thought he was a hooligan who was trying to take advantage of her. She opened her mouth and bit Xiao Fei's hand hard. Depend on. Xiao Fei felt pain in his hand and subconsciously retracted his hand. Ah! The next second, Song Shiyu's scream resounded through the sky. Chapter 39 Kill the Giant Bee. Help! Xiao Fei is being a hooligan. Song Shiyu screamed so loudly that Xiao Fei's head was buzzing. This is totally screwed. Xiao Fei's heart skipped a beat, and he turned to look in the direction of the waterfall.
Buzz, buzz, buzz.
A roar like an engine came from behind the waterfall. Then, giant bees broke through the waterfall and flew towards them. Wow, what a big bee! Song Shiyu exclaimed. Miss, what the hell are you talking about? This is the giant bee that almost killed me last time. Take a deep breath and dive. Xiao Fei was so angry at Song Shiyu's reaction that he was speechless. Why are they coming out again? Song Shiyu's expressions were unpredictable. She was frightened and burst into tears in the blink of an eye. Who brought these guys here? I brought it here. Okay? I am guilty. I deserve to die. Hurry up and breathe in. Breathe in deeply. Breathe in as hard as you can. Xiao Fei wanted to take an air pump and pour it into Song Shiyu's mouth. The giant bee arrived in the blink of an eye and was already above their heads. My clothes are still on the shore. Song Shiyu pointed at the clothes on the shore. Fuck you. Get off now. Xiao Fei was almost driven crazy by Song Shiyu's inability to distinguish between the important and the unimportant. He simply reached out and pressed her head, pushing her into the water. The two of them were originally very close to each other. The moment Song Shiyu was pushed into the water, her chest and mouth rubbed against Xiao Fei one after another. The numb feeling almost made Xiao Fei faint. However, now is not the time to be intoxicated. After settling Song Shiyu down, Xiao Fei quickly dived underwater. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 poisonous needles shot into the water and brushed past Xiao Fei's body. Gurgle, gurgle. Xiao Fei forced Song Shiyu into the water, and she didn't even have time to breathe. After a while, the oxygen in her body was insufficient. Her face turned red, bubbles came out of her mouth, and she struggled to float up. Xiao Fei quickly hugged Song Shiyu tightly to prevent her from doing such a suicidal behavior. Gurgle. Song Shiyu was so angry that her eyes rolled back, but she couldn't get back to the surface. Seeing that Xiao Fei's cheeks were still bulging, she moved her mouth towards him. Xiao Fei didn't understand what was going on yet, and thought Song Shiyu was taking advantage of her. The next second, her mouth was pried open by Song Shiyu, and the air in her mouth was sucked away. I'll go. Caught off guard, Xiao Fei choked on his saliva and almost died. He never thought that Song Shiyu could do such a thing. Just when Xiao Fei was worrying about how he would breathe, he found that although the air in his mouth was sucked away by Song Shiyu, he did not feel uncomfortable due to lack of oxygen. He only felt a slight discomfort from not breathing. Has my physical strength evolved to this extent? The unexpected discovery made Xiao Fei ecstatic. Being able to stay calmly underwater, Xiao Fei also had time to think. He looked up at the giant bee flying around on the water like a fighter jet and couldn't help but feel a headache. The number of giant bees this time is many times more than last time. Xiao Fei even wondered if the giant bees in the cliff cave had all come out in droves. In this way, the giant bee's stinger attacks will definitely be more intensive than last time. If Xiao Fei uses the same attrition tactics again, he is worried that he will be pricked like a hedgehog. Although the last bee venom was cured by the red plant, Xiao Fei was not sure whether he would be immune to this kind of bee venom now. After all, he had not tried it. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? Xiao Fei looked around to see if there was anything under the water that could be used as a weapon. At the bottom of the water, apart from the pebbles, there are only small fish swimming around. Whether using pebbles or fish, the only use Xiao Fei could think of was to use them as hidden weapons to shoot down the giant bee. However, although Xiao Fei is very strong now and is confident that he can kill the giant bee with stones, but he has no confidence in his accuracy. Gurgle. Just when Xiao Fei was frowning, the oxygen in Song Shiyu's mouth ran out again and she spit out a bunch of bubbles. Song Shiyu stretched out her hands and hugged Xiao Fei's head, and her cherry lips moved forward again, using the same trick to continue absorbing Xiao Fei's oxygen. The wonderful touch made Xiao Fei unable to help but feel a little distracted. However, there was no more oxygen in Xiao Fei's mouth that could be passed to her. It's my bad luck. Xiao Fei made up his mind, pushed Song Shiyu away, floated up to the surface of the water, took a deep breath of fresh air, and dived into the water again. In just a few seconds of going up and down, the giant bee targeted Xiao Fei and shot down more than a dozen stingers. Fortunately, Xiao Fei had experience and dived deep enough, lying directly on the bottom of the water. By the time the giant bee's stinger reached this point, it had already lost its power. However, the fish in the water were not as lucky as Xiao Fei. One fish was stung by the bee's sting and died instantly from the poison. It floated to the surface of the water, and then several more bee stings shot down, each of which pierced the fish through the heart. Yes, we can use the fish in the water to attract the giant bee's attention and use up their stingers. Looking at the dead fish on the water, Xiao Fei had an idea in his mind. Immediately, Xiao Fei hurriedly gave breath to Song Shiyu, who was pressed under his body and whose consciousness was beginning to blur. Song Shiyu, who got oxygen, slowly woke up and found Xiao Fei kissing her mouth to mouth. Song Shiyu was not shy or coy. Instead, she wrapped her arms around Xiao Fei's neck tightly as if she was grabbing a life-saving straw, and tried to suck all the air out of Xiao Fei's mouth. Seeing that Song Shiyu was temporarily fine, Xiao Fei gestured to her to stay under the water and not move, so as to minimize oxygen consumption. Afterwards, Xiao Fei began to move flexibly under the water, catching fish one after another and throwing them all out of the water. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The bee stingers were continuously thrown. Some hit the fish, and some shot directly into the water. As the stingers were shot out, the corpses of some giant bees that lost their stingers and died kept falling on the water. These giant bees were like crazy, attacking the fish that Xiao Fei threw out of the water fearlessly, with no intention of retreating or leaving. Xiao Fei worked for a while, then turned around to look at Song Shiyu, and found that the oxygen in her mouth was almost used up again. So he had to float to the surface again to breathe, and then continue to breathe for Song Shiyu. After breathing, he continued to catch fish to consume the giant bee's tail stinger. After repeating this process for more than 10 minutes, Xiao Fei finally used up all of the giant bee's stingers. Xiao Fei floated to the surface and took a look. The water surface was densely packed with the corpses of giant bees and their stingers, which were slowly drifting downstream with the water flow. After making sure that all the giant bees were dead, Xiao Fei dived into the water again and swam up holding Song Shiyu. Although Xiao Fei kept giving Song Shiyu air, there was still not enough oxygen. Song Shiyu's head was dizzy, her body was weak, and she couldn't stand up at all. Xiao Fei had no choice but to carry her ashore and put her on the flat lawn. But looking at Song Shiyu's body, Xiao Fei, who had just come out of the water, still felt his throat dry. He shook his head vigorously, calmed down, found a big leaf to cover her body, then wrung out her clothes and hung them up to dry, and then turned around and went into the water. In the water, Xiao Fei threw all the stingers and bodies of the giant bees onto the shore, then found some flexible vines to tie the stingers into bundles, and used a knife to cut open the bodies of the giant bees and dig out the venom glands on their tails. Chapter 40. Undersea Treasure Hunt. The stingers of these giant bees are extremely sharp and very hard, almost as hard as steel pipes. They can be used as weapons and are perfect for making traps. The bee sting combined with bee venom is simply the top cold weapon on the deserted island and an excellent tool for hunting. After all, bee venom is a blood toxin that is easily decomposed when exposed to high temperatures. Prey killed by bee venom can still be eaten after being cooked. Xiao Fei took out 2 mineral water bottles, specifically for storing bee venom, and filled the other bottles and kettles with spring water. Then, Xiao Fei found a corner to hide the bee stings, bee venom, and water, planning to bring them back to the cave after returning from the beach. After doing all this, Xiao Fei went to see Song Shiyu and found that she was still a little confused. So he folded the dry clothes and placed them next to her, then put on his clothes and walked around. Xiao Fei's stroll was not for leisure, but to see if there was any suitable place to live nearby. Xiao Fei was really lucky. After walking around for just half an hour, he found a spot on the cliff where the waterfall flowed down. This is a huge crack that is narrow on the outside and wide on the inside. It is not conspicuous from the outside, but the crack is nearly 20 meters deep. The innermost part seems to be more than 10 meters wide and 3 meters high, forming a natural cave that is big enough for 4 people to rest. In the center of the cave, there is a huge gap more than 2 meters long and half a meter wide, leading all the way up to the top of the mountain, forming a perfect skylight. The light shines in through the gap, making it appear extremely warm. Moreover, this place is about 40 meters away from the waterfall. After entering, the sound of the waterfall is so small that it is almost inaudible. The only drawback is that it leaks and is very damp. There are many crisscrossing cracks on the inner wall of the cave, extending all the way to the depths of the mountain. Threads of water seep in from those cracks, and people living inside will cause heavy humidity. If the leaking problem could be fixed, this would be a great place to live. Xiao Fei looked at it with satisfaction. The leak is probably because we are close to the waterfall, and the water is flowing over here. Can we find something to stop it? We can't be impatient, we should study it slowly. Now we should go to the beach to pick up something. Xiao Fei came out of the cave and saw that Song Shiyu had woken up and put on her clothes. She was standing barefoot in the shallow water of the pool, holding a sharpened bamboo stick to stab fish. In the past, Xiao Fei thought that Song Shiyu looked like an ordinary loli, but after the close contact just now, he found that Song Shiyu was definitely a loli like in the anime, without a doubt. Let's go to the beach first, and then catch some fish when we come back. Xiao Fei walked to the edge of the pond and said to Song Shiyu, "Okay, let's go." Song Shiyu threw the bamboo in her hand away and walked ashore to put on her shoes. It had been less than half an hour since what had just happened at the bottom of the pool, and Xiao Fei's mind was still lingering with the wonderful touch of hugging Song Shiyu. Song Shiyu actually acted as if nothing had happened, and it was completely impossible to tell that she was one of the parties involved in the incident. Xiao Fei had originally planned to apologize to Song Shiyu, but seeing how she is now, there is no need to do that. When he arrived at the beach, the first thing Xiao Fei did was to dig out the wing that was mostly stuck in the sand and moved it to a nearby rocky beach, where he erected it and stuck it firmly in the crevice between the rocks. Then, Xiao Fei asked Song Shiyu to find some dark-colored plant branches and leaves nearby, while he continued to collect plane wreckage. The last explosion scattered the wreckage of the plane everywhere, and most of it has been turned into slag. However, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. For such a big plane, even if only a small part is left, it would still be a considerable number. There were very few things on the shore. Xiao Fei thought for a moment, took off his clothes and went into the water to look for things that fell from the plane. Disposable tableware, soaked blankets, food carts, food cabinets, cosmetic bags, watches, mobile phones, pillows, masks, batteries. Xiao Fei stayed at the bottom of the sea and was unwilling to come up. He went back and forth between the sea and the beach, and soon he had scooped up a large pile of items. Xiao Fei even fished out a door from the bottom of the sea. The cabin door of an airplane. After almost all the useful things were salvaged, Xiao Fei swam around the seabed for a few more rounds before reluctantly going ashore. Xiao Fei, the juice of this fruit is purple-red, and the color is very dark. Can you take a look at it? Wow, there are so many things. Wow, there is also a blanket. I finally have something to cover myself with when I sleep. Can these snacks still be eaten? When Song Shiyu saw the things on the beach, she threw away the wild fruits in her hand and started picking them up with anticipation. Song Shiyu, sort these things out and we'll take them away. I'm going to start boiling salt now. Xiao Fei rested for a while, then dragged a large piece of curved aircraft hull towards the sea. You wanted to dry the salt. Why did you change to boiling it? Song Shiyu asked, but did not look up, her attention still on those things. The weather has been bad these past 2 days, and the sun is not very strong. I don't know when the salt can be dried. It takes some effort to boil the salt, but it takes a short time and the effect is fast. Xiao Fei answered, but when he looked up, he found that Song Shiyu was not listening at all. Okay, miss, you were busy. Xiao Fei shrugged helplessly, walked to the beach near the sea, started a fire, used a few large stones to place the aircraft shell on the fire, and then used half a coconut shell to scoop seawater into it. The seawater continued to boil and evaporate, leaving layers of white salt grains on the aircraft's hull. Xiao Fei carefully scraped off the salt grains and put them into disposable tin foil lunchboxes. Half a day later, he had accumulated enough salt grains to fill 3 lunchboxes, weighing almost 10 kilograms in total. Oh my God, it's so hot. Xiao Fei walked aside and wiped the sweat from his head. To cook these 10 kilograms of salt, Xiao Fei had no idea how much seawater he had boiled dry and how much firewood he had burned. The ashes of the firewood were enough to pile up a small hill, and the surrounding beaches were almost dried up. Xiao Fei, you are amazing. You actually cooked so much salt. It's enough for us to eat for several months, right? Song Shiyu ran over and saw Xiao Fei's achievements. Her eyes were full of stars, and she regarded Xiao Fei as her idol. I'll give you 2 cookies as a reward. Song Shiyu held a bag of biscuits in her hand and fed a few pieces into Xiao Fei's mouth. This snack has been soaked in the sea for several days, but it didn't get soaked in water? Xiao Fei was quite surprised as he chewed the crispy and fragrant biscuits. The quality requirements for things used on airplanes are very high. This was found in the food cabinet. It was very well sealed, and there was not a drop of water inside. But the fruit inside was rotten, which is a pity. Song Shiyu said with a look of regret. Why, young lady, aren't there enough fruits on this island for you to eat? That's right. Song Shiyu tilted her little head and giggled. Oh, by the way, Xiao Fei, are there any snacks down there? It would be great if we could get more. How can such a good thing happen? Xiao Fei smiled helplessly. Most of the food must have been floating on the sea after the crash and was carried away by the current. We should have gone to the sea to check on the day of the crash, but it's too late now. You are lucky to be able to eat these now. If they were not stored in the food cabinet, they would not have been saved when they sank to the bottom of the sea. By the way, how have you been organizing them for most of the day? That must be a perfect completion of the mission. Song Shiyu took Xiao Fei over as if to seek credit. Xiao Fei was shocked when he saw all kinds of things on the beach. I really want to throw you into the sea, Xiao Fei said through gritted teeth. Chapter 41. Girls' Thoughts. What Song Shiyu called organizing was to separate various things. One big pile became many small piles, scattered here and there, and it looked even more messy than before the organization. Didn't you say we should classify them? Song Shiyu bit the biscuit with a wronged look on her face. Then I told you to make it easy to carry away. How can you carry it like this? Are you going to pry up this piece of ground and take it away? Do you think I'm the Hulk? Xiao Fei rolled his eyes in anger. Forget it, forget it. Let me do it. You take a good rest. Thinking of how he had taken such a big advantage of Song Shiyu in the pool, Xiao Fei gritted his teeth and endured it. He drained as much water as possible from all the things, sorted them into plastic bags, and then wrapped them in blankets to make 2 huge packages. Then, Xiao Fei moved the food cabinets, food carts, cabin doors, and other bulky and temporarily unused items to the pool, placed them in the newly discovered cave, and then returned to the beach. On the way back to the beach, Xiao Fei did not go back the same way. Instead, he swung the hatchet and chopped all the way. The blade was bent, but he finally opened up a new path that was barely passable. With this path, it only takes dozens of minutes to get from the pool to the beach. If you go faster, the time can be controlled within 10 minutes. In order to demonstrate his sovereignty, Xiao Fei even cut off the bark of a roadside tree and carved 4 crooked characters, Xiao Fei Avenue, on it. What about the wild fruit you were looking for? After returning to the beach, Xiao Fei asked Song Shiyu. They are all on the reef beach. I'll take you there. Song Shiyu took Xiao Fei to the rocky beach. In a stone pit, there were dozens of purple-red wild fruits, the size of eggs, which looked very bright. Then, Xiao Fei dipped the juice squeezed from these wild fruits and rode on the wing of the plane. Plane crashed, temporarily stranded on the island. If you can rescue me, you will be rewarded handsomely. If you get to the island, knock on the wing in huge characters. Xiao Fei inserted a seat armrest into the crack of the wing. When he hit the wing with the armrest, a loud sound like a bell ringing could be made, which could be heard from a long distance away. In order to make the words "reward generously" more convincing, Xiao Fei also used copper wire to wrap around the wings of several valuable jewelry, such as gold bracelets and diamond rings that he had fished out from the bottom of the sea. He also wrote the words "a small item to show my sincerity" vertically on the edge of the wing. In this way, even passing ships would rescue them in order to get more property. You've thought it through very carefully. Song Shiyu admired Xiao Fei from the bottom of her heart. Of course not. If I hadn't eaten a walnut that was squeezed by a door when I was a child, my IQ would have surpassed Einstein's by now. What does this little thing mean? Xiao Fei tossed his hair triumphantly. Okay, it's getting late. Let's go back. I can take you along Xiaofei Avenue. After crossing Xiaofei Avenue and reaching the pond, Xiaofei took off his clothes and went into the water to catch fish, leaving Song Shiyu to rest on the side for a while. This guy is really good at swimming. Song Shiyu squatted by the pool, watching Xiaofei's figure moving back and forth in the pool. I didn't notice it before, but he has a pretty good body. He has chest muscles, abdominal muscles, mermaid lines, and vest lines. Wow, he has everything. Thinking of the scene at the bottom of the pool, Song Shiyu's face began to turn hot. Although she didn't show it in front of Xiaofei, how could Song Shiyu not feel any ripples in her heart when she was hugging a man in the water like that? Oh my god, I think I even stuck out my tongue. Song Shiyu covered her face with her little hands, and her ears and neck turned red. Thinking back to when Xiaofei pushed her into the water and rubbed against her body, Song Shiyu wished she could dig a crack in the grass and crawl into it. Song Shiyu, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? After getting ashore, Xiaofei saw Song Shiyu squatting on the shore with a red face. He thought she had caught a cold from soaking in the pool. It's okay. I just felt a little sleepy. How many fish did you catch? Let's go back. Song Shiyu raised her head, instantly hiding her previous emotions and returning to her lively and playful appearance. When they returned to the cave with their bags, they found it empty. Su Rou and Bai Yueer were not there, and Hai Dongqing was nowhere to be found either. Is he in danger? Is that stinky woman when Xiaoqian back? Song Shiyu was worried. How can it be so dangerous? Do you think Dong Dong is a vegetarian? His wings can move now. Even if Su Rou and Mr. Bai don't fight, when Xiaoqian alone will not be Dong Dong's opponent. Xiaofei said. They should be chopping wood or picking wild fruits nearby. Let's go and take a look. As a result, just as the two were about to go out, they saw Su Rou and Bai Yueer coming back from outside, each holding a large object wrapped in leaves in their arms. The sacred falcon followed closely behind like a qualified bodyguard. What good things did you find? Is it edible? Song Shiyu ran over excitedly to greet him. Why is it mud? What are you two doing with all this mud? After seeing clearly what Su Rou and Bai Yueer were holding, Song Shiyu lost all interest and curled her lips. Are you going to make clay sculptures? Xiaofei walked over and took the mud that the two women brought back. Xiaofei, this is not ordinary soil. Bai Yueer's face was full of excitement. How come gold can be dug out of this soil? Xiaofei disagreed. The gold we dug out is useless here. What gold? This is clay. It can be used to make pottery. Bai Yueer glared at Xiaofei. Coincidentally, when Bai Yueer and Su Rou went out to dig wild vegetables, they accidentally discovered a small open-air clay mine. Fortunately, both of them liked clay sculpture DIY before and knew how to use clay. If it were Xiaofei, even if he stepped on the clay, he would just think it was just some mud. With the clay, we can make some bowls, dishes, and pots to use. Su Rou was also very excited, and her eyes became bright when she looked at Xiaofei. You can leave the production to me and Sister Yueer, but you, Xiaofei, will have to build a kiln for firing the pottery. Oh, and plenty of firewood. Bai Yueer added. Leave it to me. Xiaofei agreed readily. Now, they really need some decent containers to put their stuff in. And on the way back, Xiaofei was also thinking about it. Unexpectedly, as soon as he came back, Su Rou and Bai Yueer had already solved the problem. Originally, Xiaofei had two ideas. One was to use small pieces of aircraft shells and beat them into the shape of bowls and plates. However, the edges of the shell were sharp and could easily hurt his hands, so he quickly gave up the idea. However, when scooping seawater to boil salt at the beach, Xiaofei came up with another new idea, which was to use coconut shells to make coconut shell bowls. There were also some giant coconuts on the island, and the coconut shells were more than 30 centimeters in diameter, so they could be used as wash basins. Chapter 42 Firing Pottery. Humph, don't think you're the only ones who found good stuff. We brought back a lot of treasures, too. Okay? Song Shiyu said unconvincedly, and couldn't wait to open the package and share the snacks with Su Rou and Bai Yueer. Xiaofei also cooked a lot of salt today, dozens of kilograms. So much? Bai Yueer and Su Rou said in unison, their eyes widened in surprise. Especially Su Rou, there was a special tenderness in her eyes. The man she loved was indeed a man who could stand on his own. Don't listen to Song Shiyu's nonsense. Even if it's just a dozen kilograms of coarse salt, your lips will rot if you eat it for a long time. It needs to be further purified, but the fine salt that can be refined from this amount is only 3 or 4 kilograms. Xiaofei explained in detail. Okay, I'm going to find a place to build a cave. For the next few days, the three women did not leave the cave. Su Rou and Bai Yueer focused on making various pottery with simple shapes but strong practicality. Originally, Song Shiyu was planning to join in, but after breaking a few pieces of mud, she completely lost her patience, and the task of cooking was naturally left to her. Xiao Fei took the Saker Falcon to the pond and the beach every day and picked up some things over and over again. He also opened up a shortcut between the beach and the cave, which shortened the travel time from 4 hours to almost 1 hour. Of course, this was only calculated based on his physical strength and speed. The newly opened path in Xiaofeiguan is called North Section of Xiao Fei Avenue. Every morning Xiao Fei went to the beach and the pool, and in the afternoon he built a cave to burn pottery. The cave was located in a corner of the top of the mountain and was built with stones and mud. The work of stacking bricks is not difficult. The most tiring part is carrying stones and mud up one by one. If Xiao Fei's current physical fitness was not far superior to that of ordinary people, he would have been exhausted like a dog. 3 days later, the cave was completed, and the first batch of pottery made by Su Rou and Bai Yueer was dried and ready for the first firing. It's on fire. Xiao Fei held up the torch and lit the firewood in the cave. He felt a little excited as he watched the dancing flames burn brighter and brighter. It takes more than 10 hours to fire pottery, and the fire must not be extinguished during this period. After lighting the fire, Xiao Fei handed the task of adding firewood to the 3 women, while he used the picked coconuts to make rice bowls, wash basins, water bowls, and other containers. After making them, Xiao Fei took all the coconut shells to the top of the mountain to dry them in the sun. He got lazy and sat in the shade of a tree and lit his pipe. Damn it, why aren't any ships heading this way? Sitting on the top of the mountain, Xiao Fei could vaguely see the rolling waves through the gaps in the tops of the dense forest. These days, every time he went to the beach, he would trace the words on the wing with wild fruit juice, for fear that they would be diluted by seawater and would not be visible to passing ships. However, the loud noise he imagined of the wings being hit never occurred. However, after a few days of settling down, Xiao Fei's mentality is almost the same as when he first arrived on the island. The environment here is beautiful and there are beautiful women around. Why should he leave? Away from the hustle and bustle of the city, the leisurely rural life is actually very nourishing. After smoking, Xiao Fei felt much better. He went to find the fragments of the airplane shell, and with some hammering, he made 2 frying pans and 2 spatulas. Although they were crude, they were much more convenient to use. If we can find a way to squeeze out some oil, we can use it to cook vegetables. Xiao Fei stared at the spatula in his hand, more and more thoughts in his mind. The kiln fire lasted from noon that day until the next morning. Xiao Fei and the 3 women took turns to guard it, and almost all the accumulated firewood was burned out. It's almost done. Once the firewood is burned and the kiln cools down, we can take a look at our results. Su Rou's eyes were full of anticipation. While there is still some firewood left, I will refine some of the coarse salt. Xiao Fei said. Oh, by the way, my coconut shells are almost dry. Xiao Fei suddenly remembered that there were coconut shells drying on the top of the mountain, so he ran over to take a look. He was surprised to find that all the coconut shells had been cracked by the sun. After being discouraged for a long time, Xiao Fei started to make it with coconut shells again, but this time he learned his lesson and did not take them out to dry in the sun. Instead, he put them in the cave to dry in the shade. Seeing that everything was going on in an orderly manner, Xiao Fei knew that it was time to move. As the family's belongings grew, the cave became more and more crowded. It seems that from now on, this place can only be used as a warehouse. In the evening, the temperature of the cave gradually cooled down. Xiao Fei dug away the ashes and took out the still warm pottery one by one. The burning temperature of firewood is not high enough, and accordingly, the success rate of pottery firing will be much lower. More than 70% of all the pottery in the cave was cracked during burning. Fortunately, Su Rou and Bai Yueer had already considered the problem of low yield rate and prepared enough. In the end, they still got more than a dozen pieces of pottery. Dongdong's wings are ready, and we caught 2 wild rabbits today. Shall we have rabbit casserole tonight? Xiao Fei proposed happily. Yeah. The 3 girls cheered at the same time. The next morning, Xiao Fei brought several large stones, each weighing more than 100 kilograms. After sealing the entrance of the cave with big rocks, Xiao Fei and the 3 beauties went to the cave near the pool. I took the 3 girls to visit the interior of the cave, and everyone was very satisfied with it. I feel like the only problem here is the leak. After coming out of the cave, Bai Yueer talked about her feelings. I have checked nearby these days. The cave is leaking because the waterfall on the top of the mountain branches out into several tributaries, and the water is leaking from the tributaries. As long as we block those tributaries, the leakage problem will be solved. Xiao Fei said. After solving the water leakage problem, I plan to use mud to plug the cracks in the cave. When firing pottery, I found that the mud used to build the cave turned grayish-white after being burned by fire, and the texture became very hard, like bricks. I think it is caused by some minerals in the mud here. So what you mean is, after you block the cracks with mud, you smear a layer of mud all over the inner wall of the cave, and then set a fire in the cave? Su-ro immediately understood what Xiao Fei meant. After the fire, it turns into grayish-white mud. Isn't that equivalent to painting a layer of paint on the inner wall of the mountain crevice and doing a simple interior decoration? Su-ro never imagined that after being trapped on this island, her living environment would actually be associated with the word interior decoration. Yes, that's what I mean. Xiao Fei nodded. Chapter 43. Surprise. As you can see, I picked up a lot of things from the beach, which can be used when I live here in the future. For example, the cabin door can be used as the entrance to the cave. I also picked up some larger pieces of porthole glass and planned to piece them together, clamp them with bamboo strips, and cover the gap above the cave so that we have a skylight. Xiao Fei explained his plan bit by bit, and Su-ro and others' eyes lit up. If Xiao Fei made such arrangements, their lives would undergo a drastic change, and they would go from struggling on the poverty line to a middle-class life. However, it is easier said than done, but it may not be so easy to implement it. Just blocking the tributaries of the waterfall was a huge project for their small manpower. Bai Yueer volunteered to go to the top of the mountain to work with Xiao Fei. Su-ro and Song Shiyu knew they were not capable of such hard labor, so they smeared mud in the cave. Xiao Fei built a ladder with bamboo, so that Su-ro and Song Shiyu could reach the corners of the cave. After making the division of labor, the four of them began to act separately. Bai Yueer knew that she had chosen a very hard job, and she was fully prepared. She put on sneakers, white leggings, a pink long-sleeved t-shirt, and wore a sun-protective cap and gloves. These things were all picked up by Xiao Fei from the beach time and time again, and they barely solved the clothing problem that was the most troublesome for everyone. Boss Bai, you go up first, I'll follow you. Xiao Fei handed Bai Yueer a simple trekking pole made of branches. You have to lead the way, I don't know the situation up there. Bai Yueer was a little confused. Don't worry, Mr. Bai. The situation up there is clear at a glance. You will know once you get up there. I'm following you because there will be rocks that will fall down when you go up the mountain. You might get hurt if you follow me. And, to put it bluntly, if you accidentally fall down, I can be your scapegoat. Xiao Fei explained seriously. You smooth-talking fellow, do you look down on me? I'm not the kind of person who would get hurt so easily. Bai Yueer glanced at Xiao Fei with disdain. However, her heart was warmed by Xiao Fei's attentiveness and consideration, and she felt very comfortable. After Bai Yueer went up the mountain, Xiao Fei followed behind with 2 homemade shovels. After walking a short distance, Xiao Fei looked up and his eyes were immediately attracted by Bai Yueer's back as she bent over to climb the mountain. Bai Yueer was wearing a pair of white tights, which clearly outlined her beautiful and enchanting legs. Even through the slightly translucent fabric, you can vaguely see her fair and tender skin. When climbing the mountain, because the mountain road was rugged and uneven, Bai Yueer's body would twist involuntarily, forming a series of exciting beautiful scenes in front of Xiao Fei's eyes. Moreover, Xiao Fei could see that Bai Yueer was still very simple. Thinking about the things he had picked up in the past few days, there were indeed no clothes for women. Su-ro and Song Shiyu, both women, were landlords with no surplus food at home, and they only had 1 pair of tops, which they washed and hung up to dry at night and wore again the next day. They wanted to help Bai Yueer solve this problem, but were powerless. This gave Xiao Fei a good opportunity to feast his eyes. Xiao Fei, how long will it take to climb to the top of the mountain? After climbing up for a few minutes, Bai Yueer stopped to catch her breath, turned her head and asked Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei, who was watching with great interest, never expected that the other party would suddenly stop. He accidentally lost control of his feet and took another step forward, and his face hit Bai Yueer. A warm, suffocating feeling came over me. Oops. Bai Yueer was caught off guard by Xiao Fei's sudden collision. She couldn't help but let out a heavy gasp. Her legs went weak and her body trembled, and she fell directly to her knees on the ground. I'm sorry, Mr. Bai. I didn't know you would stop and I failed to brake. Xiao Fei rubbed his sore nose and quickly apologized to Bai Yueer. When he looked up, he saw Bai Yueer kneeling in front of him in a very seductive posture. Her eyes were blurred and her cheeks were stained with an abnormal flush. Boss Bai. Xiao Fei was also a little surprised. Huh? Oh, I'm fine. Hearing Xiao Fei's voice, Bai Yueer quickly suppressed the strange feeling rising in her heart, stood up, and quickened her pace up the mountain. Oh my God, what happened to me just now? It's so embarrassing. The strange feeling in her body had not yet disappeared, and Bai Yueer's heart was pounding. It's so easy to do that. It shouldn't be that easy, right? Xiao Fei rubbed his nose and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He recalled the feeling just now and couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. When she reached the top of the mountain, Bai Yueer let out a long sigh, calmed herself down, and began to look around. The scenery on the top of the mountain is beautiful, with flowers and plants everywhere, and some unknown fruit trees full of fruits. A wide river rushed in from afar, poured down the cliff, and formed a waterfall at the foot of the mountain. The river branched off into several tributaries, two of which flowed eastward, passing right over the cave they had found. The water seepage in the cave is caused by these two tributaries. Although they are called tributaries, they are two small rivers with relatively fast currents. The larger tributary is about 2 meters wide and more than half a meter deep, and there are fish swimming around at the bottom of the water. Boss Bai, drink some water and take a rest. We'll start again later. Xiao Fei handed the kettle to Bai Yueer. Thanks. After what just happened, Bai Yueer couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed when facing Xiao Fei. But she also felt very strange in her heart. Why Xiao Fei's extraordinary behavior just now did not make her angry. Xiao Fei didn't know what Bai Yueer was thinking. While Bai Yueer was drinking water and taking a break, he took a shovel, walked to the upstream of a tributary, mixed mud, fallen leaves, grass roots, broken stones and other things together, and filled the tributary. After these things entered the water, the mud and some fallen leaves mixed in them were quickly washed away, while the slender and flexible grass roots entangled the gravel and remained in their original place. Hiss, it's really troublesome. Xiao Fei scratched his head and found that this job was not as simple as he thought. As more and more things are filled in, the impact of the river will increase. Without materials like cement that can connect the gravel together, the gravel filled in later will be washed away. Moreover, after the tributary is blocked, the river water will still seep into the cave through other cracks. You can't ask me to build a dam, can you? Looking at the two tributaries in front of him, Xiao Fei felt a headache. Xiao Fei, I have an idea. Can I tell you about it? At this time, Bai Yueer came over. Hey, why is Mr. Bai talking to me in a negotiating tone now? Xiao Fei was very surprised for a moment and couldn't help but say secretly. Chapter 44, Trapped in Vines. When in the company, Bai Yueer always ordered Xiao Fei around and used her status as a boss to suppress Xiao Fei. When she arrived at the deserted island, Bai Yueer still behaved the same way at first, always remembering her status as a leader. Although she has restrained herself in the past few days, and Xiao Fei has gotten to know the kind side of her character, but this is the first time she has spoken to Xiao Fei in a negotiating tone. Could it be that her long-standing period has finally gone? Okay, Mr. Bai, I'm worried about this. Do you have any good ideas? Although he was curious, Xiao Fei quickly responded. I just looked at the situation here. The problem with blocking these two tributaries is that, on the one hand, our current conditions are very limited and there are no practical materials, so it will lead to low efficiency. On the other hand, after the water flow is cut off, the river water will inevitably overflow and still seep into the cave. Bai Yueer spoke in an orderly manner. Xiao Fei nodded repeatedly. It's not that he thinks what Bai Yueer said makes sense. Bai Yueer's words are indeed correct, but he also discovered these problems. He nodded because Bai Yueer's tone of voice was still the same as the style used in the company's regular meetings, which made Xiao Fei feel like he was back at work. Facing the leader's long speech, nodding vigorously in response had almost become Xiao Fei's conditioned reflex. Based on our current conditions, I have 3 plans. Plan 1 is that we start from the source of the tributary, completely cut off the tributary, and let the water flow along the main river, so that there will be no water overflow. Option 2 is to divert the water. A water channel is opened near the main river channel to divert the water from these 2 tributaries into other tributaries, thus bypassing the cave. Seeing that Xiao Fei was listening so seriously, Bai Yueer continued. Plan 3 is similar to Plan 2. We will divert part of the water from the target tributary through the water channel. The impact of the water flow in the target tributary will be reduced accordingly. Then we will use large rocks to block the tributary river channel. In the upstream direction of the large rocks, we will use vines, branches, mud, and small stones to fill the gaps in the large rocks and completely block the water flow. Option 3 was inspired by the things you use to block the water flow. The main river has a fast-flowing flow and is difficult to block. It would be very dangerous if you fall into the water. Options 2 and 3 are more feasible. The second option is the safest, but there are too many rocks in the soil here, and there are many large rocks when we dig down. It is difficult to completely divert the water through the water channel. I think the third option is the most feasible for us. After listening to Bai Yueer's opinion, Xiao Fei expressed his own views. You are familiar with this place. I will listen to you. Bai Yueer nodded. After a brief discussion, Xiao Fei and Bai Yueer divided the work, and the heavy work such as digging the water channel and moving stones was given to Xiao Fei. Bai Yueer was responsible for collecting a large number of tough vines and weeds and leaves from nearby. There's a forest over there. I'll go look there. Bai Yueer took the hatchet and went to the woods. Xiao Fei stared at her graceful back for a while. After Bai Yueer walked away, he swallowed his saliva, picked up the shovel, and started working. The shovel Xiao Fei made himself was not easy to use, but fortunately he had been doing farm work since he was a child, so he was very handy for this kind of work. In addition, he had great strength and endurance, so he was very efficient in digging the water diversion trough. Xiao Fei, come and help me. Xiao Fei had been working for more than 10 minutes and was digging the soil very hard when he suddenly heard Bai Yueer's urgent shout. What happened? Xiao Fei threw down the shovel and ran over quickly. Along the way, Xiao Fei secretly blamed himself for letting Bai Yueer go to the woods alone to look for vines. He had never explored the woods before and didn't know if there were any unknown dangers in it. Fortunately, the woods were not far away, and Xiao Fei quickly got there. Boss Bai, I'm here. Where are you? Xiao Fei shouted and rushed into the woods. Xiao Fei, I'm here. I'm entangled by vines. Hearing Xiao Fei's voice, Bai Yueer felt a little relieved. Xiao Fei followed the sound and found Bai Yueer lying on her back in a patch of dark green vines. Her body was covered with vines, with only her face exposed. It seemed that Bai Yueer had just struggled violently for a while, and her clothes were pulled and rolled up. Boss Bai, don't move. I'll cut these vines. Xiao Fei quickly picked up the hatchet that Bai Yueer had dropped. Thinking of the carnivorous plant he encountered in the dense forest before, which was able to swallow Bai Yueer whole, Xiao Fei was worried that these vines would be like the carnivorous plant and would prey on any living thing that came close. Xiao Fei, this vine is different from the piranha plant in the jungle. I accidentally fell when I was cutting the vine and got entangled. I tried to get out, but it got tighter and tighter. As if she had guessed Xiao Fei's concerns, Bai Yueer spoke. That's good. Just cut the vines. Xiao Fei also breathed a sigh of relief. He took a hatchet and cut off the vines that were wrapped around Bai Yueer and threw them away. Fortunately, the skin of these vines was smooth and had no thorns. Although they entangled Bai Yueer, they did not scratch her. Soon, the outermost layer of vines was cleared away by Xiao Fei. It's almost there, Mr. Bai. Xiao Fei continued to speed up his movements. Ah! Sizzle! Bai Yueer screamed, followed by the sound of cloth tearing. Xiao Fei was too hasty. When he cut a vine on Bai Yueer's thigh, the tip of the knife pierced Bai Yueer's tights, leaving a big gash and a pink scratch on her fair skin. I'm sorry, Mr. Bai. I'm sorry. Xiao Fei apologized repeatedly. It's okay, Xiao Fei. Thank you for your help. After a brief moment of shock and confusion, Bai Yueer quickly regained her composure and realized that Xiao Fei could not be blamed for this. If I hadn't been so clumsy and got entangled, this wouldn't have happened, and it would have slowed down the progress of Xiao Fei's work. Boss Bai, I'll continue then. The remaining vines were tightly tied to Bai Yueer. If Xiao Fei cut them directly with a hatchet, Bai Yueer would easily be hurt. To be on the safe side, Xiao Fei would always put his fingers between the vine and Bai Yueer's skin before cutting the vine, hook up the vine, and then carefully cut it off. As a result, Xiao Fei's movements became much slower. Boss Bai, don't worry, it will be ready soon. Xiao Fei began to comfort Bai Yueer, while trying to make his hands movements as light as possible. Mr. Bai, can you move now? Just turn your body sideways. I will clear the vines under your body first. Xiao Fei stretched his fingers that were sore from being tightened by the vines and said, in this way, Bai Yueer's body can move a little. Xiao Fei feels tired just watching her lying in this position all the time. These vines are very tight. Let me give it a try. Bai Yueer herself was feeling quite uncomfortable, but she did not dare to move, for fear of causing inconvenience to Xiao Fei. However, when she heard that she could move around, she quickly tried to move her body. Her shoulders were tightly entangled by vines on both sides, and she couldn't turn over at all. After trying a few times, Bai Yueer had to barely curl her legs inward, half kneeling with her knees and upper body close to the ground. The action that Bai Yueer made unconsciously had an irresistible killing power on men. Chapter 45. Close Contact. Oh my God, are you trying to kill me? Xiao Fei almost sprayed his nose blood on Bai Yueer. Bai Yueer was now covered in vines and was in a state where she was almost unable to resist. There was no one else on the top of the mountain, so it was too easy for Xiao Fei to do something. Calm down, calm down. Xiao Fei kept repeating this to himself, trying to suppress the evil fire in his heart in this way. Xiao Fei. Seeing that Xiao Fei didn't move for a long time, Bai Yueer turned her head and found that Xiao Fei's face was flushed and he was staring blankly. Bai Yueer was lying on the ground with her vision blocked, and she didn't know that Xiao Fei was staring at a certain part of her body. Are you too tired? It's all my fault for being clumsy. Oh no, I was just a little distracted. Xiao Fei quickly responded and focused his attention back on the vines. After clearing away some vines, Xiao Fei did the same thing again, hooking his fingers around the vines that were close to his body and cutting them off. When he reached Bai Yueer's chest, Xiao Fei felt embarrassed to take action. Go on, Xiao Fei. Bai Yueer turned her head away with a red face. I've offended Mr. Bai. Xiao Fei took a deep breath and carefully hooked the vine partition. The feeling from his fingers made his heart beat suddenly faster. After finally clearing the vines from Bai Yueer's chest, Xiao Fei turned to clear the vines on Bai Yueer's back. When Xiao Fei stood up, the scene before him made him unable to stop his nose bleeding, which flowed out continuously. The cut on Bai Yueer's tights that was accidentally made by Xiao Fei had grown bigger and bigger at some point, and with the shrinkage of the fabric, half of her hind leg was now in Xiao Fei's sight. Bai Yueer, whose legs had long been paralyzed, did not notice this embarrassing incident. Xiao Fei, you have a nosebleed, ah? Seeing that something was wrong with Xiao Fei, Bai Yueer subconsciously followed his gaze and turned her head to look back. Only then did she realize her embarrassing situation. She couldn't help but scream and struggle to reach out to cover herself, but the vines on her body did not allow her to do so. On the contrary, Bai Yueer's body shaking violently when she struggled allowed Xiao Fei to see an even more shocking scene. Boss Bai, hold on for now. I'll go find Su Rou, Song Shiyu, and the others to help you. Xiao Fei quickly turned around and grabbed a handful of leaves to wipe the blood from his nose. If he continued like this, he would die from excessive blood loss. He thought it would be best to ask the two women for help. Don't go, Xiao Fei. Bai Yueer suddenly called out. Frankly speaking, it was embarrassing enough for Xiao Fei to see her in this embarrassed and shameful state. If she called Su Rou and Song Shiyu over, she would be too embarrassed to see anyone. Just help me, it's okay. Bai Yueer said in a low voice. It doesn't matter to you, sir. It doesn't matter to you. But it does to me. Okay, Mr. Bai. I'm almost dying of annoyance. Xiao Fei roared in pain in his heart. This state of being able to see but not be able to use is really tormenting. And the process of suppressing desires with reason is a thing worse than death. There was no other way. Xiao Fei had to take a deep breath and grit his teeth, trying his best to concentrate on helping Bai Yueer clear the last vines on her body. During this process, Xiao Fei's hands would inevitably touch Bai Yueer's body. Not only was it difficult for Xiao Fei to endure it, but even Bai Yueer would twitch from time to time. By the time Bai Yueer had completely freed herself from the vines, Xiao Fei was already sweating profusely. Bai Yueer felt sore all over and lay on the ground for a long time before she regained enough strength to stand up. Boss Bai, please just cover it up. Xiao Fei took off the vest that Su Rou had sewn for him and handed it to Bai Yueer. After the operation just now, the hole in Bai Yueer's tights expanded again, and it directly turned from a pair of pants into 2 pairs of stockings. Anyway, Xiao Fei has seen everything that he should and shouldn't see. Mr. Bai, you can go down the mountain first. I'll take these vines over, and I'll do the rest of the work. You can go back and change your clothes and rest for a while. Xiao Fei cut some more vines and packed them into 2 large bundles together with those he had cut from Bai Yueer before. Okay, well, thank you for your hard work. I'll just sit for a while and then go down. Bai Yueer's face was red and her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. Okay, Mr. Bai. I'll get busy now. Xiao Fei also knew that if he continued to stay here, Bai Yueer would become even more embarrassed, so he quickly picked up the vine and left. Looking at Xiao Fei's back, Bai Yueer felt very complicated. This was the first time in Bai Yueer's life that she was looked at and touched so frequently and closely by a man. Now she had an indescribable strange feeling in her heart. Xiao Fei worked until dark and finally blocked the 2 tributaries and diverted them in other directions, basically avoiding the top of the cave. When they came down from the top of the mountain, Su Rou and the other 3 girls had already lit a bonfire by the pond and were chatting around it. Xiao Fei, how is it going? Are you done with your work up there? After seeing Xiao Fei coming down the mountain, Su Rou hurriedly went up to him and asked softly, You must be exhausted, drink some water. Thank you, it's all resolved. Xiao Fei took the kettle handed to him by Su Rou, stroked the palm of Su Rou's hand with his fingertips, and smiled wickedly. Su Rou was wearing a light blue navel-bearing short-sleeved shirt and white hot pants. Her slender waist and firm long legs were like a seductive knife to Xiao Fei. How about you guys? The inside of the cave is covered with mud. Let's coat the stone walls first. After the cracks are no longer leaking, Sister Yueer, and we will use mud to block the cracks. Do you want to go in and take a look? Su Ro asked, secretly throwing a coquettish glance at Xiao Fei. How could Xiao Fei not understand Su Ro's hint? Bai Yueer's unintentional teasing had already made him about to explode, and when Su Ro did this again, how could he bear it? Come on, I'll go in and see your work. Xiao Fei pretended to be calm and glanced at Bai Yueer and Song Shiyu. Bai Yueer didn't go back to change clothes, but the vest that covered her lower body before was replaced by Su Ro's coat, and the tights that turned into stockings were still worn on her legs. After seeing this, Xiao Fei couldn't help but recall the erotic and alluring scene in the woods on the top of the mountain. Also because of what happened in the woods, Bai Yueer seemed rather embarrassed when facing Xiao Fei, and at this time she would not go into the cave with the two of them. Song Shiyu is lively and active, so Xiao Fei was worried that she would run in and disturb everything. But when he saw Song Shiyu's condition, he felt relieved. At this time, Song Shiyu had unwashed mud marks on her face and hands. She looked tired, with her eyes squinted and drowsy, and it was obvious that she was exhausted. Xiao Ro, you have good stamina. The two of them are so tired, but you still look so energetic. As soon as the two of them entered the cave, Xiao Fei took Su Ro's little hand and walked quickly towards the depths impatiently. I don't know why, but I've been feeling very energetic lately, much better than before. Su Ro was also surprised by the changes in her body. Maybe it's like this after being nurtured by love? There was a hint of frivolity in Xiao Fei's tone, but he had other guesses in his mind. Chapter 46. Shocking Statement. Halfway through his words, Xiao Fei suddenly remembered that the red fruit of the plant he ate after being poisoned and unconscious was fed to him mouth to mouth by Su Ro. In this way, Su Ro would naturally consume a small amount of juice, and the change in her physical strength might be related to this. Xiao Fei, what are you thinking about? Su Ro stretched out a small hand and waved it in front of Xiao Fei's dazed eyes. I was wondering what position would be better later. Xiao Fei picked up Su Ro and strode towards the depths of the cave. Xiao Fei, does Sister Yueer have a nice figure? Su Ro leaned over to Xiao Fei's ear and whispered, with a hint of playfulness in her tone. It looks good, but yours is better. Xiao Fei is a smooth talker, but I think it must be better looking than me. Su Ro responded enthusiastically, mumbling something. I wish you could take her down sometime. What? Xiao Fei almost fainted. He never thought that Su Ro would have such an idea. He was also worried that she would get jealous and think too much when she saw Bai Yueer coming down the mountain. If you really can't leave here, they will definitely become your women. I won't be jealous. It's a pity that when Xiao Qian was driven away by you, she is the most attractive among us. It's a pity that you didn't have a taste of her. Su Ro spoke slowly. Her words were simply shocking. In Su Ro's heart, she thought that it was very likely that everyone would never be able to go back. She is a person who goes with the flow and is very happy with her primitive pastoral life of working from sunrise to sunset. But I only want you now. A wild beast-like growl emanated from Xiao Fei's throat. Xiao Fei, we have to hurry this time. It would be bad if they come in and see us. Su Ro's voice became smaller and smaller. Not only did he have to enjoy the erotic scene in front of him, but he also had to worry about someone outside breaking in and disturbing him at any time. This gave Xiao Fei a different kind of excitement. 20 minutes later, Xiao Fei and Su Ro walked out of the cave and returned to the campfire by the pond as if nothing had happened. You three are amazing. The painting job is perfect. There are some corners that I just cleaned up. When the mud dries tomorrow morning, we can prepare to light the fire and bake it. Xiao Fei made up a legitimate reason to explain why he and Su Ro had stayed in there for such a long time. It's impossible to succeed in one go. The mud will definitely crack after baking, and we will have to fill it again. Su Ro said nothing. She walked to the side and sat down, deliberately moving away from the campfire to avoid the firelight, reflecting the remaining blush on her cheeks. However, Bai Yueer and Song Shiyu didn't seem to care. One of them was preoccupied with thoughts and the other was exhausted, and they had no idea how long Xiao Fei and Su Ro had been alone in the cave. Xiao Fei caught a few fish and grilled them for dinner. After they had eaten, Su Ro and the other three girls rested on the spot, while Xiao Fei went to chop firewood nearby, carrying bundles of dry firewood into the cave. They worked until midnight. Xiao Fei estimated that there was almost enough firewood, so he returned to the cave with the three women to rest. After returning to the cave, Xiao Fei was about to move the large rock blocking the entrance to the cave when he discovered that one of the outermost rocks had been moved, leaving traces on the ground. Has anyone been here? Xiao Fei squatted down, holding a torch and carefully examining the ground. He found that the lower part of the big rock had moved outwards more than 10 centimeters, and there was still some residual sap and bark on it. It seems that the man was trying to use the thick branch as a lever to pry the stone open, but he was unsuccessful. Oh my God! There are other people on this island? Could they be savages? Song Shiyu shuddered with fear and threw herself into Bai Yueer's arms, burying her face deeply in the gap. Gugugug. The Saker Falcon jumped and called a few times at the side of the cave entrance. Then, it picked up something on the ground and walked in front of Xiao Fei. This is... Xiao Fei took it and looked at it carefully, and found that what the Saker Falcon brought over was his own feather. This is Dongdong's feather. Judging from the damage, it obviously didn't just fall. It's Wen Xiaoqian. She's been back. When he drove Wen Xiaoqian away, Xiao Fei picked up some fallen feathers of a Saker Falcon and gave them to her. The smell of the feathers could protect Wen Xiaoqian from attacks by blood-red bats. This stinky woman must be trying to come back and steal things. Song Shiyu pulled her little head out of Bai Yueer's arms and stomped her feet angrily. However, Song Shiyu was also relieved. After all, the person who came was Wen Xiaoqian, not the wild man she was worried about. As long as Xiao Fei is there, Song Shiyu is not afraid of any damage that a lonely Wen Xiaoqian can cause. Humph, that stinky woman is still alive. She has a very strong vitality. Song Shiyu muttered softly, hoping that Wen Xiaoqian would not have a good ending. We still have to be careful with her. Each of these rocks weighs about 100 kilograms. If there are branches that are long and hard enough, even Wen Xiaoqian alone can pry the rocks open. Xiao Fei moved the stones one by one, feeling a little worried. You guys go in first, I'll go find some bigger rocks. Now, Xiao Fei did feel a little regretful about driving Wen Xiaoqian away. He made the decision too hastily at the time and did not consider so many things. If I keep Wen Xiaoqian by my side, it will be more convenient to monitor her every move. After driving her away, this woman became an uncontrollable factor. What Xiao Fei was worried about was whether Wen Xiaoqian would do something extreme if she had no other options. It's really a headache. Xiao Fei climbed to the top of the mountain, lit his pipe, and smoked while looking for large rocks. Standing on the top of the mountain, Xiao Fei recalled the conversation with Wen Xiaoqian that night, as well as Wen Xiaoqian's hot figure and wonderful touch. For a moment, Xiao Fei was a little dazed. Within a few days of arriving on this deserted island, Xiao Fei had already had physical intimacy with 4 women, and had even developed indescribable intimacy with Su Ro. If these 4 women were placed in the city, any one of them would be a goddess-level woman, and would also be the fantasy object of all the male animals to have sex with in the middle of the night. They are also something that a loser programmer like Xiao Fei could never reach. However, now, he had an affair that was rare in a century. Life is so wonderful, full of drama everywhere. That's it. Xiao Fei selected a large rock that weighed at least 300 kilograms. He took a deep breath, squatted down, and exerted strength with his arms, and actually lifted up the huge rock. In the past few days, Xiao Fei gradually found that his strength was still increasing. Now he can easily lift a stone weighing 100 kilograms, and his maximum strength must be able to move a stone weighing 400 kilograms. It's pretty damn heavy. 300 kilograms is still a bit too much for Xiao Fei. After all, lifting something and carrying it away are 2 completely different concepts. And if you want to carry the huge rock down the mountain, the difficulty will increase a lot. Along the way, Xiao Fei rested several times, and it was not until more than 10 minutes later that he moved the boulder to the entrance of the cave. Xiao Fei, who had been chopping wood for half a day without taking a breath, did not expect that after moving a stone, he would be sweating profusely and almost exhausted. Just after sitting on the ground to rest for a while, Xiao Fei noticed that there seemed to be some movement in front of him. Chapter 47: Stealing Honey. On the west coast of the island, there was a sudden flash of lightning and thunder, and the bright lights of lightning illuminated the entire island. Looking at the rolling dark clouds in the distance, Xiao Fei could imagine that the sea there must be full of huge waves that could easily overturn a giant ship. But on the south coast where they landed, it was still peaceful, with bright moon and sparse stars, which was completely different from the west coast. This weird weather made Xiao Fei feel a little nervous. The power of nature is indeed beyond human power's ability to contend with. I wonder if there will be people as unlucky as them on the western sea tonight? Soon, the strong wind raging on the west coast swept to the cave where Xiao Fei and his friends were. Cry. The Saker Falcon let out a loud and high-pitched cry, flapped its wings, soared into the sky, and dived into the raging wind and rain coming from the west. Such a proud bird of prey likes nothing more than fighting the wind and rain and enjoying the exhilarating feeling. Xiao Fei couldn't help but feel a little envious. It's going to rain hard. Xiao Fei turned and went into the cave, shouted into the cave, then moved the newly moved boulder to block the entrance of the cave, leaving only a gap in the corner, which he covered with leopard skin. It could not only shelter from wind and rain, but also leave an entrance for the Saker Falcon to return to the cave when it went out to play. Xiao Fei, are these phones still usable? When they walked into the cave, Song Shiyu was rummaging through the things Xiao Fei had picked up and found a few mobile phones. Hey, what is this? A pencil sharpener? Why is there a string in it? This is a miniature hand crank charger, miss, used to charge small electronic products like mobile phones. What's a pencil sharpener? Xiao Fei said, walking over and picking up a mobile phone. He fished these cell phones out from the bottom of the sea yesterday. They had been soaked in water for several days. Nowadays, slightly higher-end mobile phones have good waterproof features. There are several high-end business phones here. They must have shut down because they ran out of power in the water. The water inside has been almost dried out today. They should be usable after charging. Xiao Fei found a thin copper wire, scraped off the sea salt stains on the charging port of the mobile phone, and plugged in the charging cable. The power generation has started. Xiao Fei slowly shook the handle of the charger, and the red indicator light flickered, indicating that electricity was being generated by friction. The screen must be bright. It must be bright. Song Shiyu started mumbling excitedly, and Su Ro came over curiously. Even Bai Yueer, who felt embarrassed whenever she saw Xiao Fei, couldn't help but come over. There are no entertainment facilities on this island. If we could have a mobile phone to play with to kill time, we would be very happy. Buzz. Xiao Fei shook the handle for more than a minute, and the phone finally responded, vibrating, and a charging percentage icon appeared on the screen. Yeah. The three girls screamed in surprise at the same time. Song Shiyu couldn't wait to pick up the phone and press the power button. Except for the signal icon with a cross on it, there are no other problems with the phone. Although the lack of network on mobile phones limits many functions, in the current environment, being able to play a single-player game or read an ebook is already a luxury. Shit, it requires iris recognition to unlock it. Song Shiyu threw her phone aside in frustration, losing all interest. Xiao Fei took the phone, fiddled with it for a few moments, then restarted it, and the lock screen function disappeared. How did you do that? Song Shiyu picked up the phone again as if she had found a treasure. I'm a programming master who can win awards in national competitions. Isn't it a piece of cake for me to crack such a lock screen? Xiao Fei is quite proud. What is the quality of this hand crank charger? Can it be used forever? After the excitement passed, Bai Yueer asked a very realistic question. If this charger breaks down, these phones will be no different from bricks. It can still be used for a while. After moving, I can use the impact of the waterfall to make a hydroelectric generator to solve our basic electricity problem. Xiao Fei replied. Can you generate electricity? The three women's cognition was refreshed again. I found an electric motor from an airplane on the seabed. It's still intact. After some modification, it can be used as a generator. Then I use the existing materials to make a water flow power system. It's enough to power lights, mobile phones, etc. Xiao Fei seemed very confident about this matter. Xiao Fei, I love you so much. Song Shiyu jumped up excitedly and hugged Xiao Fei, burying the unsuspecting Xiao Fei directly in her chest. The warm, fragrant, and soft, suffocating feeling made Xiao Fei unwilling to struggle. I'm just too excited. When Song Shiyu noticed that Su Ro and Bai Yueer were staring at her, she realized that her behavior was a little inappropriate. She explained awkwardly and quickly let go of Xiao Fei. Well, let's see if we can open other phones. Xiao Fei saw that the atmosphere was a bit awkward and spoke. The three women's attention was successfully diverted. That night, the three women were so excited to play with their cell phones that they couldn't sleep, and the buzzing sound of the charger cranks could be heard all night long. The next morning, Xiao Fei and the three women came to the pond again and lit the firewood in the cave. The baking of the fire can not only turn the yellow mud on the inner wall of the cave into white wall, but also dispel the moisture in the cave. In this way, they can move in and live there soon. Just as thick smoke was billowing out of the cave, Xiao Fei took a bamboo, carried a ladder to the foot of the waterfall, and climbed up the cliff cave where the giant bee had built its nest. Xiao Fei wanted to see if there was honey in the giant bee's hive. The bamboo slowly stretched in, and soon, Xiao Fei felt the end of the bamboo touching a large piece of soft and sticky substance. There's honey. Xiao Fei was excited and stirred the bamboo in the hole a few times before quickly pulling it out. The end of the bamboo is covered with amber honey, shining golden in the sunlight. Xiao Fei couldn't wait to stretch out a finger, dipped a little, and put it in his mouth. My mother also. The mellow and sweet taste with a hint of floral fragrance almost made Xiao Fei drunk. He jumped down from the ladder excitedly and ran to the three women holding the bamboo pole. Try it, it's good stuff. Is this honey? The women's exclamations rang out again. You guys eat first, I'll get some more. Xiao Fei found a large homemade spoon, cut a bamboo to make a handle for the spoon, then took a large coconut shell bowl, went back to the bottom of the waterfall, and scooped out a full bowl of fragrant honey. Thinking about the last time we were attacked by so many giant bees, the number of giant bees was so huge, and the honey storage in the cliff cave was simply unimaginable. Moreover, honey will never go bad. Now that all the giant bees are dead, they can come and dig honey anytime they want. I heard that wild honey is also very effective in breast enhancement. Xiao Fei looked at the three women who were enjoying honey by the pond. His eyes followed the rise and fall of their figures. He was very much looking forward to the effect of the honey. I ate too much honey, won't it? Thinking of this question, Xiao Fei's mouth twitched violently. Chapter 48. Someone lands on the island. Over the next few days, everything went smoothly. Xiao Fei and others moved into a spacious and bright cave and successfully fired the second batch of pottery. Xiao Fei also successfully tinkered with the hydroelectric generator. He used the wires picked up from the plane to lead electricity into the cave. The problem was that the voltage was very unstable. After several LED lights were turned on, they flickered and several were burned out. In the end, only 2 were left usable. Fortunately, Xiao Fei had a quick mind and made use of the several batteries he had picked up. He let the current charge the batteries first, and then used the power in the batteries for lighting and charging his mobile phone, thus solving the problem. Moreover, Xiao Fei also discovered a palm forest on the island and extracted palm oil from palm fruits. Finally, they no longer had to eat only roasted and stewed food, but could also stir-fry dishes. As he succeeded in one thing after another, Xiao Fei's image in the hearts of the three women became increasingly prominent, and his position as the team leader had become solid and unshakable. Xiao Fei also gave their new home a very meaningful name, called Muyun Villa. Cry. That afternoon, Xiao Fei was using dried soapberries to grind soapberry powder for laundry use. A saker falcon let out a long cry in the air, swooped down, and landed beside Xiao Fei. The saker falcon also brought back a sturdy and fat wild rabbit, threw it in front of Xiao Fei, and stretched its head over as if asking for credit. Well done, Dong Dong. Xiao Fei touched the saker falcon's head. Gug. Heidongking danced in front of Xiao Fei and talked about what he had seen and heard during his trip. After spending some time together, Xiao Fei and Heidongking were able to have some simple communication. Heidongking can understand what Xiao Fei and others say, and Xiao Fei can also understand what he wants to express from Heidonking's actions. You mean, there are some people like us on the West Coast human beings? This time, Heidonking's movements were more complicated, and Xiao Fei took a lot of effort to understand what he meant. What Heidongking told Xiao Fei was that on the west coast of the island, there were some monkeys like Xiao Fei, Suro and others, monkeys that wore clothes and had no hair. Xiao Fei and Heidongking continued to communicate and gradually learned other information. There is also a silent ship in the shallow waters near the west coast. Xiao Fei remembered that the saker falcon had not flown to the west in the past few days. It should not be a coincidence that he saw people there when he flew over today. He immediately thought of the storm that occurred on the west side of the island a few days ago. Could the shipwreck in the sea have been overturned by the wind and waves that night? And those people are the survivors who managed to survive the storm? Xiao Fei was not happy that someone had come to this island. If a passing ship really was stranded or temporarily staying on the island, Xiao Fei would of course be happy to go over and meet them. However, Heidongking had already described the situation on the west coast of the island, and those people had fled to this island after their shipwreck. Such people will be of no help to them except competing with Xiao Fei and others for resources. Xiao Fei wanted to ask how many people there were on the west coast, how many men and how many women, but he and Heidongking couldn't have such a complicated conversation yet. Even if Heidongking could understand what he was saying, he couldn't express it. It seems we have to go over there to check out the situation. Xiao Fei did not set off directly. To be cautious, he planned to set up some defensive traps and barriers around the pool. Dong Dong, keep watching those people. If they come this way, come back and tell me immediately. The saker falcon has a unique air advantage, so monitoring those people's every move is a piece of cake. Watching the saker falcon flying into the sky, Xiao Fei returned to the cave and told Su Ro and the other 3 girls the news. Do you remember the storm a few days ago? A ship sank on the western island, and some survivors came ashore. Xiao Fei's expression was very serious. Really? Someone else is here? That's great. I'm almost bored to death. Finally, someone can play with me. Song Shiyu clapped her hands excitedly. Shiyu, don't be so naive. We are a group of people stranded on a deserted island, with very few supplies. They must be starving these past few days. If those people saw our current situation, what would they do? Bai Yueer pulled Song Shiyu to sit down again. Will you steal our things? Song Shiyu was not stupid either. She immediately understood what Bai Yueer meant and shrank her neck in fear. It would be fine if it was just to steal things. Su Ro sighed. Her words filled with deep worry. They are trapped on this island and will most likely become our competitors in the future. If they are numerous and powerful, our lives will be difficult. Su Ro is right. The first thing we need to do now is to enhance our ability to protect ourselves. Those people won't be able to find this place for a while. In the next few days, we can set traps around here and do some disguises so that people who don't know the situation can't find this place. Xiao Fei talked about his plan. Once the arrangements here are completed, we will go to the west coast and find those people to find out the situation. They just escaped to this island after a shipwreck. What's so worth finding out about this? Song Shiyu expressed her incomprehension. Of course, we want to see if they can contact people outside. The ship that they were on sank in shallow waters. Unlike our plane that exploded, most of the things on the ship can be preserved. If the emergency communication equipment and satellite positioning system on the ship can still be used, that will be our hope of leaving here. Xiao Fei explained patiently. At the very least, we can get some new supplies from the ship. What we lack most right now is medicine. If we can find some medicine from the sunken ship, it will be worth our trip. So when do we leave? Bai Yueer asked. Don't worry, let's clean up our base first. Dong Dong is watching that group of people. They won't be able to come over for a while. At that time, we will pretend to be survivors of a plane crash, go ashore on the south coast of the island, search along the way, and accidentally run into those people. Xiao Fei said. Besides, I plan to only bring Su Ro with me this time. This journey is very difficult, and among the three of you, Su Ro has the best physical fitness. Mr. Bai, you and Song Shiyu stay here, and I will communicate with you through Dong Dong. Okay, I understand. Although she was somewhat reluctant, Bai Yueer was also very clear that what Xiao Fei said was true, and she and Song Shiyu would only become a burden if they followed him. After discussion, the four came out of the cave and began to prepare for the defense of their Muyan villa. Xiao Feiji dug many traps of different sizes on several small paths leading to Muyan villa. He inserted sharpened bamboo tubes into the traps and covered them with branches and leaves. In addition to traps, Xiao Fei also set up some other secret mechanisms. Only Xiao Fei and four others knew the safe route to enter Muyan villa. Chapter 49 Beach Situation. After setting up the mechanism, Xiao Fei moved a huge stone weighing over 1,000 pounds and blocked the entrance of the cave. Some vigorous vines were also planted nearby to serve as cover, so that even if you get close, you won't know there is a hidden entrance behind the big rock. This is not only a form of camouflage, but also prevents wild animals from breaking in and causing damage. These things sound simple, but it took Xiao Fei and others 4 full days to complete them. Afterwards, Xiao Fei and Su Ro packed up and prepared to set off. This time, both of them traveled light. Xiao Fei carried a backpack with some food, a few clothes, and a small amount of medicine. Su Ro only brought a water bottle, a walking stick, and other things with her. In addition to the backpack, Xiao Fei also carried a military knife, several homemade daggers, and a command knife picked up from the beach. This command knife is very sharp and made of very good material, but it is a very useless thing in daily life. It is too long, and it is not convenient to chop wood or vegetables. It is also in the way when holding it, so Xiao Fei threw it directly into the corner. He had thought about breaking the command knife and making it into 2 short knives. Now this knife comes in handy, and it is very intimidating when used to scare people. If the group of survivors wanted to do something bad to them, they would have to consider the lethality of the knife in Xiao Fei's hand. Xiao Fei and his team were located on the eastern side of the island, which was quite far from the west coast. The 2 men passed through the dense forest, climbed over 1 or 2 hills, and crossed a canyon, and finally heard the sound of surging waves. It's just ahead. Xiao Fei and Su Ro hid behind a big rock. Xiao Fei quietly stuck his head out to observe the situation and found that there were more than a dozen people on the beach. These people did not gather together, but were divided into several small teams. A young man who is dressed in a messy but still gorgeous manner, looks handsome and is wearing sunglasses. Next to him is a greasy man with a fawning face and tattoos on his arms, who is massaging the legs of the man in sunglasses. They should be a young wealthy man and his younger brother. Not far from the young rich man, there were a man and 2 women sitting. The man was wearing black-framed glasses, was gentle, and looked rather thin. One of them was a beautiful woman with a melon-shaped face, a hot body and revealing clothes. She was leaning on the shoulder of the man with glasses. They seemed to be a young couple. Next to the couple, there was a sleepy beauty in a swimsuit sitting there, wrapped in a sun protection blanket. Her appearance could not be seen clearly, but one could tell that she had an amazing and enviable figure. This swimsuit beauty seems to be the best friend of the oval-faced beauty. Although the oval-faced beauty was snuggling up to the man with glasses, her eyes were always glancing at the young rich man. On the other side, there was a tall man in his 40s, a young woman, and a little boy of 5 or 6 years old. They looked like a family of 3. The young woman wore a white dress and had her hair tied up simply. She had a plump figure and exuded a mature charm. The man looked much worse. He was sloppy and unkempt, with a face full of stubble. The little boy looked very much like his mother, very handsome. To the side, there are 3 white-skinned, yellow-haired, big-nosed foreigners. They gathered together and looked around at the beautiful woman with a melon-seed face and the young woman with dishonest eyes, which was full of vulgarity. Xiao Fei, look quickly, that woman over there. Is she the famous singer Xiao Chengqing? Su Rou poked Xiao Fei's back and pointed in a direction. Xiao Fei looked in the direction, and after seeing the woman's appearance clearly, he was so excited that he almost suffocated. Sitting on the big rock, there was a tall, slightly plump beauty with outstanding temperament and beautiful appearance. She turned out to be the currently popular idol singer, Xiao Chengqing. This is the goddess of Xiao Fei's dreams. Not only is she outstanding in appearance, but her singing and dancing skills are also amazing. Although she goes for the pure style, her figure that is about to burst out when dancing often makes Xiao Fei bleed from his nose when watching the MV. Even though she was stranded on a deserted island and looked a little miserable, Xiao Chengqing was still like the brightest star, making it impossible for anyone to ignore her existence. Next to Xiao Chengqing, there was a girl with a pretty and clean appearance, a thin figure, and a ponytail. She was about the same age as Xiao Chengqing, about 26 or 27 years old. Judging from the relationship between the two, this girl with ponytail should be Xiao Qingqing's assistant. These people are just sitting here, not looking for something to eat. Are they waiting to starve to death? The scene on the beach left Xiao Fei speechless. However, Xiao Fei quickly calmed down the excitement after seeing Xiao Chengqing in person. If it was normal times, Xiao Fei would have already knelt down and licked him like a pug. But now he has had close or even negative distance contact with 4 top beauties, and he still loves Xiao Qingqing, but he has not lost his mind. Xiao Fei's gaze shifted to the sea again. About 3 kilometers away from the beach, there was a luxury cruise ship. The hull was tilted, and most of it was exposed above the sea. Around the cruise ship, several bodies were bobbing in the waves, drifting towards the deep sea as the seawater flowed. Many fish were swimming up and down near the bodies, gnawing at the rotten flesh on the bodies. It can be vaguely seen that a black reef pierced the bottom of the cruise ship, leaving a huge gap, which is also the main reason for the sinking of the cruise ship. These people should have been ashore for a few days. The number of people who died at sea must be much greater than the bodies Xiao Fei and his team saw now. Such a big cruise ship, there must be a lot of good things on it. Xiao Fei looked at the cruise ship with shining eyes. The state of these survivors made Xiao Fei feel relieved. After all, they were not from the same camp, but were divided into several forces. In Xiao Fei's opinion, the biggest threat to them were those 3 scoundrelly big-nosed foreigners. It is obvious that these 3 men are tall and strong, and are among the top fighters among the survivors. The weakest group is Xiao Chengqing's small team. The big star Xiao Chengqing and her innocent assistant are both weak women who are powerless. In the other small group of young couples and female besties, the males are a bit weak. The family of 3 had a child who was a burden. Neither of these 2 groups posed any threat. Let's go over and say hello. Xiao Fei waved to Su Rou behind him, and the 2 of them walked out from behind the big rock. Someone is coming. A foreigner with a big nose and a scar on his face spoke something in English, stood up suddenly and looked towards Xiao Fei and the others. The 2 were still hundreds of meters away from the people on the beach, and Xiao Fei could easily see the details on their bodies, all thanks to the fruit of the red plant he ate. However, the scarred foreigner, who had his back to them just now, was able to suddenly notice someone appearing behind him. This foreign devil is not simple. Xiao Fei was very alert, but still waved to the people on the beach. Chapter 50. New Arrival. Hello. Did you also encounter a shipwreck, the storm a few nights ago? After walking over, Xiao Fei was the first to ask. Yes, the ships were destroyed. The first to respond was the man with glasses. He smiled wryly and pointed at the cruise ship on the sea. Did your boat capsize as well? We are even more miserable. The plane exploded. Xiao Fei shrugged helplessly. We were organized by the company to do team building. The plane crashed in the storm, and we are the only two survivors. My name is Xiao Fei. Brother Fei, do you have anything to eat? We've been starving these past few days. This time it was the young rich man who spoke, staring at the backpack on Xiao Fei without blinking, as if he wanted to pounce on him and snatch it away. Xiao Fei raised his eyebrows and asked a question in his mind. This shameless behavior of pretending to be a grandson is not like the speech and behavior of a rich man. Brother Fei, let's make friends. My name is Fu Wei, and my father is Fu Chong, the chairman of Yongxing Real Estate. Please accept this little gift in exchange for some food. When we go back, we will definitely treat you well. Fu Wei took off the gold Rolex on his wrist and handed it to Xiao Fei. Yongxing Real Estate? It is no exaggeration to say that this name is well known. It is a well-known high-end real estate development company. In the city where Xiao Fei works, the houses of Yongxing Real Estate are the most expensive, starting at 50,000 yuan per square meter, and they are all large apartments over 150 square meters. It is a place Xiao Fei dare not even dream of. After knowing Fu Wei's identity, Xiao Fei finally understood why he behaved like this. He was just a second-generation rich man who lived a life of luxury. He was not a wealthy man who had built his family business successfully on his own. Naturally, he did not have that kind of bearing. Was stunned when he saw Fu Wei give away such an expensive watch so easily. The tattooed man looked at Xiao Fei with a hint of hostility in his eyes. He had been acting like a grandson and a lackey, and had followed Fu Wei for such a long time, but had never received such a valuable reward. Xiao Fei only needs to exchange a little food for a luxury watch worth millions. Mr. Fu is too polite. Xiao Fei pretended to be humble, but he was not polite at all. He took the watch that Fu Wei handed to him and put it on his own hand. Then, Xiao Fei winked at Su Ro behind him. Su Ro understood what he meant, unzipped her backpack, and took out a small piece of pickled rabbit meat, half the size of a soap. Mr. Fu, you're welcome. Enjoy your meal. Xiao Fei generously gave the dried meat to Fu Wei. That's all? Fu Wei stared at the piece of meat in his hand in amazement. Mr. Fu, you are going too far. On this island, food is the most precious thing. We are also stranded people and don't have much to eat. If you think it's not worth it, you can take back the watch and give me back the jerky. Xiao Fei was very dissatisfied with Fu Wei's attitude. It's a good deal. I'm kidding, Brother Fei. Fu Wei wolfed down the meat in a few bites, his mouth full of oil, and he burped contentedly. Mr. Fu. The man with tattoos watched Fu Wei eat up all the dried meat, his saliva almost flowing out. He thought that since he had served Fu Wei so wholeheartedly, he would at least get a share of the meat. However, he did not expect that Fu Wei would not leave him even a single piece of meat. After the shipwreck, they were pushed ashore by the waves and saved their lives. After landing, they found that there was nothing to eat. The little food that was washed ashore had been eaten up long ago. Now this group of people are starving. Staring at the grease on Fu Wei's hands, the man with tattoos wanted to come up and take a sip. It smells so damn good. Fu Wei smacked his lips with satisfaction and took off the big gold chain around his neck. Brother Fei, this necklace is more valuable than that watch. I'll exchange it for another piece of meat. I'm so sorry, Mr. Fu. There are too many monks and too little meat, and we don't have much reserves. This time Xiao Fei rejected Fu Wei. In this situation, Xiao Fei would not be tempted by money and property. The reason why he exchanged dried meat for Fu Wei's watch was because the watch was useful on the island. The pocket watch he had picked up earlier was no longer responsive. Otherwise, he would not have looked down on Fu Wei's gold Rolex. As for the big gold chain inlaid with jade and diamonds, in Xiao Fei's eyes, it is not as useful as a piece of hemp rope. Mr. Xiao Fei, can you give me a piece of jerky? A young woman in a white dress with a child came over with a donkey brand leather bag, her eyes full of eager anticipation. These are all the things I have with me. I'll give them all to you. Just exchange a small piece. Xiao Fei looked inside the bag and saw some cosmetics and a few pieces of jewelry, all of which looked very expensive. Those who can board that luxury cruise ship are indeed either rich or noble. Well, what is this? Xiao Fei turned out a few things from the bottom of his briefcase, and his eyes lit up. Those were several pieces of women's underwear compressed in vacuum bags. Xiao Fei noticed that the young woman in the white dress was looking at him with a strange look. He coughed awkwardly and handed the purse to Su Ro behind him. Su Ro, come and take a look. If it's useful, we'll keep it. During these days on the island, Bai Yueer still has nothing to wear. The only pair of clothes that Su Ro and Song Shiyu own are almost torn from being washed and dried every day. This time the young woman in white dress came to our rescue in a timely manner. When Su Ro saw the clothes in the bag, she was slightly surprised and her cheeks soon turned red. After all, this kind of thing is really personal privacy. Xiao Fei, let's take all these things. They are very practical. Su Ro spoke up. Xiao Fei nodded. In addition to those, cosmetics are also a necessity for the three women. Although there is no one else on the island, they still use the only cosmetics they have to put on makeup every morning. The young woman in the white dress had a lot of cosmetics in her bag. They would probably be overjoyed if Su Ro took it back. Xiao Fei planned to call Hai Dongqing down at night and ask him to send a message to Bai Yueer and Song Shiyu to report their safety. At the same time, let Hai Dongqing take back some panties, bras, and sanitary napkins. Sister, these dried meats are for you. Su Ro took out a piece of dried meat from Xiao Fei's backpack, which was many times larger than the one she had just given to Fu Wei. Thank you, thank you. The young woman in the white dress excitedly took the jerky, then tore off a piece and gave it to her son. Baby, you must be hungry. Eat quickly. The little boy's eyes lit up when he saw the meat, and he started eating it in big mouthfuls. After a while, he had eaten half a piece of dried meat. Mom, I want more. The little boy stared at the dried meat in the hand of the young woman in white dress with his big eyes without blinking and kept swallowing his saliva. Be good, baby. Your stomach hurts if you eat too much. We'll save it for later. Be obedient. The young woman in the white dress touched the little boy's head, her eyes full of doting. The little boy was also very sensible. He didn't cry or make a fuss and ran to the side to play with the sand. Brother, you should eat something too. The young woman in the white dress tore off a piece of dried meat and handed it to the sloppy man. This thing is too precious. Keep it for yourselves. The sloppy man swallowed and didn't answer. Brother, please eat something. If you hadn't dragged my mother and me to the shore, we would have drowned long ago. The young woman in the white dress forced a piece of dried meat into the sloppy man's hand. Only then did Xiao Fei realize that these three people were not a family of three. The sloppy man was just the savior of the mother and son. At this moment, an angry look looked at Xiao Fei. Chapter 51. Exchange of items. Thanks. The sloppy man only ate one piece of shredded meat, chewed it slowly in his mouth, then took out a crumpled paper towel, wrapped the remaining dried meat, and put it in his pocket. Hey, are you guys crazy? We spent over $1 million on a gold watch to get such a small amount of meat. And this woman's few pieces of crappy cosmetics can get such a big piece? Seeing Su Ro giving the young woman in white dress a large piece of jerky, the man with tattoos started to yell in dissatisfaction. Mr. Xiao, you are a grown man, but you can't make the decision on such a trivial matter as exchanging dried meat for something else. You actually let a woman exchange whatever she wants. The man with tattoos sneered. What a spineless thing, soft-shelled egg, useless garbage. Facing the ridicule of the man with tattoos, Xiao Fei was not angry, but said jokingly, why don't you call me a dog? It's really funny that there are people who put this kind of label on themselves. I think you really look like a dog. The man with tattoos continued to taunt Xiao Fei with a sneer, but halfway through his words he realized something was wrong. Who the hell are you calling a dog? I think you are tired of living. Yeah, I'm tired of living. Just come and kill me. If you don't feel guilty, why are you so excited? It turns out that you don't like the behavior of kneeling down and licking your master, right? Xiao Fei drew out his command knife and waved it casually in his hand. The cold wind he created made the people around him feel cold all over and gave them goosebumps. The scarred foreigner frowned when he saw Xiao Fei's actions. Bang! Fu Wei slapped the tattooed man hard on the face, making him see stars and almost fall down. Who do you think you are, to dare to speak to Brother Fei like that? Fu Wei glared at the man with tattoos and said in a cold voice, then put on a smiling face and looked at Xiao Fei. Brother Fei, I understand. You only exchange things that are useful to you, right? As he spoke, Fu Wei took out an unopened wooden box of cigarettes and a diamond-studded lighter and handed them to Xiao Fei. Brother Fei, take a look at these two things. Can they be exchanged for some jerky? With more food in his stomach, Fu Wei was much more relaxed than before, and his eyes shifted from the backpack behind Xiao Fei to Su Ro. This woman is absolutely top-notch. Her waist and legs are amazing. If we start playing... Fu Wei licked his lips secretly. Of course. Xiao Fei smiled and quietly moved his feet to block Fu Wei's sight. He then asked Su Ro to give him a piece of dried meat, which was bigger than the last time. Putting the cigarette in his pocket, Xiao Fei looked at the lighter in his hand. The fuel inside was almost full and could be used for a long time. The lighter that Xiao Fei picked up before didn't have much fuel left, and he had used it frequently in the past few days, so it was almost burned out. Now he just needed a new lighter. Thanks, Brother Fei. Fu Wei glanced at the man with tattoos whose half face was swollen. Useless thing, get over here. The man with tattoos dared not say anything. He glared at Xiao Fei fiercely and quickly caught up with Fu Wei. This man named Xiao Fei has food in his hands. You can't offend him, okay? After walking aside, Fu Wei whispered to the man with tattoos. Besides, this guy is definitely not someone you can mess with. Didn't you see him swinging the knife just now? It was so easy. He must be quite skilled. I understand, Mr. Fu. I won't dare to do it again. The man with tattooed arms nodded humbly, cursing all of Xiao Fei's ancestors in his heart. What else do you have that I can exchange for jerky? Fu Wei asked. Nothing. It all fell into the sea. The man with tattoos searched all his pockets and took out various items including chewing gum, wallet, tissues, etc. What's this? Fu Wei picked up a small bottle with English words written all over it. This is the fuel for your lighter, yes. The man with tattoos became excited. Fu Wei had already given his lighter to Xiao Fei, so there was no point in keeping the fuel in his hands. He might as well give it to Xiao Fei in exchange for some dried meat. Keep it for now. You can use it to negotiate terms with Xiao Fei. Fu Wei collected the fuel himself. The man with tattoos lowered his head, a hint of dissatisfaction flashing in his eyes. You must be hungry too. Eat something first. Fu Wei tore off a small piece of dried meat and gave it to the man with tattoos. Thank you, Mr. Fu, thank you. The man with tattoos was overjoyed and couldn't wait to take the jerky and swallow it in one gulp without even having the time to taste it. There are food, women, and weapons. TSK, TSK. Fu Wei narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiao Fei and Su Rou not far away, his eyes flickering. The three foreigners and the young couple, seeing that they could exchange valuable things with Xiao Fei for dried meat, also came over. Hey, man, we have some cigars. Can we trade them for your food? You can call me Thompson. The scarred foreigner communicated with Xiao Fei in very stiff Chinese, but his eyes were always on Su Rou's plump figure. Of course. Xiao Fei took the cigar and looked at it. He didn't usually smoke cigars, so he didn't know whether these cigars were good or not. But at least they were all individually waterproof packaged, so they couldn't be bad. To Xiao Fei, cigarettes are as important as Su Rou and the other two girls need for cosmetics. The scarred foreigner Thompson exchanged for a large piece of jerky, left with satisfaction, and went to feast on the food with the other two big-nosed foreigners. Mr. Xiao Fei, I have some imported medicines, is that okay? The one who came over for the exchange this time was a beautiful woman in a swimsuit, wrapped in a blanket. She had big eyes, a high-nose bridge, blue pupils, and seemed to be a mixed race. In her hand, she was tightly holding a white frosted waterproof bag, which was inconspicuous because of the blanket covering it. What kind of medicine is this? Xiao Fei opened the waterproof bag and took a look. It's mainly oral granules for treating colds, reducing fever and inflammation, as well as some anti-inflammatory injections and a few cardiac stimulants, said the swimsuit beauty. Why are there pictures of little animals on these medicines? Su Rou asked curiously. Well, I'm a veterinarian by profession, the swimsuit beauty stammered. What? Xiao Fei was so shocked that he staggered. Although these drugs are for pets, they are of very high purity and are completely safe for human administration and injection. The swimsuit beauty hurriedly explained, fearing that Xiao Fei and the others would misunderstand. In that case, okay, we can exchange. Xiao Fei thought about it and put away the medicine, then handed a piece of jerky to the swimsuit beauty. Beauty, if we need to inject these drugs, you will be paid if you help us.
Thanks.
The beauty in the swimsuit looked excited, and her body swayed, almost taking Xiao Fei's soul away. This figure is even more attractive than when Xiao Qian's. Xiao Fei could hardly control his gaze. Beauty, would you like to change the blanket you are wearing? Su Rou asked. Let's not change this for now. The swimsuit beauty hesitated. A few days ago, she was just about to go swimming when a storm suddenly hit. In a panic, she swam ashore desperately, but only picked up a blanket and a bag of medicine. Even the shoes she was wearing were taken from a corpse by the sloppy man and given to her. She washed them in seawater many times before she could barely put them on. Chapter 52, Wait and See. Now the swimsuit beauty doesn't even have a decent piece of clothing, and the blanket on her body is her last fig leaf. The rich second generation, his followers, and the three foreigners all looked at her with eyes full of aggression and possessiveness. She was covered with a blanket, which made her feel a little safe. You give us the blanket, and we'll give you a set of clothes. How about this exchange? Su Rou said directly, then took out a t-shirt and a pair of beach pants from her backpack, both of which were loose-fitting men's styles. I'll change. The swimsuit beauty became excited again. She pulled off the blanket and shook off the sand on it. After the exchange, she immediately ran behind a large rock to put on her clothes. Xiao Fei knew that Su Ro was helping the swimsuit beauty, and he didn't object to it. A few days ago, he picked up some clothes from the beach one after another, so they had enough outerwear for the time being. However, Xiao Fei was a little confused as to why the swimsuit beauty had to hide behind a big rock to change clothes. She was already wearing a swimsuit, so couldn't she just put it on? Does she want to take off her swimsuit and wash it? Xiao Fei couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Doctors generally have some degree of mysophobia, and it is really uncomfortable not to change clothes for several days. Xiao Fei looked at the swaying shadow behind the big rock and suddenly felt a little expectant. After the beauty in the swimsuit left, the young couple also came over and exchanged half a pack of cigarettes, a power bank, and 2 packs of women's tampons for 2 pieces of jerky. Xiao Fei was very satisfied with the things he had exchanged, and it could be said that he had gained a lot. After all, food like dried rabbit meat is extremely precious to these people. But to Xiao Fei, it is just wild game that can be obtained by flying a Saker falcon. What Xiao Fei found strange was that his goddess Xiao Chengqing didn't bring anything to exchange with him and didn't even look at him. Aren't they both hungry? Xiao Fei was speechless, and suddenly he remembered that in order to maintain their figure, female celebrities often go without food for several days and are accustomed to being hungry. Although she is the goddess he admires in his heart, Xiao Fei is not so eager to run over to her and kneel down to lick her and do his best to please her. At most, if Xiao Qingsheng comes over, he can give her some more dried meat because her MV has accompanied him through countless late nights. Let's go to the beach and take a look. Maybe we can find something useful, Xiao Fei said to Su Ro. After a walk around the beach, Xiao Fei finally understood why these people were so hungry. The seawater to the west of the island is much poorer than that to the south. For some reason, there are almost no shellfish, fish or shrimp in the shallow sea area. The seawater is clean and there are few algae. Moreover, this is a relatively closed area surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and the sea on 1 side. It is not an exaggeration to say that there is not even a blade of grass growing on the stone mountain, but there were only some overgrown weeds and low bushes and a few broadleaf trees, and no coconut trees that were ubiquitous on the beach. In such a harsh environment, the reason why these people stayed here and refused to go to other places on the island to seek other ways out was probably because they were afraid of missing the rescue ships. We have to find a way to get on that cruise ship. It's impossible for just a few of us to go there, and the supplies we bring back will definitely be snatched away. It seems that we have to cooperate with these people and go up together to get what we need. Xiao Fei stood on the beach, looking at the cruise ship on the sea, secretly planning in his mind. If we can find emergency communication equipment on the ship and contact the outside world, that would be great. If we can't find it, we'll leave here and return to Muyun Villa after getting enough supplies. But we don't know much about those people, especially the one called Fu Wei and the foreigner with the scar on his face. We always feel that they are dangerous. Su Ro expressed her concerns. If they agree to cooperate on the surface but then stab us in the back, it will be very troublesome. We are not going to cooperate with them right away. Xiao Fei smiled. We have been on the island for so many days, we don't need this little bit of time. Let's just stay here for now. Those people will definitely not coexist peacefully forever. There will be a conflict soon. Let's wait and see what happens. Will someone die? Su Ro glanced at the crowd not far away, and her face suddenly turned as pale as paper. Someone will definitely die, and more than one. Even for food, these people will fight for their lives. Su Ro, the environment we are in now does not allow us to sympathize with them. We have the most food, which may cause them to point the spearhead of the attack at us first. Xiao Fei said earnestly that he also noticed that Su Ro felt sympathy for those people. Conserve your strength and wait, and see what happens. This is what we need to do most now. Also, we need to eat up the remaining jerky as soon as possible to prevent them from worrying about it. Anyway, we have Dong Dong, so we don't have to worry about food. I see. Su Ro nodded, turned her head to look at the survivors, with a trace of pity in her eyes. Xiao Fei and others took a walk around the beach and returned empty-handed, but they were not idle either. They went to the Rocky Mountain and brought back many large palm leaves, cut some thicker and longer shrub branches, and pulled out some weeds. Then, Xiao Fei found a huge reef on the beach. He used shrub strips and twisted straw ropes to build a simple frame against the reef. He then tied palm leaves on it layer by layer. He filled the gaps between the stones with sand on the ground and also laid a few layers of palm leaves. A simple shed was built in this way. The house is not big, but it is big enough for Xiao Fei and Su Ro to lie down side by side and rest. Seeing Xiao Fei and his team building a house, the 3 foreigners were the first to become restless and followed Xiao Fei's example. running to the mountain to get palm leaves and shrub branches to build a shed. The three foreigners were obviously much more clumsy than Xiao Fei. The frame they put up collapsed before they could even lay the palm leaves. After working for quite some time, they only managed to build a very small shed that was barely big enough for anyone to lie down, so the three of them had to squeeze in. But compared to the wind and sun of the past few days, it is very comfortable to have such a place sheltered from the wind and rain. Where do these foreigners get so many cigars? Xiao Fei saw three foreigners huddled in a shed smoking cigars and couldn't help but feel curious, so he lit one for himself. They traded us 12 cigars for the jerky, and now we're still smoking some. How about you get some more jerky and trade them all their cigars? Su Ro spoke up. Forget it. The remaining jerky is only enough for us to have 2 meals. Xiao Fei shrugged. The problem is, how can we get Dong Dong to give us the prey it caught? If there were no Saker Falcon to provide them with logistics support, Xiao Fei and his friends would really have starved in the barren west of the island. Chapter 53. Sloppy Man. Ms. Xiao Chengsheng, the sun is so strong, it would be bad if you get tanned. Why don't you come over and sit down? It's a little shabby, though. Fu Wei walked up to Xiao Chengsheng and politely invited her. Although his younger brother, the man with tattoos, is not a good person, he is good at working with things. The shed he built is no less beautiful than the one Xiao Fei and the others built. He also decorated it with some shells and unknown wild flowers, making it look more elegant. Thanks. Xiao Chengqing's attitude was still very cold. She thanked him symbolically without even looking at Fu Wei a second time and walked straight into the shed. The innocent-looking assistant girl followed closely behind. As soon as the two left, Fu Wei's smiling face turned gloomy. He stared at Xiao Chengqing's tall back for a few seconds, and a hint of hostility flashed across his eyes. Ms. Xiao Chengqing, you must be hungry too. I have some dried meat here. You can eat some to fill your stomach. The gloom on Fu Wei's face flashed away, and then he followed enthusiastically. It's obvious that Fu Wei has other intentions than drinking. Su Ro sat in the shed, watching Fu Wei busy entertaining Xiao Chengsheng, and sneered. She didn't have a good impression of Fu Wei either, always feeling that this man was too insidious. The sun is about to set, and he can come up with such a lame excuse as the sun is too strong. It seems that this rich second-generation guy named Fu Wei is also a guy with a hole in his brain. I think the one who doesn't understand the situation the most among these people is this big star Xiao Chengqing. She is used to a life of luxury and pampering, and everyone who sees her has to be polite to her. But when she comes here, she actually thinks she is a big shot. Don't you see your own situation? You have a weak female assistant by your side. Which man can't manipulate her? Su Ro blinked her big eyes and a sly smile appeared on her pretty face. Xiao Fei, you might as well let her get away with it. Sleeping with a female celebrity will give you a lot of face if you tell others about it. Sister, could you please be more careful with your words? Xiao Fei, who had just come back from collecting firewood, happened to hear this and quickly stopped Su Ro from continuing. Su Ro's outspoken personality, she says whatever she thinks, sometimes really gives Xiao Fei a headache. After lighting the firewood, it soon became dark. Xiao Fei took out the dried meat from the bag, roasted it over the fire, and the two of them shared it. After dinner, the two chatted idly and a few hours passed quickly. Xiao Fei couldn't sleep and had nothing to do, so he got up and moved around. He went to pick up some large rocks nearby, brought them back and piled them around the shed to reinforce the frame. The evening breeze blew gently, and the weak cry of the little boy and the self-blaming voice of the young woman in the white dress were heard. I guess the dried meat that the young lady in white dress exchanged for had been eaten up by the little boy. Now the little guy must be hungry again. The sloppy man also built a simple shed, and the young woman in white dress and her son still stayed with him. After hearing this, Xiao Fei felt sorry for the little boy and even had an urge to take all the remaining dried meat and give it to the little boy to fill his stomach. However, Xiao Fei's reason told him that he couldn't do this. He didn't lack food, but giving away food too casually would make him and Su Ro the target of public criticism. Xiao Fei gritted his teeth, pretended not to hear the crying in the wind, and continued to move stones with his head buried. Brother, do you have any extra jerky? While Xiao Fei was busy, a slightly hoarse male voice came over. I looked up and saw that sloppy man walking towards me. After taking a closer look, Xiao Fei discovered that although this man looked sloppy, he was wearing all branded clothes. The buttons on his jacket were made of pure gold, and they looked like they were handmade and worth a lot of money. Brother, I have a Swiss Army knife here. How about exchanging it for 2 pieces of jerky? The sloppy man took out a Swiss Army knife from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Fei. Brother, the Swiss Army knife is not very useful. I am a bit disappointed with these 2 pieces of jerky. Xiao Fei took it and looked at it. It was indeed genuine. The Swiss Army knife has many functions and can be very useful in outdoor survival. However, at this time, bargaining is the natural way to show that you do not value this Swiss Army knife. Add another lighter in exchange for 2 pieces of jerky. The sloppy man seemed to have made a great decision and took out a windproof lighter with a white jade shell from his pocket. When the lighter was handed over to him, Xiao Fei could see that the sloppy man's hands were obviously shaking. Xiao Fei weighed the lighter and found that the white jade shell of the lighter was actually an imitation of glass. The workmanship was also rather rough. Judging from the degree of wear and tear, it must have been used for a long time. A man of noble status attaches so much importance to a lighter worth only a few dozen dollars. There must be some story behind it. But stories are worthless. No matter how important this lighter is to the sloppy man, it is just a lighter to Xiao Fei. What Xiao Fei was more concerned about was how much fuel was left in the lighter. Make a deal. Xiao Fei put away the 2 things, picked out the 2 largest pieces of dried meat, wrapped them in leaves, and handed them to the sloppy man. Thanks. The sloppy man weighed the dried meat, put it in his arms, and walked back quickly. Little guy, you must be hungry. Uncle got some dried meat for you. The sloppy man returned to the shed and handed 2 pieces of dried meat to the young woman in the white dress. Sister, you have to eat something yourself. Don't starve yourself. Remember, if you collapse, no one will take care of the child. Brother, thank you. I don't know how to repay you. The sloppy man's earnest exhortation made the young woman in the white dress choke up. Don't talk so much. Eat first. I'll go get some spring water. The slovenly man turned and walked out of the shed. What a good man. Not far away, Xiao Fei was observing all this and couldn't help feeling a little ashamed of himself. It was late at night, and Xiao Fei, who had been moving stones all night, stopped and went into the shed to sleep. Not long after falling asleep, Xiao Fei was suddenly awakened by the crying of a woman and a child. Damn, is that little guy hungry again? Xiao Fei rubbed his face and sat up. Listening to the shrill crying, Xiao Fei felt something was wrong. Xiao Fei, come out quickly. Su Rou's anxious voice came from a distance. Xiao Fei crawled out of the shed and looked over in the direction of Su Rou's voice. He found that the shed where the sloppy man and the young woman in white dress and her son lived had collapsed. Su Rou was dragging the young woman in white dress and the little boy, staggering towards this side. Behind the 3 of them, the sloppy man was fighting with 2 big-nosed foreigners. The scarred foreigner was standing beside the collapsed shed, smoking leisurely. What the hell is going on? Xiao Fei, who hadn't woken up yet and was a little confused, had no time to think, turned around, pulled out the command knife in the shed, and strode forward. He can ignore others, but Su Rou must not be harmed. Chapter 54, 1 against 3. The sloppy man looked obviously at a loss. Facing 2 tall foreigners with big noses, he fought while protecting Su Rou, a young woman in a white dress, and her son to escape, and he still had the upper hand. Xiao Fei picked up the knife and ran away. When he was blown by the cool breeze, his mind became clearer. When he saw the young woman in the white dress and her clothes were in a mess, he immediately understood what was going on. When he first arrived, he noticed that the 3 big-nosed foreigners had lewd eyes and were always secretly sizing up the women here. It seemed that the 3 foreigners couldn't stand it any longer tonight and wanted to do something to the young woman in the white dress. But I didn't expect that the sloppy man next to the young woman in white dress, who looked cowardly, was actually not a simple character and was equally capable when fighting. Su Rou must have come out to use the toilet or get some fresh air, and accidentally discovered the dirty behavior of the 3 big-nosed foreigners, so she ran over to help. Ah! The sloppy man who had the upper hand in the fight suddenly screamed and fell to the ground. One of the foreigners then started punching and kicking him as he lay curled up on the ground, while the other continued to chase Su Rou and the mother and son in the white dress. Without the restraint of the sloppy man, the big-nosed foreigner's speed increased a lot instantly. He quickly caught up and reached out to grab the collar of the young woman in the white dress. Depend on. Xiao Fei was still some distance away from Su Rou. Seeing this situation, he quickly sped up. Come on, come to our side. Su Rou pushed the young woman in the white dress hard, turned around, pulled out a dagger and stabbed the big-nosed foreigner. The big-nosed foreigner snorted coldly, stretched out his hand and easily knocked the dagger out of Su Rou's hand, then laughed and hugged Su Rou in his arms. Xiao Fei. Su Rou struggled desperately and screamed in fear. Fuck you. Xiao Fei arrived in time, and before the big-nosed foreigner could make any further move against Su Rou, he stabbed him in the throat with a knife. Fuck. The big-nosed foreigner cursed and did not dare to take the command knife that Xiao Fei was stabbing at him. He had to push Su Rou downwards and quickly dodged backwards. Xiao Fei reached out and caught Su Rou. As his vision was temporarily blocked by Su Rou, the big-nosed foreigner took the opportunity to step forward, snatched the command knife from Xiao Fei's hand, and chopped it fiercely at Su Rou's back. Depend on. Xiao Fei hugged Su Rou and turned around suddenly, blocking the knife with his arm. He couldn't help but growl in pain and push Su Rou hard towards the shed. Go first. Su Rou was also frightened and didn't know that Xiao Fei was injured. She took advantage of the force Xiao Fei pushed her and quickly ran towards the shed. Hey, you're looking for death. You dare to ruin our good thing. The big-nosed foreigner spoke stiff Chinese, pointed the tip of the knife at Xiao Fei, with a look of hostility on his face. At this time, another foreigner in black clothes left the dying sloppy man and ran over with his accomplices to attack Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei quickly glanced at the wound on his arm and vigilantly watched the two foreigners' every move. Fortunately, the big-nosed foreigner took the command knife and swung it hastily without much effort, so the wound was shallow. Otherwise, if the knife had really chopped down, Xiao Fei's bones would have been broken. Kill you, and your food and your women will all be ours. The big-nosed foreigner in black clothes who had just arrived from behind had a very proud look on his face. Kill me? Just the two of you? Xiao Fei sneered and drew out his saber. Go to hell. The foreigner holding the knife raised the knife from bottom to top, and the tip of the knife picked up a handful of sand and sprinkled it into Xiao Fei's eyes. Xiao Fei did not dodge or use his hands to block the sand. Instead, he turned around quickly and stabbed the other foreigner in black behind him with the dagger in his hand. The foreigner in black originally planned to cooperate with the foreigner with a knife and take this opportunity to attack Xiao Fei from behind, but he didn't expect that Xiao Fei was not fooled at all. This turn and surprise attack caught the foreigner in black off guard. Sizzle! Xiao Fei cut the clothes of the foreigner in black with a knife, leaving a long bloody wound on his chest. Bright red blood flowed out instantly, soaking the foreigner's stomach with blood red. After a successful attack, Xiao Fei quickly dodged to the side. A strong wind blew past the place where he had just stood, and the knife in the hand of the foreigner with the knife missed. Oh, f.uck. The foreigner in black cursed, quickly took off his clothes, tore them into strips to wrap the wound, and stared at Xiao Fei with eyes full of anger. There was also a bit of tension and fear. In such places, wounds are prone to infection and deterioration. If not properly treated, it can directly cost a person's life. I'm going to kill you. After the foreigner in black bandaged the wound, he roared loudly. This foreigner in black was not stupid, nor was he blinded by anger. Instead, he was very calm. Without drugs to kill bacteria and reduce inflammation, the knife wounds on his body would definitely become infected, posing a fatal risk. Now, the only medicines these survivors have are those in the hands of the female veterinarian in swimsuit, but she exchanged them with Xiao Fei for dried meat. Only by killing Xiao Fei and snatching the medicines can the foreigner in black treat his wounds and escape danger. You still have the nerve to be so arrogant after getting stabbed? Xiao Fei raised the dagger and made two gestures provocatively. Come here. In fact, Xiao Fei was also very panicked. He had never faced such a situation before. Two men stood in front of him with murderous intent, wanting to kill him. Swish! The foreigner with the knife took a few steps forward and slashed at Xiao Fei with the knife. The foreigner in black, who was unarmed, cooperated with the foreigner with the knife and looked for an opportunity to attack Xiao Fei. Ding ding dong dong. The sound of daggers and command swords colliding was endless, and sparks flew everywhere. After a tense exchange, the two sides faced off again. There were a few more bloody marks on Xiao Fei's arms. The foreigner with the knife obviously knew more fighting skills than Xiao Fei, and the command knife in his hand had the advantage of length, so Xiao Fei was unable to hurt him. It's really a headache. Xiao Fei stared at the opposite side vigilantly. The wounds on his body healed quickly, and he didn't care about being stabbed a few times. The wound on his arm at the beginning has now closed. What gave Xiao Fei a headache was how to defeat these two foreigners. It was obvious that these two guys were determined to fight Xiao Fei to the death. Xiao Fei also knew that the foreigner in black was injured and urgently needed the medicines in his hands. It is impossible to resolve the problem peacefully between them. On the other side, the foreigner with the knife was much more shocked than Xiao Fei. The foreigner holding the knife could see that Xiao Fei didn't know any fighting skills, but his physical agility and reaction ability are comparable to those of a well-trained fighting master. Moreover, the strength Xiao Fei exerted was also amazing. He used the short knife to connect with the long knife, and the huge force transmitted along the blade to his arm made his hand holding the knife numb, and his palm felt like it was tearing. What's going on with this guy? The foreigner with the knife suddenly felt unsure and wanted to back out. Whoosh! At this moment, Xiao Fei suddenly took the initiative to attack, using the dagger in his hand as a dart and throwing it at the foreigner in black. Chapter 55. On Deathbed. The foreigner in black dodged in panic, and Xiao Fei took the opportunity to quickly step forward and rush towards the foreigner with the knife. The foreigner with the knife did not expect Xiao Fei to choose this way of attack. In addition to being stunned, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he swung the knife diagonally towards Xiao Fei's neck. Seeing the blade right in front of him, Xiao Fei had no intention of dodging. He raised his arms to block his neck and continued to rush forward. At this moment, the foreigner with the knife was distracted. He quickly retracted the knife and changed his moves. He swept it across his chest, trying to block the oncoming Xiao Fei. However, Xiao Fei was like a mad dog and was hit in the chest by the knife-wielding foreigner, and blood spurted out. At the same time, Xiao Fei's fist also hit the chest of the foreigner with the knife. Snort! A large part of the chest of the foreigner holding the knife collapsed instantly, blood spurted out of his mouth and nose, his body fell backwards, and the command knife in his hand fell to the ground. Xiao Fei ignored the more than 30-centimeter long bloody wound on his chest, picked up the command knife, and walked step by step towards the foreigner with the knife lying on the ground. Swoosh ding! A strong wind blew towards him, and Xiao Fei subconsciously raised his knife to block it, and a rapid vibration came from the knife. Xiao Fei looked down and saw a thumb-length flying knife on the ground, which was the thing he had just knocked down. If Xiao Fei had not blocked the flying knife, he would probably have lost one eye by now. When he looked up, he saw a scarred foreigner staring at him fiercely not far away, playing with a throwing knife in his hand, which was exactly the same as the one in front of Xiao Fei. While the two men were confronting each other, the foreigner in black picked up the foreigner with a knife who was lying on the ground and twitching, and left quickly. After the foreigner in black and the foreigner with the knife left, the three men turned around and went back to their own shed. The storm subsided. Xiao Fei picked up the dagger, walked over, and helped the dying sloppy man into the shed. Xiao Fei, you are injured. Su Rou hurried over to greet him. I'll go get the medicine. I'm fine. Xiao Fei handed the command knife and dagger to Su Rou and carefully laid the sloppy man down. Brother, how are you? You must not be in any trouble. The young woman in the white dress panicked and gently patted the sloppy man's face, trying to make him open his eyes. Uncle, wake up, uncle. The little boy also cried and shook the slovenly man's arm. Sister, don't worry. I'll check him first to see where he's injured. Xiao Fei said to the young woman in the white dress. The young woman in the white dress finally reacted and sat aside holding the child. Xiao Fei unbuttoned the sloppy man's jacket, and then he found a large bloodstain on his chest. After a careful inspection, Xiao Fei saw a flying knife deeply embedded in the sloppy man's armpit. That flying knife was the same one that the scarred foreigner used to attack Xiao Fei. Only then did Xiao Fei understand why the sloppy man who had the upper hand in the fight with the two diplomats suddenly fell to the ground with a scream. It turned out that he was ambushed by the scarred foreigner. Moreover, the flying knife did not penetrate very deeply at first. It should be that the foreigner in black kicked the flying knife into the sloppy man when he was beating him. Judging from the length of the flying knife, it had penetrated the sloppy man's heart. If the flying knife was pulled out now, the sloppy man would die immediately. Even if he didn't pull it out, he wouldn't live long. This is a life-threatening injury, don't worry about it. The sloppy man slowly came to his senses and spoke weakly. Xiao Fei lit a cigarette and put it into the sloppy man's mouth. Tobacco can at least relieve some of the pain. Brother, after I die, you keep this jacket of mine. If you can go back, take this jacket to Nanha City, go to the Gray Whale Western Restaurant, and find the general manager there, Luo Fei. Give him the jacket and the lighter that I exchanged for you, and then say that you are a friend of Nanha Luo Hu. You can ask for any reward you want. The sloppy man said slowly. To be honest, that lighter is not valuable, but it means a lot to me. If possible, I have to redeem it. Also, please take care of this orphan and widow, and the reward will be included in my account. Brother, don't say such things. You will be fine. The young woman in the white dress choked with sobs. Sister, don't mind me. The reason I took care of you and your son is because you look a lot like a friend of mine. It's a pity that our fate has come to an end. Cough, cough, cough. The sloppy man coughed violently a few times, and blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. Why is it so troublesome? Xiao Fei smiled, took out the lighter from his pocket, and put it into the sloppy man's hand. A gentleman does not take away what others love. Since it is such an important thing, You should keep it for yourself. Thank you, brother. My promise still stands. In Nanha City, my name Luo, who still has some reputation. If you encounter any trouble in Nanha City, you can go directly to Luo Fei. Luo, who forced a smile, his eyelids becoming heavier. Found it. There's adrenaline here. Su Ro opened a tube of adrenaline and injected it into Luo Hu. Luo Hu, who had almost fainted just now, regained some energy. But this was only a brief burst of energy, as the adrenaline had drained away all of Luo Hu's vitality. Thank you. I just happened to have something to say. Brother, those three foreigners are not easy characters. You must be careful. Luo Hu looked at Xiao Fei, especially the guy with the scar on his face. I just fought with two of them and found that the moves they used were all means of killing. They were simple and fierce, and each move was fatal. I suspect that all three of them are assassins. The one with the scar on his face should be their leader. As you can see, he is very good at using hidden weapons. Tonight, they wanted to take advantage of the girl, and on the other hand, they also wanted to snatch the dried meat I exchanged. In the afternoon, I saw the three of them whispering with the rich second generation named Fu Wei. They must have colluded with each other. You have to be careful next time. Under the effect of adrenaline, Luo Hu's complexion became much better, and he was even able to sit up. Xiao Fei saw that he had finished the cigarette in his mouth, so he handed him another cigar. Let's have a cigarette. I don't have time to finish this thing, and it would be a waste to light it. Luo Hu smiled bitterly, turned his head to look at the young woman in the white dress and the little boy in her arms, with a look of uneasiness and worry in his eyes. Brother, let me say one more thing. Just now, when I saw you fighting with those two old diplomats, I found that although you are very skilled, you lack skills. The so-called skills are actually very simple. You have a good foundation. As long as you are ruthless and tricky enough, you can gain the upper hand. Okay, I understand. Thank you. You can take a rest first. Xiao Fei nodded. Baby, Uncle likes shells. Can you pick some shells for Uncle? The young woman in the white dress suddenly said to the little boy. Will it not hurt anymore if you have Uncle's shell? The little boy asked happily. Yes, it won't hurt when Uncle gets a nice shell. The young woman in the white dress smiled and deliberately sent the little boy away.